chilling up in the kingdom, chilling with Yahweh Shai and all the brothers and the sisters, cooling out, having fun, drinking yayan with Yahweh Shai up in the kingdom, yeah.
Who are we? It's good. That who are we? It's good. Can't pay you.
Israel.
Who's the power?
Yahweh Bahashim, Yahweh Shai's the power.
I said, who's the power?
Yahweh Bahashim, Yahweh Shai's the power. Yeah. Chilling up in the kingdom.
Shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
Welcome to Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge. We are located at 231 FM 1092, Stafford, Texas 77477. And those of you that don't know, that is actually in the Houston surrounding areas. Our class times have not deviated. They're the same. Monday and Wednesday 7 to 9, Friday 6 to 8. Shabbat morning class 10 to 2. We got other locations out in Virginia. Their address will be on the screen. Their class days Tuesday and Thursday. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday 7 to 9 Eastern Standard Time. If you want to catch that. Rochester. There's a new school out in Rochester, so if you're in the Rochester, New York area, you can catch it. You can catch them in class. Their address is 1600. How do you say that?
Lyle.
Lyle Ave.
Shall I?
Suite 1A, Rochester, New York 14606.
They mispronounce everything in Rochester. So you gotta, you know what I mean? They mispronounce all the words.
God,
Yeah.
I'm learning. All right,
It's an inside joke.
little cap, inside
Go ahead.
cap.
Yeah.
Their class days Tuesday and Thursday. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Same as Virginia, 7 to 9. San Antonio, they got class popping. Great brothers up there, great teachers. They have 44 Walsham Road. Their class times are the same as ours, but they start a little later and go a little later. I got it. All right. We do have the Blog Talk Radio that is still popping Tuesdays and Thursdays at 10 a.m. You can find it at blogtalkradio.com/Mashaba. Good teachers on there, Tata Pa, Banabad, and a wide variety of other teachers that get on the Blog Talk. So check them out. Very good brothers, very good edifying teaching. We have other channels that we'd like to ask you to like, share, and subscribe. If you're subscribed to one, you'll see all the other ones labeled underneath it. We do have a kids class on Sundays at 1 p.m. So it's very good to get the kids introduced to the scriptures, get them familiar, give them something to build off of. So if you've got small children, have them logged in. Have them watch online. If you're in the Houston surrounding areas, have them come to class. It's definitely beneficial. It's never too early for them to start getting the word. All right.
Hey, in these days, the earlier the better. It is beast mode for these kids out in these streets, man. And if we don't try to at least counteract the normal things that they're gonna face, the peer pressure, the peer pressure to fit in, if we don't try to give them a different alternative, they're gonna fall. So the earlier the better. All right. That's my little piece of advice.
Take it. Take that nugget, run with it. Because I am. We do have Purim coming up. Purim will be on Monday, March 14th, and Tuesday, March 15th. So get ready, have a little giving. It's like the Israelite version of Christmas. So I like it. I like being able to get someone something and seeing seeing the reaction and how they enjoy what they got. So it's fun. I like it. And I like seeing everyone else get their gifts too. It's exciting. It's fun. I feel like their gifts was my gift. We do have Passover coming up, April 17th. Sunday, April 17th. That's when we're going to be gathering for Passover. So get your garment money in ASAP. We need it like yesterday. That's how badly we needed it, like yesterday. Sis, you got a question?
Yes, sir. Can you repeat the dates for Passover?
The Passover date, April 17th. And that's on a Sunday.
We gotta get the address. But it's here in Houston.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get the address and get it to them. But it's here. It's local. Yeah.
So, garment money. Garment money, garment money, garment money. It's very crucial. You do not want to show up to Passover while everybody got fly garments and you show up in jeans and a t-shirt. Don't do that to yourself. Get your garment money in. Alright? Israel wear, they're still accepting orders, but of course they're going to be working on the Passover. So you're still going to get your shirts. You're still going to get all your orders from your subscription. It's just going to be a little post-dated. Alright? Hebrew Academy, we got it here in Houston on Tuesdays. We got it in Rochester and Virginia on Mondays. You need to reach a priest or teacher. You reach Priest Kazakia, 757-300-4047, or you reach Priest Kazak, 303-557-8979. If I said it too fast, the number is right there on the screen. Alright? We got a business, sweet ambiance. We like, share, and support, aromatherapeutic oils, fragrant oils, your cologne and perfume scents. Check it out. We got a monthly subscription. So if you're not on a monthly subscription, please sign up for it. It's nice. Nice little package every month. Any donations or alms or offerings, you can put that into the Wells Fargo account, or you can Cash App, and the information should be there on the screen, as well as Zelle, and the information is there as well. Any information that anything that you want to mail to the school, please hit up Chris Quatazop, and he can give you a good address where you can mail these items. Whether you want to send pens, books, papers, notebooks, highlighters, apocryphas, Bibles with larger print. We're getting old in here, so we need larger print Bibles. All right, but that's it for the announcements. That is it for the announcements.
Yeah, I mind you, we'll put on Kodama. Let's rise and stay seated. Let's do the opening prayers. You gonna do it?
Barakatah Yahweh, Bahasham Yahushai, Hahawa'ah, Nathanahu, Award, Zion One, the water, Aman.
That's blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light this day. The light represents wisdom, knowledge, and understanding we obtain through the scriptures. Matthew chapter 5, verse 16 says, "Let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven."
Barakatah Yahweh, Bahasham Yahushai, Hahawa'ah, Nathanahu, Rayah, Nakaka, the water, Aman.
That's blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thanks. So be it. The frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor. Psalms chapter 141 verse 2 says, "Let my prayers be sent forth before thee as incense."
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Nathanael.
Nathanael.
Hashabah.
Hashabah.
Bashalom.
Bashalom.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Amen.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
This is Psalm 121 in Hebrew. Ainashah.
Ainashah.
Ayum Yum Yah.
Ayum Yum Yah.
Al-Aharyim.
Al-Aharyim.
Na'ayah.
Na'ayah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Isaiah.
Isaiah.
Isaiah. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ma Yahweh.
Ma Yahweh.
Sha'aishah.
Sha'aishah.
Shemayim.
Shemayim.
Wa'aratazah.
Wa'aratazah.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Lanathan.
Lanathan.
Lamawat.
Lamawat.
Regalia.
Regalia.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Nawam.
Nawam.
Shasha Ramar.
Shasha Ramar.
Yasha'ala.
Yasha'ala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Shamaria.
Shamaria.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Tazalia.
Tazalia.
Al.
Al.
Young Yad.
Yum Yad.
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 Hashamash.
Hashamash.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Hakayah.
Hakayah.
Bayawam.
Bayawam.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Halabana.
Halabana.
Balayala.
Balayala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamaria.
Yashamaria.
Magol.
Magol.
Rai.
Rai.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Napashia.
Napashia.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Shamaria.
Shamaria.
Hawalakia.
Hawalakia.
Wawa'aya.
Wawa'aya.
Ma'aitan.
Ma'aitan.
Wa'ai.
Wa'ai.
Iwalam.
Iwalam.
Aman.
Amen.
This is Psalm chapter 121, verse 1. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Shema Yasha'ala.
Shema Yasha'ala.
Yahweh Allahai Noah.
Yahweh Noah.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Shema Yasha'ala.
Shema Yasha'ala.
Yahweh Allahai Noah.
Yahweh Noah.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Shema Yasha'ala.
Shema Yasha'ala.
Yahweh Allahai Noah.
Yahweh Noah.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Hear Israel. Yahweh our power. Yahweh is one.
It's the Lord's Prayer. Abanawa.
Abanawa.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Wadash.
Wadash.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Shamka.
Shamka.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Malak Wadka.
Malak Wadka.
Taba'ah.
Taba'ah.
Ratazaka.
Ratazaka.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Ba'aratazah.
Ba'aratazah.
Kawa.
Kawa.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Bashamayim.
Bashamayim.
Nathanael.
Nathanael.
Lacham.
Lacham.
Ko.
Ko.
Yawam.
Yawam.
Wasalak Nawa.
Wasalak Nawa.
Kabawat Nawa.
Kabawat Nawa.
Kasalak Nawa.
Kasalak Nawa.
Kabawat Yenawa.
Kabawat Yenawa.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Tabiyanawa.
Tabiyanawa.
Manasaya 1.
Manasaya 1.
Abo.
Abo.
Awashai Nawa.
Awashai Nawa.
Mayan.
Mayan.
Rai.
Rai.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Zakat.
Zakat.
Amalakwa.
Amalakwa.
Wa'ala.
Wa'ala.
Wa'atapara.
Wa'atapara.
Wa'aiwalamyum.
Wa'aiwalamyum.
Aman.
Amen.
Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For that is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen.
Ha. Asherah.
Asherah.
Matazawa.
Matazawa.
The Ten Commandments.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Ha'ayah.
Ha'ayah.
Laka.
Laka.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Aharyim.
Aharyim.
Alpanyah.
Alpanyah.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Ta'aisha.
Ta'aisha.
Laka.
Laka.
Pasol.
Pasol.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Ta'ibadam.
Ta'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Talakwak'ah.
Talakwak'ah.
Shum.
Shum.
Sakar,
Hayawam,
Hayawam,
Hashabbat,
Hashabbat,
Lakwadashwa,
Lakwadashwa,
Remember the seventh day to keep it holy.
Kabad,
Kabad,
Abaka,
Abaka,
Wa Amaka,
Wa'amaka,
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'a,
La'a,
Baratazak,
Baratazak,
Thou shalt not murder.
La'a,
La'a,
Bana'a,
Bana'a,
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'a,
La'a,
Bagana,
Takanah,
Thou shalt not steal.
La'a,
La'a,
Ba'aina,
Ta'inah,
Shakur,
Shakur,
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'a,
La'a,
Bakamad,
Bakamad,
Ko,
Ko,
Asherah,
Asherah,
Lara'aika,
Lara'ika,
Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor's. Yeshabu means be seated.
First reading. Shema Allah, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yashala, Aymayim, Barak,
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Brakathon,
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Brakathah. We're back, right? Felt like we just was here. Felt like it was just the Sabbath. Right? So, Exodus 30, right? What did we go over last week? Who remembers? Yeah, Michael.
We went over priestly garments.
Right. We went over the garments. We went over the details of the garments, the specifications, right? The ephod, the breastplate, the mitre, the bonnet, right? The garments that. What was the purpose of the garments? What was the purpose? Why did the Most High have Aaron and his sons wear these garments?
Show that they were the priests of the nation of Israel.
Right.
Also to having the stones on them, they represented the 12 tribes.
Right.
And the significance of one was higher. Aaron had the more significant priestly garment compared to his sons, because the one was higher than the other, showing that ones were high priests and ones were lower level priests.
Right. The garments, everything you said was right, and just to add, the garments were to consecrate Aaron and his sons into that priest office. Right. That was one of the many things. But that garment, we talked about it. Whatever you wore, when you wore something pertaining to an office, it wasn't about just wearing that garment. It was about carrying out that office. So how would you recognize the priest, the high priest, apart from just a regular man or woman? First of all, it's that attire, that outward appearance, right? The scriptures talk about it in Ecclesiasticus. You know a man by the way he walks, by the way he talks, by the way he dresses, his excessive laughter, by his gait. So the Most High put those garments on them to set them apart just from the non-priests. Y'all get that? Right. So that was the first outward sign that, hey, these are the priests. These are the men you look to. Right. The garment. What other purpose for the priest did the garment serve? Who remembers? I'm one. Yeah, go ahead.
They served where when the Lord came around, they would light up.
What would light up?
The ephod.
Okay.
The stones would light up.
Right.
Knowing that when Yahushua came around, that he was calling for them to communicate.
Okay. Right, the Urim and the Thummim, right? Lights of perfection. That whenever it was time to judge a matter or sacrifice, yes, the stones would light up. Remember the significance of the stones on the shoulders, right? You had 6 tribes on one side, 6 tribes on the other, right? The priests got the nation on their shoulders or on their back. You've heard that expression. You got the world on their shoulders, right? But so that should have been the significance for the priests to always keep in mind that whenever they decided to get a little high-minded or a little bit perturbed because of the extent of having to do this job over and over and sacrifice over and over and be there for the people over and over, they couldn't let themselves get there, because the whole point of them being there was to take on and have the nation rest on their shoulders. You see that? So they couldn't get upset, they couldn't get angry, they couldn't get irritated with the people committing the same things, the same sins over and over. And they also couldn't fall back into that negative, fall into what the people were doing. So there were constant reminders that the Most High always gave us, right? He always set these hedges around us to constantly remind us and try to protect us from, really from ourselves. It was from our own lack of remembering, our own lack of caring, right? He gave us fringes. Why? He said, when they look upon them, they'll remember my law. He gave us constant reminders to do what? Well, he said it in Jeremiah, 27? He said, I know the thoughts that I have towards you, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to bring you to an expected end. The whole point was to bring us to this expected end. Not for us to die off in the wilderness, not for us to die in America, not for us to be on crack, drugs, you know what I'm saying, and all those different things. It was supposed to be to serve him, to live righteous, to live peaceable, and to have dominion over this earth. All right, so yeah, we went over the garments. So, I mean, everybody got that? Everybody was here last week? All right, so let's continue. We're in Exodus what?
Chapter 30, verse 11. Shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
Exodus chapter 30, verse 11. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, when thou takest the sum of the children of Israel after their number, then shall they give every man a ransom for his soul unto the Lord.
Right.
When thou numberest them, that there be no plague among them, when thou numberest them.
Mm-hmm.
This they shall give every one that passeth among them that are numbered, half a shekel after the shekel of the sanctuary. A shekel is 20 gerahs, and half shekel shall be the offering of the Most High.
So this is talking about going out and taking a census. You know how America likes to go out and send their census papers? Right? And they try to, because this is what America is trying to do. They're trying to figure out how many Israelites are in America. But our people are so lost. They'll never get the number. You know why? Because you have a lot of Israelite children that they grew up with non-Israelite mothers. And what do they associate themselves? They take on that mother's nationality. So a lot of times you have a man that, he got a white mom, black dad, and dad ain't around, so he associates himself as Caucasian. So there goes one skew of the number, right? And that happens with Issachar. That happens with a lot of the 9.5, where they'll take on the white man's heritage more than they'll take on their own Hispanic or native heritage. You see that? But the whole thing is to try to gauge how many of us are walking through America. Most I said we are without number. We like the sand of the sea. Right? So they ain't going to be able to number us. They're not going to be able to number us. If they can put a number on us, then they can mount up. The Most High don't want them to number. But he said if you had to number, you better have some money to be able to pay for every soul that you number. You better have them shekels to pay so that plague don't go through. Now, Who made this detrimental mistake and didn't follow this law?
David.
It was David.
Yep. Come.
Right? Go there real quick. Go to First Chronicles 21:1.
You got to deal with too.
Yep, he did. Go to First Chronicles 21:1. Just so that y'all got the precepts. Go there real quick.
First Chronicles, chapter 21, verse 1.
Read.
And Satan stood up against Israel
Read.
and provoked David to number Israel.
Wait, Satan did what?
Provoked David to number Israel.
Read.
And David said to Joab and to the rulers of the people, go, number Israel from Beersheba even to Dan.
See, it wasn't wrong for David to number the people. It wasn't wrong.
You just say provoking.
It wasn't wrong. Well, what it was, David didn't come with the shekels. He didn't pay the ransom for the souls.
Okay.
Watch, read on.
And bring the number of them to me, that I may know it.
Right.
And Joab answered, the Lord make his people.
Because how do we know that it wasn't wrong? Well, when you go back to Exodus 30:12, he's letting you know when you take the sum of the children of Israel after their number, then shall you give every man a ransom. So it wasn't wrong to take the sum or to number the people, but you had to follow the next step. But see, what does Satan love to do? What does Satan love to do when man, we got to stop blaming things on Satan because it'd be us.
Come.
But what does Satan like to, what does he count on happening in situations? What does he count on? He counts on you missing the details. He counts on you missing a step. He counts on you forgetting. Oh, damn, my bad. Well, my bad ain't gonna cut it here. In certain instances, my bad will get people killed. My bad ain't gonna save a life. You see that? David had to learn that the hard way. And sometimes we learn those situations the hard way. Oh, my bad. Well, my bad ain't gonna stop what the Most High got in store. Right? So we can't think about it. He said that Satan provoked. Satan provoked. That's his job, is to provoke. To send those provoking spirits for you to act out of haste. Act out of your own mind. Act out of pride. David was prideful as hell here, let's be real, because he was advised, hey, wait a minute, hold up. This is not what you want to do. You sure? His advisors, that's why he had them, and he just disregarded them. Just like the Bathsheba situation. Who's that woman? Oh, that's Uriah the Hittite's wife, Bathsheba. Oh, well, bring her to me, but that's Uriah the Hittite's wife, Bathsheba. Well, you know what? It's all good. Bring her. He found some way to get her over there, right? He's the king. Pride, though. Pride will make you act in your own mind. That's why it says pride go up before destruction. Y'all see that? A haughty spirit before a fall. And these are some of David's falls. This was another situation, but see, this had implications on the people. One sinner destroyed much good. Read on.
And Joab answered, the Lord make his people 100 times so many more as they be. But, my lord the king, are they not all my lord's servants?
Right, he's trying to persuade him out of going through and numbering them. He's like, man, listen, the Most High, it's too many to count. Right? Aren't they all riding with you, David? Go ahead.
Why then doth my lord require this thing?
Read.
Why will he be a cause of trespass against Israel?
Wait, what?
Why will he be a cause of trespass against Israel?
This was Joab. This was his second in command, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Joab? And Joab, yeah. This was his second in command. Go ahead.
Nevertheless, the king's word prevailed against Joab.
Right, because who can stand against the king? Who gonna stand against the king? Right? Nobody. Go ahead.
But you know, it's like what you were saying with the pride.
Mm-hmm.
The pride was so strong, Joab was coming with the sense.
Yeah.
He's trying to come with some sense, and he's bringing it tactfully. He's not being disrespectful. He's like, hey, king, look, check this out. Like, you don't need to do this.
Right.
You don't need to do this.
Nope. You're going to trespass against the Lord.
It don't say what David's response was, but you can tell it's out of pride.
Right. Nah, nigga, you're going to get that number.
Right.
Right? Probably them same words. I mean, come on. How does Israel act? When they want something done and their word is bond or their word is the word that they want to have followed, how do we act? When we turn up?
Get it done.
Wait, oh, you going to go against the king? Wait a minute. What? Like, then it's, you know, how else would that man be persuaded to just say, you know what, let me do something that I know ain't right in the eyes of the Lord. Go ahead.
Wherefore Joab departed and went throughout all Israel and came to Jerusalem. And Joab gave the sum of the number of the people unto David. And all they of Israel were 1,000,000 and 100,000 men that drew sword.
Read.
And Judah was 410,000 men.
Right. Jump down to, let's get to the point real quick. Yeah, go there. Verse 9.
Verse 9. And the Lord spake unto Gad, David's seer, saying, Go and tell David, saying, Thus saith the Lord, I offer thee 3 things. Choose thee one of them,
Right.
that I may do it unto thee.
At least the Most High was merciful with David. He didn't just spring the plague on him. So listen, I give you a choice, homie. I give you the choice. It's like when your kid messes up and you say, look, I got 3 things. I got 3 punishments. Which one you want? And you let them choose. Either way, they're going to feel it. But they get to at least choose, right? Go ahead.
So Gad came to David and said unto him, Thus saith the Lord, choose thee, either 3 years famine, or 3 months to be destroyed before thy foes. Wow, that the sword of thine enemies overtake thee, or else 3 days the sword of the Lord. Even the pestilence in the land, and the angel of the Lord destroying throughout all the coasts of Israel. Now therefore advise thyself, what word shall I bring again to him that sent me? And David said unto Gad, I am in great strait. Let me fall now into the hand of the Lord. For very great are his mercies. But let me not fall into the hand of man.
Man.
Go ahead.
So the Lord sent pestilence upon Israel.
Right, he said that plague. Go ahead.
And there fell of Israel 70,000 men.
See that? One sinner destroyed much good. One man's mistake. David didn't learn. The first time he had to lose a son. With the situation with him and Bathsheba, he had to lose his baby. Then he had to come back and lose 70,000 men. You want to go against the law?
That angel was wiping them out too.
Oh yeah, that angel was going through. Moses had to say, okay, that's enough, because he was ripping that city apart. 70,000 men. 70,000 men. Come on. You can't. What man can stand against angels? What man can stand against angels? The Most High said there be spirits created for vengeance. That in their wrath they lay on sore strokes, and they would not stop until they appease him that created them. So you know that angel was ripping through that city joyfully, happy, right? And then the Most High was like, okay, that's enough, and the angel stopped. You see that? So again, the Most High keeps giving us these lessons, right? It ain't fairy tales, it ain't comic book. They're lessons and examples of. Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm not gonna kill 70,000 of you all in one shot, but I am gonna wreak havoc and destruction when you go against my law. When you go against what I lay down. Remember, we all have little small lives, right? Little microcosms of the whole. We're a microcosm of the whole nation.
Right.
But I guarantee you, if we all took a moment to step back and say, "Damn, I remember that one time when I knew better and went against the law, and then this happened in my life."
Oh man!
I guarantee you can connect the dot to every misfortune.
I could write you a book.
Thank you. You can connect the dot of you being rebellious to every misfortune in your life and say, okay, I see why that happened. I get why this happened because I did this, and the Most High reacted this way. You could also look at every blessing in your life and connect the dots and say, man, I was doing this, I was rolling, I was making this happen, and the Most High blessed. He ain't unjust. He ain't gonna just curse you. He said, don't we receive blessings and cursings from the Lord? Right? But see, we're too inapt to do negative. It says, they're wise to do evil, but to do good they know not. So it seems like it's heavy-handed on one side, and it is. But it's our own doing that makes that cursing be the prevalent thing. Y'all see that? So what we got to do? We got to reverse it. It's our own. It's what we do, man. It ain't nobody else. It's what we do that triggers the Most High in Christ to do what they do. We're the trigger. Our actions are the trigger. It's showing us here. David did one thing. Most High said, okay, look, I'm going to do this.
Right.
I'm going to at least be just enough to give you the choice of ass whooping. That's cold, man. That's some scary, bro, that's some scary stuff. I would have just been like, listen, just do something. Just don't tell me. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I would have did, to be honest. I'm sitting here thinking about it. I'm like, dang. But David chose right because he knew that the Most High was going to be merciful. He knew that. Think about it. You know what's so cold? You know what's so cold? Go to Deuteronomy real quick. See, this is how you know our minds are so destroyed that, and that's why the Most High did this. Go to Deuteronomy 28. This is why one of the most major curses that we had to deal with was this. And this should have scared us. 28 and verse 47. Read that, Michael.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 47.
Mm-hmm.
Because thou servest not the Lord thy God.
Because you want to break my law, not listen, go against, be rebellious, pull your best David. Go ahead.
With joyfulness.
Right.
And with gladness of heart.
Read.
For the abundance of all things.
Go ahead.
Therefore, thou shalt serve thine enemies.
Like, think about it. David didn't have to number the people. All he had to do was ask the Most High for our army. That's all he had to do was say, listen, Yahweh, listen, I need to go destroy, I forget who it was at the time. Because at any other time when he wanted to go to war, what did he do? He asked the Most High, I want to go destroy these Philistines. Can I go do it? Yeah, you can. And look, I'll supply the men. I'll even be there to help whoop them for you. Right? All he had to do was just do what he'd been doing. But he wanted to be his own man at this moment. I want to do things the way I'm the king. I'm the guy. I'm the man. Right? And this is what it got him. This is what it got us. All we had to do was serve the Most High with joyfulness and gladness. But we decided, no, that ain't going to work for us. That's boring. That's repetitive. That's mundane. That's not exciting. Right? So what did he do? Go ahead.
Therefore thou shalt serve thine enemies.
Read.
Which the Lord shall send against thee.
Go ahead.
In hunger.
Read.
And in thirst.
Go ahead.
And in nakedness.
Right.
And in a want of all things.
Read.
And he shall put a yoke of iron.
Go ahead.
Upon thy neck.
He should have compassion on you.
He shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck.
Go ahead.
Until he have destroyed.
No, he's going to just take you to the brink of death and then bring you back.
Until he have destroyed.
No, he's going to have compassion on your little ones.
Until he have destroyed.
Read on.
The Lord shall bring a nation against thee.
Right.
From far.
Right.
From the end of the earth.
Go ahead.
As swift as the eagle flieth.
Read.
A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand.
50.
A nation of fierce continent.
Read.
Which shall not regard a person of old.
See, they're not going to have compassion. They're not going to have compassion on you. That's why they'll beat up old women, beat up old men, put little 5-year-olds in slavery, picking cotton. Y'all seen the photos? Hang little black boys, drown them, take out their organs, beat them, kill them, kick them, castrate them. Cut women in half with babies in their stomachs, cut off their breasts. Do I got to keep going?
Wickedness, man.
No compassion. So this is what we chose, though. We were like, yeah, sign us up.
Wow.
I want the non-compassion. Yahweh, because your compassion ain't good enough.
My.
Damn.
Like, Give us that. Like, come on, man. Who's asking for the things that we have gone through as a nation for the last 2,000 years, 3,000 years, 4,000 years? Who would sign themselves up for that? A rebellious, ignorant, non-caring, non-loving, hateful people. That's who. That's us. That's us. We're hateful. We hate ourselves and we hate each other. Because no man that loves his neighbor is going to let his neighbor choose this. No man is going to choose this for his neighbor. But all the negative that we do is like, yeah, I'm choosing for you. Don't y'all realize that? When you do negative, you're choosing for the next man. Wow. You're choosing this, that, I want to continue to be in slavery for myself. And guess what? In a roundabout way, I want you to be here with me. I'm going to make it harder for us to get out. This is what we chose. The non-compassion, a nation of fierce countenance. Go ahead.
Nor show favor to the young.
Right, and that's what that's what David knew. That's what David knew. It didn't matter what nation. Don't you realize this is not just Esau? Right. This is every nation. That's not us. No nation shows us compassion. No nation regards our little ones. Regards us as a people. None of them. This ain't just a, let's kill Esau with this scripture. This is Chinese, Japanese, this is East Indian, this is Middle Eastern, this is Muslim, this is Arab. It's all of them.
Psalms 83.
Psalms 83, yes. It's all of them.
That's it.
They all believe in the same thing. How do we keep them down? But see, this is, again, that's our choice. When you choose weed smoke, when you choose alcoholism, when you choose pornography, when you choose pride, when you choose hate, this is what you choose. When you choose seclusion, this is what you choose. When you choose to fill those little small voids with negative, this is what you say you want. To be dealt with by man and his lack of compassion. Y'all see that? We got to start choosing better. We had the options. Most High said, choose you this day, life or death. I pray that you choose life. I beg that you choose life. But the Moses knew what was up. As soon as I die, y'all gonna just go to y'all's graves, man. Go back. Go back to Exodus. So we're understanding that why did Most High smash David so hard?
You know, priest, what you said earlier about we being unnumberable, that is so true, because you know what, just imagine now, you just say for you out on the beach, and you can just take one finger and do this in the sand. You think you can count that?
You getting 1,000 grains in one fingertip.
Yeah, can you count that?
No.
And then I'm gonna tell you, I've done this for real before. I try to look up, try to count myself on counting stars. I came right back to the same star I'd already counted.
Yeah. The coolest part about it is you, depending on where you at, you ain't even seeing all the stars.
Well, I was in the country, and I was out in the
yeah,
field,
nice.
and I looked like the stars were right there in my face.
Yeah.
You know,
So many, you can't keep up.
You can't.
But y'all see that, right? Choices, man. Everything is predicated on our choices. When we choose to do right, the Most High chooses to act for us. When we choose as a people, as a nation, to do wrong, the Most High will act against us. Y'all see that? And really, he doesn't really have to do nothing but step back and let the elements around us just deal with us. That's it. All the Most High does is just step back. Takes away that hedge, and then leaves us to the people. Without the Most High, we're not stronger than the people. Don't y'all get that? We're nothing. The nations are always going to be stronger than us because of the fact that a nation of fierce countenance that shall not regard the person of young or old or show favor. They're animals. They're savages. When it boils down to it, they'll bite your face off, cook your baby, and eat it. They'll cook you and eat you. They'll eat your heart raw.
So like Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah, they'll eat you, cut your body in pieces, and store you in the refrigerator for later. That's the mentality. They're dog eat dog, man.
Dog eat dog.
And we ain't a strong enough dog to fight these nations without the Most High. Sis, you had your hand up.
Yes, sir. I hope that this is still in line with the word.
Mm-hmm.
But
but it's like you say, we either choose life or death.
Mm-hmm.
And just, in the little while that I've chose the truth, God has already shown me that He is a man of His word.
Mm-hmm.
And it is to obey His commandments, to fear Him and obey His commandments. Simple as that.
Yeah.
If you don't, then get ready. You got a bumpy, way more than a bumpy road ahead of your life. You know, I've bumped my head too much to continue
Yeah.
in it. So I'm thankful to God that He's compassionate and merciful to keep saying, come on, I just need y'all to turn back to me.
You know why I like it? Because, you know, you're a woman that has, you got a lot of experience. And it's good for some of these young sisters to hear you speak. Some of these younger, even when Samakaya, when she speaks and gives her her testimonies, it's good because y'all have lived a lot of the things that these sisters are battling. But y'all have came to the realization that, wait a minute, that wasn't living. That wasn't the way my path should have went. You see that? And I hope that y'all young sisters online, you younger sisters in here, are listening and adhering to wise wisdom. This is wisdom.
I pray that
This is experience. Right? You listen to the experience of not going down this path that you don't have to go down. Again, choices. Why choose to go down a path that you're going to regret anyway? 10 years, you're going to have regrets, more regrets 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now. You're going to be sitting there like, I didn't have to do that. I had people right next to me telling me not to do that. Not to go down this path, not to go down this road. I don't have to pave my own way, but some of y'all are hard-headed as hell. You're going to be like David getting plagued up. Most High is not going to give you a choice, though. He said, when I come at you like a whirlwind, your desolation is going to be quick. He's not going to give you a choice. Choose your punishment. We're past that. Ain't no angels coming down to give you a choice. Ain't no seers coming to you and say, hey sis, Most High knows you sin. Choose you got 3 punishments for you. Oh, it ain't, no. The thing that you greatly fear is going to come upon you.
Oh my
The
goodness.
thing that you greatly fear is headed for you if you continue down these paths. Listen to wisdom. Listen to experience. Please.
It's not a joke.
It's not. It's not a joke. Y'all have it at your leisure. Use it. You young sisters, you got elder sisters. They're teaching y'all, they're showing y'all. They're giving y'all these testimonies that, look, after all this time, I'm finally figuring it out. I'm finally getting it. And just imagine how many things that you didn't have to go through and deal with if you would have got it earlier. Y'all see that? Gather instruction from your youth up, and you shall find wisdom in your old age. But too many of us are gathering instruction in our old age and then barely having a chance to use it. And you're trying to correct all those old things, but you know, there's so much baggage and things like that there. It's hard. It's harder. Do it now. Young brothers, you got old men around you, men with experience. Use that experience. What's that?
And that's so amazing. I mean, you know, even before I came to this truth, man, it looked like that. I mean, it looked like every time I done something, it was like, man, most I couldn't get away with nothing, man. I'm not lying to y'all. Looked like every time I did something, even with dudes I ran with out there, they would do the same things, but I was always the one with the handcuffs on.
Because the Most High chastised those He loved. That's why. That's why He was trying to. The cuffs was to preserve you and to try to wake you up from keep going down the same paths and coming to this height of filth that a lot of us, our people, succumb to. They get to the height of their filth and then they die. The handcuffs was mercy. Jail was mercy.
Wow.
A lot of our people can't even see jail. They die. They die, or they live a life of torment. So, yeah, the Most High was looking out for you. You know what I mean?
Our praises.
Come. Let's jump back.
Exodus chapter 30, verse 14. Everyone that passeth among them that are numbered from 20 years old and above shall give an offering unto the Most High. The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less. and half a shekel. When they give an offering to the Lord to make an atonement for your souls. And thou shalt take the atonement money of the children of Israel and shalt appoint it for the service of the tabernacle of the congregation, that it may be a memorial unto the children of Israel before the Lord.
Another way for the Most High to get the people to give back towards His purpose. You see that? It was another way. Not saying it was the only reason, but it was another way for the Most High to say, look, you guys got to give back to what you believe in. You got to give back to the purpose. We got to keep things building and growing. Right. And He said, a what? A memorial for how long?
A memorial unto the children of Israel before the Lord, to make an atonement for your soul.
Yeah, see, David lost his memory. He forgot. David should have remembered to do these things. Go ahead.
Verse 17. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Thou shalt also make a laver of brass, and his foot also of brass, to wash withal. And thou shalt put it between the tabernacle of the congregation,
Right.
and the altar.
So, what was this about? Anybody? What was this representation of? That water between the altar and the people. It's easy. Y'all know it. You talk about it all the time. It was Yahushai. It represented Yahushai, that water. Right? Before you come to the Father, you got to go through Christ. Yahushai was that water. He was that mediator. He was that go-between. Right. Right? Before you come to the Father, you better get cleaned up. How are you going to get cleaned up? Right? Go to Colossians real quick, 3 and 9. Go to Isaiah real quick. Somebody give me Isaiah 1:21. Somebody get me, yeah, I think it's Isaiah 1:21 real fast also.
Isaiah 1:21?
Wash me, cleanse me. Wash you. Yeah, Isaiah 1:16. Salah.
Isaiah chapter 1, verse 16.
Go ahead.
Wash you.
Read.
Make you clean.
Make you what?
Make you clean.
Go ahead.
Put away the evil of your doings.
Now we know that it wasn't going to be water, physical water that was going to wash us and cleanse us to make you put away the evil, but that was a representation, right? It was a representation of the things to come. The Old Testament, the things we did in the Old Testament, the diverse washings, those baptisms, the immersing things in water, they were the representation of the things to come that Christ was going to deliver to us now and in the kingdom. He said, do what? Read it again.
Wash you, make you clean.
Right.
Put away the evil of your doings.
Read.
From before mine eyes.
And also, the Most High didn't want us coming up in this temple dirty as hell. I mean, let's just be real. He didn't want you walking through the temple with dirty mud feet, dirt from your feet, tracking through the clean temple. Your dirty hands, you done been guiding your goat for your sin up to the temple. He didn't want you with goat hands and turtle dove hands and sheep fur hands. He didn't want that. The Most High was about keeping things clean, keeping things organized, keeping things orderly. So yes, that water was also to keep your hand, a physical cleaning. Right? But remember, the law is spiritual. Remember that scripture? The law is spiritual, but I am carnal, sold under sin, Romans 7. The law is spiritual. So this was spiritual. Not just a physical water washing. This was a representation of the Spirit of Christ. Go ahead.
Cease to do evil.
Read on.
Learn to do well.
Wait, do what?
Learn to do well.
How does water teach me? How does water teach me? Well, it doesn't. Go ahead.
Seek judgment. Relieve the oppressed.
Right.
Judge the fatherless.
Read.
Plead for the widow.
See, these were the things that the Most High was pushing back in the Old Testament. In Moses' time, he gave constant reminders of these things. Don't go to Colossians, go to Psalms 119 and verse 9.
God. Book of Psalms, chapter 119, and verse 9.
Right?
Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his way?
Right. I mean, come on. This is this is David, right? Why would he have to ask that when David knew about the water at the temple? He knew about the water between the people and the Most High. Why would he have to ask, well, how do I get clean? He didn't know about baths. David didn't know how to wash his hands. He knew how to be purged thoroughly with hyssop. So David didn't know how to wash because it wasn't about that water. Go ahead.
By taking heed.
Right, by what?
Taking heed.
Listening, being attentive. Go ahead.
Thereto according to thy word.
Right, man. Following the word. Y'all see that?
St. John.
Where you want to go?
St. John 15 and 3.
St. John chapter 15.
Yeah, a lot of us are dealing with. A lot of us are dealing with the script, like the scriptures say, spiritual wickedness in high places. And to you, it might not seem so high. It might not seem wicked, but it's there, right? The word, the Bible, the Spirit is showing us how to alleviate ourselves of those chains, of those torments. You got to take heed of the word. What is it? What does it always go back to? It always goes back to studying and meditating in the word. It always goes back to that. I always ask people that have their little social media addictions, how has it ever helped you? When social media itself, they run their own studies and they come up with the conclusion that, man, our app is killing people. I was just showing my daughters yesterday, look, Instagram, they admit their app causes young females to commit suicide and to be depressed. So how the hell is it helping you? Their own studies, when they study their own data, they're like, oh yeah, we just caused this amount of suicides in America. Why would you give yourself over to that? And then obviously, if you have to keep self medicating with your little social media fix or your drug fix or your weed demon or your lust demon, your porn demon, whatever demon it is, your edible demon, whatever it is, if you got to keep self medicating, it means it's not working. It's a band-aid for a moment. It's a band-aid for, why don't you just get the fix? Why don't you get the real cleansing? But again, it goes back to belief. I believe it because the Bible says it, but I've also tried it. Right? The Bible says, hold on to the things that you're assured of. I've been assured that it works because I've first tried it. But how can you be assured if you don't try? See, it's one of those things where I don't know if that's going to work. Well, have you tried it? Well, no, because I don't know if it's going to work. So then what has to be nestled right in between, have you tried it? No, and I don't know if it's going to work. The F word. The F word, right? Faith. 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 That little thing has to be there, inserted right in between those two conundrums. Right? It's like a catch-22 type of thing where I didn't try it because I don't know if it's going to work, and I don't know if it's going to work because I haven't tried it. Well, faith has to be, boop. Oh, wow. Well, I tried because I had faith, and then it worked, so I'm going to keep doing it because it works. Now you're like, well, I'm going to keep doing it because it works. And it works, so I'm going to keep doing it. You see how that concept changes? A lot of us haven't gotten to that point yet. We're still like, well, it doesn't work, but I haven't tried it. And I haven't tried it because it doesn't work.
I don't know how it's going to work.
I don't know. Yeah, it's faith. You got to give yourself a chance and use faith and just do something. Do the opposite of what you always do. Some of us got so many addiction demons. You're addicted to, it's so bad. It's like a child. It's like a child, man, where you put it away from you, and then you get antsy, and you're like, oh, gotta get back on there. And then you put it away, and you get it, oh, gotta get back on there. But like, cleanse yourself of that. I mean, let's think about it. Don't you feel tormented? Don't you feel like you're being ripped in two trying to appease one spirit and fulfill another? Doesn't it hurt? I mean, damn. Aren't you tired? Like the other day, I asked, who in here is tired? Who in here needs some rest, right? And a lot of y'all raised y'all hands. Physically tired, emotionally tired, drained, spiritually drained. But how can you be spiritually drained when you got the access? When you got the lightning bolt right here. You got the literal lightning rod coming down out of the heavens that should be giving you a jolt of energy daily. But you're not hooking yourself up to it. You're hooking up to what drains you. This device, it drains you. It sucks physically the energy out of you. Mentally, it sucks the energy out of you. Spiritually, it kills you. Right? Again, you got people committing suicide off of these apps.
Yes, sir.
You got people dying behind Instagram, Facebook, social media, TikTok, the one that the kids is on, Discord. It gets funky on Discord. Y'all got children, you better go up in their phone and make sure they ain't on Discord. Because they on there talking all types of recklessness. And they have multiple, you have a conversation with 9, 10, 15 people, randoms. Random grown people. You just be in there just, hey, how's your day? Great. What are you up to? And then all of a sudden, you keep, you're like, oh, wait, what's going on here? Discord. Yeah, I think it started out as some type of gaming messenger. Okay. Then it adopted over into, young people. They turn anything into something. I'm telling y'all. Wow. But some of us are like little children. Little children addicted to the wrong things. We talked about it on Wednesday. I don't want to go back all through that. But my question is, aren't you tired? Aren't you tired of the anguish of the going back and forth? Aren't you tired of trying to split yourself in two? I would be. Come to the cleansing. Read it.
John chapter 15, verse 3.
Right?
Now ye are clean through the word.
Yeah, wait, you're clean through social media.
Through the word.
Through Instagram.
Through the word.
Through Snapchat.
Through the word.
Through what your mama said.
Through the word.
Church.
The word.
Islam is going to clean you.
Through the word.
No. Surely when Jada Pinkett Smith shaved her head off and sat in front of Will Smith in the red table, that cleaned you up.
The word.
All the weed smoking.
The word.
All the alcohol.
The word.
All the porn.
The word.
Read.
Which I have spoken unto you.
That's the only thing. Try it out. Most High said, taste and see that the Lord is good.
Man.
He said, try me out. Try me out. Don't you? Isn't that how you examine if you like a food? You dabble your fork and you dip a little bit on the tip of your. Oh yeah, I like that. Right? Most High said, just give me a taste. Just put a little bit of me on your tongue and just let your taste buds marinate. Right? And you let the palate, you let it all sink in, and you think on it, and you're like, oh wait, it's a little nutty flavor. Man, I like the way the sugar cuts the acidity. Right? The oil got a light oil flavor. Like you sitting there breaking down because that's how your brain reacts to the food. Nutty, raisin, this, that, right? And Most High said, look, just dab me on your tongue. Just give me a little taste. You know what? Just read a chapter. That's all you gotta do. Just ask a question of what's really on your mind. You know what? I know I don't ask questions, but I got a question, sir. Right? Just taste and see. That's all he's saying. He ain't saying you got to dive all the way in right away. But some of us been here too long, and you haven't even got you still parched. You still dry in the throat because you're supposed to be drinking this milk. You're supposed to be eating this word. But you still apprehensive. Like, I don't like greens. Right? It don't look good. Like, what's that? I don't like asparagus. Right? The Bible looks like asparagus and Brussels sprouts to some of us. I love Brussels sprouts. I love asparagus. A little salt, a little roast. Cut them suckers in half and just roast them. Salt, pepper, little balsamic vinaigrette with a little olive oil. Woo! That's some good eating. Some good eating. Right? But some of us is, it's too green for me. Where's the protein? You're making up excuses. It's not sweet enough. Like, what the hell? Did you try it? Or you just going off of sight? You just going off of what you heard, what you feel. Most High said taste and see. Just try it. Maybe you might benefit, man. Maybe you might actually like it. If you just really try with an open mind and an open heart. This was always Israel's problem. Closed-minded, stony heart. Remember, he said, circumcise the foreskins of your mind. Get from you that stony heart. You can't let nothing in, right? But you can't put nothing out. You blocked off. Too many of us are blocked off. We got to be cleansed from that. Go ahead, read it again.
John chapter 15, verse 3.
Right?
Now ye are clean through the word which I have spoken unto you.
Right?
Abide in me.
Do what?
Abide in me.
Stay with me. Abide means to stay a little while. You know that one person that you thought you never liked? And then when you hung out with them for a little while, you're like, he's actually a cool guy. You know, at first, I wasn't messing with him. But, I hung out with him a little bit, and, he ain't that bad.
I'm that guy.
No, he ain't that guy. He's got.
No one likes me at first.
No, the Most High is that. No, the Most High is that guy for a lot of people. Like, I don't like him. Him mean. The Most High is mean to me. Well, did you kick it with him for a little bit to see that he's not? Did you get on his good side? Did you really understand why he was upset with you? It's like children. Like when you're the strict parent and your children are like, you're mean. And it's like, did you sit back down? Did you sit down with me and let me explain to you where my meanness comes from? It's really just love. It's really just trying to look out for your well-being. And when you start to put all the checks and balances and you look at all the amenities that you get as a child, and then you look at the one instance where your dad is mean, you're like, oh yeah, he ain't really that mean. He's actually a good guy, a nice guy, trying to do better, trying to make sure things are better. We do that with the Most High. He's mean, but he said abide, stay a little while, right? Get to know me. Get to know me. I'm not that bad. He's not bad. He's not a bad father. He just cares. And sometimes his care is to step back and let you touch and taste and get a taste of the other side. Go ahead.
Abide in me, and I in you.
And what?
And I in you.
There's a reciprocal there. You abide with him, and he'll be in you. Read.
As the branch cannot bear fruit of itself.
And that's what he's letting us know. We can't do things on our own. Whenever we take it upon ourselves, man, what happens? Well, whatever fruit you thought you was bringing forth is sour grapes. It's sour. You get sour peaches and rotting apples. Go ahead.
Except it abide in the vine.
Right. That's it on that. Go back to where you were.
I'm in Exodus chapter 30, verse 18. I'm starting 19 again. Thou shalt also make a laver of brass, and his foot also of brass, to wash withal. And thou shalt put it between the tabernacle of the congregation and the altar. And thou shalt put water therein.
Right, so we had a little basin, not with sitting water. There was running water. Why could the water just not sit? Why?
It would get dirty.
It would get dirty. Sitting water harbors what? What, Noah?
Dirt.
Dirt and what else? Yeah,
Bacteria.
bacteria. So for all you women out there that like to fill your sink up with a little dishwater and put bleach and all that stuff, stop doing that. The Bible says use running water. You can't let water sit in a basin. I don't care how much you bleach it down. I don't care how much you put soap in it. It's going to collect bacterium. Get it? I know you're trying to conserve water and get your light bill down, your water bill down. Remember back in the day when everything affected the light bill? Why you walking through so loud through my house? You making my light bill go up. Like, really? Why you talking so loud? You making my light bill go up. You making my water bill go up. Really? No. Do what the law says. What's that?
That's funny.
What's that, sis?
Well, thank y'all for that, because that's what I do. I let my water run, and I get fussed at for that, but I say, I'd rather let it run
Yeah, like, you know, it's an old,
That's good to know.
it's an old tactic that a lot of women do. They fill up one side of the sink with water, or they'll fill up something with water and let the water sit, tip a little bleach in there, and not think about it. But it will collect dirt and bacteria. It just does. It's sitting water. Bleach only kills what? 99.99% of what? Bacteria. So there's a 0.1% that there's gonna be some bacteria in them dishes.
You don't want that 1
You don't want that 1%. That's the Rona.
point.
That's the Rona in some form.
It's true.
Now, I'm not sitting there saying let your sink water just run the whole time you do dishes. Be strategic. But we use... Huh? Oh, yeah, nice. Yeah, but remember, we use running water to keep things flowing. It even tells you that in your body, if your blood ain't flowing the right way, if things are not moving in your body and they become stagnant, you will die. Because flow equals life, right? When things are flowing, when things back up, like your valves, that's where disease comes in. When your blood stops moving the right way, that's where heart attacks and high blood pressure and things like that set in, blood clots set in. It's the same concept. Again, another cleanliness tip that, you know, I know we've been taught. Well, my mama did that. My grandmama and them, they had to collect water back in them days, some of them, because there was no running water. We got running water now. Who ain't got running water? Right. I mean, I got running water, right? We don't have to go out to the well and collect water and then do all that. We're not in slavery like that no more. You know what I'm saying? So some of the tactics that were employed at that time, nah, yeah. So let's read on.
Exodus chapter 30, verse 19.
Right?
For Aaron and his sons shall wash their hands and their feet thereat.
That's what the lever and stuff was for, to get that water flowing. Go ahead.
Verse 20. When they go into the tabernacle of the congregation, they shall wash with water,
Right?
that they die not.
That what? Woo.
That they die not.
See that? Because again, what was the water representing? Was it just them washing their hands and feet? No, that was the representation of Yahweh Shai. You cannot come to the Father unless you go through the Son first. So anybody, oh, Christ in the Old Testament, well, here he is. He just ain't called Christ, he's called water. He's called water.
Wow, man.
All right, he ain't called Yahweh Shai at this time. He didn't need to be Yahweh Shai. He was water. He was water. Okay, he was the concept of trying to clean up before you step to the Father.
So you don't die.
So you don't die, man. We can't stand the power of the Most High. Who could stand before the Father and live?
Yeah.
Nobody, man. You better come to the Son and get refined. You know when something is so pure and you put something that's impure next to it, and that pure thing just swallows up that impure thing? The purity is the Most High, and the impure thing is us. And Yahweh Shai is just the right thing to get us to where we can stand before the Most High. To get us cleaned up just enough to say, okay, he's a little bit worthy. She's a little bit worthy to stand. But without Yahweh Shai, without all these things that were set up, man, we'd be dropping dead like flies. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
Verse 20, we said it says, or when they come near to the altar to minister, to burn offering made by fire unto the Lord. So they shall wash their hands and their feet, that they die not. And it shall be a statute forever to them, even to him, to his seed throughout their generations.
Watch. Right.
Moreover,
Go ahead.
the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, take thou also unto thee principal spices
Oh, I love this one.
of pure myrrh, 500 shekels, and of sweet cinnamon half so much, even 250 shekels, and of sweet calamus
Right, wait, sweet cannabis?
Sweet Calamus.
Sweet Mary Jane?
Sweet Calamus.
Sweet ganja.
Sweet Calamus.
I don't know like how to spell cannabis off the top of my head all the time, but I know it ain't spelled like that. All these damn weed heads. They love to go to the scripture and say, see, this is where the Most High told us to use weed. Okay, but even then,
He saying smoking though.
he didn't say to smoke it. Monkey. He didn't say to smoke it.
Oh boy.
He didn't say to smoke it. I'm gonna use Zion's term, you big dummy.
Recreation or for recreation
Recreation.
to eat it.
Right, he didn't say, oh, make gummies out of it. Right, he didn't say make weed cookies and brownies.
Oh my goodness.
Right? You big dummy. Use Zion's words.
Yeah.
You big dummy. Right? He didn't say to use that. But the point is this. When y'all get a chance, look up the Calamus plant. You ever see those plants that grow in swampy areas and it has that long white stalk? And it has it's like a long strand. You can look it up. Long little white stalk and like probably one leaf that comes out of it. Now you tell me if that looks like a cannabis plant. Calamus and cannabis. Two different words, like vacation and vocation.
Wow.
Two different words mean two different things. But the weed dummies love to go here like, but Moses used it in the temple. But no, he didn't. And even if it was it wasn't what you use it for.
Oh, man.
It wasn't what you use it for. Now, are we saying that the cannabis plant is wicked? No, it's not. It's not wicked.
Right.
It's wicked the way America taught us to use it. It's wicked the way we use it. It's wicked because now you got to put it in some gummies to get your body high. Now they got to dip it and triple dip it in THC for you to get some crazy high off of it. Listen, I remember when I was 16, 17, I used to grow marijuana plants in my house. Not to smoke. It was just a plant. We used to grow them all through my house. My dad would just grow. My dad don't smoke, mind you. My dad don't smoke. I didn't smoke at that time, but he would just grow the plant. And then guess what the plant would do? You wouldn't harvest it and pick the leaves and dry them. The plant would just die. The leaves and everything would wither away because that's what it does. And then when it was time, it would in its season, because that plant is seasonal. Guess what it would do? The roots are still in the pot. You water it, that plant would spring back up. Whoop. Then it would shrink down and dry. That's how you know you're supposed to harvest it. Wow. It'll start to dry out on its own. See, people don't even know about apothecary and plants and things like that. It grows, it dries on its own. Then you know it's time to harvest it for whatever you want to harvest it lawfully. You didn't have to get extra lights, fluorescent bulbs, hydroponics, right? You didn't have to get a drying machine, little baggies, right? You didn't have to do all that.
Boy.
It would do it on its own. But why do you gotta get extra lights, extra baggies, hydroponics? Because you're trying to force that plant to be something that it's not.
That's right.
Don't y'all get it? You're trying to force that plant to be what you want it for, not for what it was created for. And that's our problem. That's Cain, man. That's a Cain mentality. Cain had to force that ground to produce. He had to go work that ground and till that ground. He had to force things to come from that earth. That was his curse. You forcing the damn ganja plant to grow abundantly with all types of crystal buds, and I got the Incredible Hulk mixed with the Iron Man. Wow. I got the Civil War mixed with it. Like what? Like that? I got the Ukraine mixed with Russia. What the World War III, my nigga? I got that World War III. Like, who the hell want to smoke World War III? Am I gonna die?
I got that death.
I got that death. Like, nigga, I would smoke this and die? But that's what some of us are looking for. You're looking for that death. But you get that death. You get that death when you puff, puff, puff. When you put that smoke in the air, you call those demons. I always say it. Remember that spring of killings, Sandra Bland, the brother, what's his name, Alton Sterling, the brother that got strangled out in the Bronx by the cops. Remember, Trayvon Martin, Mike Brown, those all happened, if I'm not mistaken, in the same year. And when you look at what was going on with those people, Mike Brown, they say he was stealing cigars to go light up his weed. They say that Trayvon Martin was, this is what they say he was something to do with cigarettes. Right? You had Sandra Bland, she was lighting up a cigarette while she was going off on the cops. Oh, Philando Castile, remember him?
Yeah.
I just rewatched that the other day. But if you don't know the story behind that, everybody's like, oh, well, he just got shot in the car. The day before, he was rolling in the same car, smoking weed with his daughter in the car, putting them demons in the air. That smoke got spirits on it. Don't y'all realize that?
They do.
The smoke got spirits on it. The smoke can bring demons or blessings.
That's true.
So when you puffing that ganja in the air, what you bringing?
That's true.
When you puffing that tobacco in the air, what are you bringing? It's just a wood tip black and mild. What are you bringing? What are you calling? We know that smoke can heal, right? Where did we learn that from? Go there. Let's go to Tobit. Let's go to Tobit real quick. Give y'all a little quick weed class. Oh yeah, Sabbath class be getting me turned up, man. I'm sorry. I know I'd be turned up.
Come on with it.
Watch. Remember when Raphael was rolling with Tobias, and he told him to take the liver and the gall of the fish and burn it and create a smoke to help relieve Sarah of the spirits, the devil Asmodeus that was on her. She was possessed by a devil. Right? Where you at? It's Tobit 6 and verse 17. Read that.
Tobit, chapter 6, verse 17.
Read 16.
Verse 16. When thou shalt come into the marriage chamber, then shalt thou take ashes of perfume,
Right?
and shalt lay upon them some of the heart and the liver of the fish.
So he's going to take ashes of perfume, the heart and liver of a fish. Go ahead.
And shall make a smoke with it.
Shall do what?
And shall make a smoke.
Shall
with
do
it.
what?
And shall make a smoke with
He
it.
said, don't smoke it, but make a smoke. Because when you burn these things, they start to smoke. And what was going to happen? Read.
And the devil shall smell it.
Right?
And flee away.
Wait, he was going what?
And flee away.
So when you smoking certain things and making a smoke with your ganja and your nicotine, the devil ain't running. That nigga's coming right next to you like, let me get a hit.
Good.
Damn, you got that Calamus? Let me get some. See, he's stingy with the weed. Right? He's stingy with the blunt. When you light up, for you damn weed heads out there, when you start lighting up your blunt, your tobacco, your K12, K2, whatever the hell it's called, your synthetic weed, when you putting embalming fluid, what's the other thing they be smoking? Crack. We forgot about crack.
Oh my goodness.
You ever smell crack? What that smells like?
Smoking regular herb now.
Wow.
Wait, say it again.
They just smoking regular herb.
What you mean regular herb?
Like green tea.
Oh!
Herb, roses.
Are you serious? Yeah, but that don't help.
They just roll it up and smoke it.
That don't help.
Man.
That's not what you were supposed to light as an incense.
That's right.
That's why Aaron's sons got put to death and burnt to a crispy nugget where they stood. Now it doesn't say what they lit in their censer, but it wasn't what the Most High commanded.
Right.
Remember, he said the law is not grievous. My commandments are not grievous. They're not hard to be understood. He told us what to burn and what not to burn. Right? He gave us laws according to what to confect together for an incense and a perfume. He didn't say roll up roses. He didn't say smoke lilies.
Smoke potpourri.
He didn't say smoke potpourri. Put Lipton tea bags together and act like you're smoking weed. He didn't say that.
Cold.
Right.
He didn't say that. But you got your big dummies, right? Y'all sitting there smoking regular herb. That ain't no better. Tobacco is a regular herb.
Yep.
Marijuana or cannabis is a regular herb. Hemp is a regular herb. Right? right? Y'all getting GMO weed and thinking that, oh, that's what it really is. If you ever really just took a seed of a weed and of a cannabis plant and plugged it in and grew it and just smoked that little plant, you wouldn't even get high. Not to the level that they're getting high today, where they ripping their shirts off and running through the streets naked, killing each other. You wouldn't get high. That's why they gotta, if you know the process of producing marijuana and getting that sticky, icky, ooey, right? They put it in THC baths, let it dry. Then they re-dip it, let it dry. Then they re-dip it. THC deals with the mental. It's a psychotropic type of drug. I'm probably using the wrong word. Psychedelic, but it messes with here, right? So the more you add this THC, the stronger it's going to be in THC content. The higher you're going to be, the more influence, right? Regular cannabis that you pull out the ground ain't like that. It's just not. It don't have the smell. My uncle, he was a damn weed head, and he grew it to sell it and smoke it. But even the little weed that he grew in the backyard, think about it, he was growing weed in the backyard in Colorado, of all places. And I'm talking about, he had the 6-foot fence, and that weed was 6 foot high. He had a whole bushel, just bushels of weed. I'm like, damn. But guess what? You couldn't smell it. It didn't have that skunky smell, like it came out the back of a camel. Smell like a donkey pooped it out. It didn't have that smell. You know when you walk past these young kids and like, damn.
Exactly.
Did a skunk? Did you roll into a dead skunk?
It's real loud. It's like,
yeah, it didn't have that because it was the real plant. But the point is, I'm gonna let you come in. He said you're gonna do what? Make a smoke and what? 17.
verse 17. And the devil shall smell it.
Yeah, so what's the devil smelling when you light up? The devil is gonna smell this righteous confection, what the Most High commanded, what the angel set up. Go ahead.
And flee away.
And run. Why are you calling spirits to you?
Wow.
Well, I don't smoke it no more. I just take edibles.
Wow.
I just take edibles. Well, the scriptures talk about using things out of its purpose. The scriptures talk about moderation. You walk around chewing Tylenol?
Being sober minded.
You walk around chewing Advil? You walk around taking muscle relaxers, pooping yourself when you don't need them? I mean, do we?
It's true.
No, you don't. You don't. The ones that do that are addicted. The ones that do that are not sober-minded. The ones that walk around drinking Robitussin with a damn Starburst inside of it, they're addicted. That's a whole nother drug.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right? Jolly Ranchers with the Starbucks mixed with some Sprite.
That's cold.
That's that lean, right?
Call it syrup.
That's scissor.
Deserves.
It's a whole nother demon.
Yeah.
It's a whole nother demon. They're addicted. They looking skinny, they're looking sick. They're influenced by that spirit. Again, when you light up that smoke, what are you calling to yourself? A lot of us got death circling. Just circling us, ready to pounce with every puff, every light up. You got to be careful what you pray and what you burn when you pray.
Yeah.
You better be, you ain't burning cocoa mango and praying. Most I said burn frankincense and myrrh. Burn those things and set your prayers up. You got to be careful what you put out there. Remember, if men can create a way for you to pray to sage and bring demons around you that way,
That's true.
on the negative end, then there got to be a righteous side, right? I was sitting there, now I know why certain cats got so many damn demons on them. Like Kyrie Irving, I can see why he got demons on him. They say he be in the locker room just burning sage. Now, if anybody ever smells sage, that is one of the worst smells you could ever smell.
I hate sage.
It is terrible. You wasn't supposed to burn that. It is terrible. You use it as a herb, you use it for its medical properties, but you weren't supposed to burn that. Charlemagne the God, I can see why he's a faggot. He be sitting right, like now that they do like podcasts and they do everything on video, I'm like, what the hell is he doing? I thought he had a blunt and about to smoke a blunt. He had the little sage wick and he was, wow, what the hell is this nigga doing? Then he stopped and then He started making his little lines, whatever they do, and I'm like, whoa, this is what these cats is on.
Dang.
The Wiccans, the witches, they on sage burning.
Damn.
Right, so they do it for the left-hand side, right? The Most High gave us the right-hand side again. When you burn sage, sisters, you're not white witches. Stop it. You're not Wiccans. You're none of that. When you start burning your sage, what demons are you calling? Well, you're calling the black woman is God demon, right? Because usually the ones that burn sage, that's what they believe. They all into that Kemet. The black woman is God. I can't be told nothing. No man can control me. God ain't real because I'm God. That's what demon you call around you. That masculine, no humility, no femininity God.
Wow.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. I'll line 10 of them up here right now. Burning sage, and they'll be having the same mind state. No man can tell me nothing. I'm going to burn my sage. That's going to protect me. Got my little crystals in my hand. Switch those around in my hand, right? My protection crystal, my beads. Because this color protects me from this evil, and this color protects me from that evil. There's a whole level that it goes to once you start lighting up these different herbs and different smokes. So he said the devil is going to smell the smoke and flee. Read.
And never come again.
Right.
Anymore.
Read.
But when thou shalt come to her, rise
Right,
up.
no, and that's it on that. That's the point. But every time you light, remember, every time you light your cigarette, every time you light your cigar, just because you don't inhale cigar smoke don't mean it's not a demon. Go find out where mouth cancer comes from.
That's true. Teeth also.
Go find out where Michael Jordan's teeth look like this highlighter. Nigga's a billionaire and his teeth look like this.
Dang.
Michael Jordan, yeah. Go look at his mouth. He got good teeth, but they look like little yellow chiclets. Because he loves smoking cigars. And they tell you, how do you smoke a cigar? Well, you swish around the smoke in your mouth and you let it hit your throat and you let it rub around on your Adam's apple and then you got dirty cigar mouth smell. Black and mild breath. Who the hell want that?
That's true.
Who wants black and mild breath? And Newport menthol breath. Nobody wants to be around that. Alcohol breath is bad. Coffee breath is bad. At least you can brush and get rid of that. You can't get rid of cigar, black and mild breath. That thing stains your palate and your tongue. Weed breath. It takes years for that stuff to come out of your chemistry.
That's true.
Come up out of your clothes. Come up out of your hair. That's why a lot of people that they smoke and then they find out, like, oh damn, you know what? Shouldn't have did. Then they get the reminder, oh damn. It's all up in their hair and they gotta cut their hair off, get rid of their clothes, throw away their furniture.
That's true. The whole house.
You gotta get the whole house up out of there. Yeah, you gotta get a whole new car.
Yep.
You gotta get rid of the upholstery. Because them demons start to settle into your fabrics, man.
I see why my uncle so evil.
You said what?
I see why my uncle got so evil.
Because he probably had them demons settling into his damn
My
life.
whole house smell like smoke.
Yeah.
Furniture, everything.
Come on, man. That's the worst smell. Old cigar smoke. At least when we burn the frankincense and myrrh, you walk in, it leaves the frankincense and myrrh smell after all the smoke dissipates. You can come into the school a day or two later and be like, oh damn, I can smell the frankincense and myrrh burning. Right? But that old aged weed, that old tobacco, that old cigar smoke, it stinks when it's dry.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
It's like a plague.
It's nasty, man. I don't even like the smoke of the frankincense and myrrh. I just don't. I wish we had a different way to burn it without the coal. You know what I mean? Where it was just straight fire. Because that coal adds a level of smoke that you wouldn't really get from that either. You see what I'm saying? I wish there was a cleaner way for us to burn it. What's that?
When you burn, this kind of off, but when you burn the incense, you put oil on it.
I do it. Sometimes when I burn that, I throw some olive oil on it. Remember, some of our burnt offerings and meat offering. What was it? It was flour, like it was flour, oil. Yeah. So sometimes I'll throw. We had a bag of flour up here one time. We had the coal. We throw some flour, some oil. Smell like a barbecue. Smell like a fish fry.
Smell like a fish fry.
Most High is definitely a black man. want the place to smell like fried fish, right? Like fried fish, man. Because at least you can distinctly say, oh, that smells good. Good some fish, right? Mingle that with some flour, a little bit of olive oil. Woo! We in there, right? Smell like mama house,
Goodness.
right? But all that other stuff, like you walk into a house smelling like sage and you want to vomit. Sage makes you want to vomit when you smell it. Nobody can tell me nothing different. Oh well, it's an acquired scent. Well, that's not what I'm gonna be acquiring in my database. Oh man, because it stinks. It stinks. What's that?
Question: where did that concept come from with the sage? Because I was speaking to somebody about it. Was my sister bought it,
Right.
And they were saying, well, mom, she was talking about my mother, saying that mom wants to burn sage, and I said, sage ain't the way to go. You gonna go with frankincense and myrrh if that's what you're gonna do.
Yeah.
But where did they get this concept of sage?
Well, I'll be honest, I don't know the in-depth information on it. I just know that, like, you got the white witches, the Wiccans, they were into the sage burning because they believe it's just like any other thing. Where do these concepts come from? Well, they come from man. Believing that, okay, this God is, I don't want to serve the Most High,
Right.
but this God is going to, watch, when we get into Kings, you're going to see. But this God is going to appease me on this end. I like serving this God because I don't have to be accountable on this side.
Okay.
So you know what? I'll burn sage, because when I burn sage, it doesn't invoke in me certain things that if I did the frankincense and myrrh and the righteous things are going to invoke. There's a level of accountability that doesn't have to be had.
Okay.
It's pride. It's the left hand side. Why do the Levites now sacrifice? They still do their sacrifice, right? But why do they sacrifice to the voodoo gods? So wait, so are we not? No, we're not supposed to burn sage. No, you're not. Right. The brother asked, so are we not supposed to burn sage for any reason? There's no reason to burn it.
Right.
There's no reason to burn it. What are you trying to invoke? Remember, everything is spiritual. Everything is spiritual. Everything has a spiritual attachment to it. Now, I'll say this. It doesn't say thou shalt not burn sage, right? But it also doesn't say thou shalt not burn tobacco, thou shalt not burn crack,
Right.
coca, right? Because cocaine, right? What does it tell us to do with the herbs? Sage is a herb. Watch. Check this out. Let me show y'all something. Medical properties of sage. Okay, so check this out. So here are 12 surprising health benefits of sage. High in several nutrients. Now, when things are high in nutrient content, once you put fire to it, what does that do?
Destroy.
Beside, the only thing that really goes against that is broccoli. Broccoli, when you heat it up, it brings out more nutrients. But most of your vegetables and herbs, when you light a fire to them, you destroy the nutrient content. So there goes your nutrients that you need. Loaded with antioxidants. Fire destroys antioxidants, heat. If you heat up blueberries, if you heat up pomegranate, right? That's why when you get blueberry juice, pomegranate juice, they pasteurize it. They kill a lot of the nutrient content. You want raw blueberries, raw pomegranate to get the highest antioxidant and nutrient content, right? But with the little bit of heat, that 175 degrees or whatever they put it under, it destroys the nutrients, just not all of them. So they can still say, well, high in antioxidants, because it'll still be higher than most foods. But heat destroys antioxidants. May support oral health. So what's that telling you about it? How is it going to support your oral health? How would you administer it? If smoke destroys your teeth, your gums, and gives you mouth cancer, bad breath, you would more than likely make an oil, or you would take the actual herb and chew it. Right? Just like clove. Anybody ever eat cloves in here? I love cloves. You can chew cloves, and if you have problems with your teeth, it numbs your mouth. Cloves is good. Yeah, you put it in your juice. You can boil it, drink the tea. Cloves are antiviral, antioxidant, antifungal, and antibacterial. They got more properties than weed. if you look at the scale, they're anti the 4 major categories. Why you ain't smoking cloves? If it's all about it's good for my health, right? So let's go through it because this is just common sense. May ease menopause systems, right? Reduce blood sugar levels. So how is smoking anything going to affect your blood sugar? You would have to consume it for it to go into your stomach and then enter your bloodstream in a food way, right? May support memory and brain health. Show me a damn weed head that got a good memory. Where is he? Because I watched Half Baked, and Dave Chappelle was dumb as hell in that movie. The whole point was that they didn't remember a damn thing. They forgot that they were high. Right? Mike, talk to me. You looking at me real intense. What's up? Mike is locked in. I'm like, wait a minute. What's going on? But am I lying? Right? Not to put you on blast, but you used to smoke, right? Now, can you attest that your memory wasn't the greatest at that time? That's all I'm saying. I'm not putting that in his head or anything like that. What's that, sis?
Okay, now you know, I don't really care for the frankincense smell, but I mean, I've gotten accustomed to it since I've been here.
Okay.
Now, I like my home to smell fresh and clean.
Right? That's fine.
And I use a lot of the Bath and Body Works, so is that still okay to do?
Yes, that's okay. That's okay. Like I like Cocoa Mango and I like Bath and Body. I like plugins and like you walk in my house, sometimes it smells like more food and dirty kids than anything. And then but if I'm setting up prayers and things like that, I'm not pulling the Bath and Body Works candle out, walking around and Yahweh. Right. No, I got a burner just like this.
Okay.
I throw my call on, throw my frankincense and myrrh. I walk through my house, set up prayers. Ask the Most High to cleanse them demons up out of there and cleanse the space. Just what they do with the sage. They do that to cleanse the space. Right, but it ain't cleansing the space. It's bringing more demons in. Right. It's bringing more spirits in. Right? Because there's 2 ends to the spectrum. Right? What's that?
So I was looking it up. So it's funny because Ricardo used to be filthy, right?
Right. Bandolero.
It's smudging. That's what you call it.
Call it smudging, right? Sage smudging, right?
Sage smudging.
Enlighten us.
So even on Wikipedia.
Because you're smudging out demons?
No, even on check this out.
Answer
Answer your question, yes.
Okay.
That's what the hype was, right? But for example, in Mexico, you have what they call a curandero. Curandero was a healer.
Right. Okay.
Right. But we already knew that they were.
It was capping.
It was cap, but it was like.
Brujeria.
Yeah, brujeria.
Yeah, they were witchcrafting.
But just going through Wikipedia on this, I ain't gonna read it, but basically it's saying that the Native Americans were the ones who were committing this folly because of the idolatry. Well, obviously not because of the idolatry.
Yeah, they
were
were
kingdom that was
the
filled with
tobacco,
idolatry.
the smoke signals, the tobacco,
all that.
Yeah.
All that.
And that's the thing. A lot of customs. Our people, man, we created a lot. We fell into a lot of wickedness and brought it to the world.
That's true.
You know what I mean? The tobacco smoking, the peace pipes, all that stuff. That was the Native Indians doing that. With their long pipes, sending smoke signals out to the next camp, and we weren't supposed to be doing it like that. What's that?
I was a big time marijuana smoker myself in our younger days. And I'm telling you, I struggle with memory issues. I'm still right now.
You still now?
Yeah, I'm still dealing with memory issues now. I mean, I done got a hell of a lot greater with it than I once was before, but I know each day go by, even more and more of it is disintegrating out of my system. But it did damage.
Yeah.
It did long-term damage effects to my brain.
Yep.
People don't want to admit that, but it did.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah. One of the other things of sage, protect against certain cancers. So I'm going to smoke it and protect myself against one cancer, but then give myself lung cancer on the back end, throat cancer, nasal cancer. It just doesn't make sense.
Don't.
Smoking anything is not good. It doesn't matter what it is.
True.
Right? Inhaling that smoke into your lungs of anything is going to be toxic Your lungs weren't built for that. That's why it doesn't matter what it is. Even if you took this and, like, we don't take this and light it and then, right? Because you do that, you, right? Why? Because that's not for your lungs to inhale like that. We light it, we move it away from us, let it do its thing, and then what's left, the smoke is gone. It's out. Is it out? Unlift that top off. Add some stuff to that. It needs some additions. Let's get it real righteous up in here. Now that I'm talking about this smoke, get these demons away. But let's be clear about another thing. Lighting frankincense and myrrh, like, remember, this ain't no spooky type of thing where I'm gonna light frankincense and myrrh and all of a sudden I'm gonna be healed.
That's right.
No. No, you're doing these things in conjunction with all the other things in righteousness that we're supposed to be doing. The prayer, the alms, the giving, the charity, the love, the living in the law. Y'all get that? It ain't just all I'm gonna light frankincense and myrrh and all of a sudden I'm righteous. Hell to the no. You have to do all the things in the law. You have to be trying to do the law, trying to serve the Most High. Love him with all your heart. Love your neighbor as yourself. Those things. And then it'll make these things of effect.
Right. I was going to say, it's actually just a form of wearing the fringes.
Yeah.
You know, keeping the law, keeping your mind focused and purifying your mind of what you're doing while you're doing this.
Again, wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his way by taking heed to the word. Not just burning frankincense and myrrh. Not just wearing fringes. Not just wearing a beard. Not just sitting in class, but taking heed to the things that are being spoke about. Watch, sage is very high in vitamin K. And it also contains vital minerals like magnesium, zinc, and copper. I always talk about magnesium and zinc. Those are the two major minerals you need in your body. Heat destroys those minerals. Heat destroys those minerals, and you're not going to get enough of it in a damn blunt or in some damn smudging. You don't get zinc and magnesium through smoke. You have to ingest those minerals. They're metals. And metal, you got to ingest those things. Y'all see that? So sage is a herb that can be ingested. I used to have it in the oil. Boop, in my water, bam. Right? Clove, boop, in the water, bam. I had edible frankincense and myrrh. Boop, in the water, bam. It's good for you. They have minerals. They have healing properties, anti-inflammatory, anti-aging, antioxidant, antibacterial, fungal, all those different things, right? Read. Sorry, still confused. Be patient with me. The sister just asked, can she burn stuff to make her house smell nice? And we say that's okay. When it is okay and not okay, scripturally, to burn any substance, whether it be candles, oils, etc. Well, again, it goes into what are you burning it towards? Like, I know that if I put a plug-in, a Glade plug-in into my wall, and it's like one of my favorite smells is I like patchouli and vanilla. There's like a patchouli vanilla that they have at Bath and Body. I love that. I love warm vanilla sugar, right? I like those deep warm smells, right? But when I walk into my house and I inhale the plug-in, I don't automatically start praying to the vanilla gods or to the patchouli gods. You remember, what is it associated with?
Right.
It's no different than, do we wear skull and bones?
La.
No, right? Because what is it associated with?
Gone.
Right? Is it wicked to wear skulls and bones?
La.
Is it wicked to burn sage
La.
or to use it?
La.
No, it's not. But what have we been taught to burn it towards? What is it attached to? That's why I keep saying there's spiritual attachments to everything. Do it. The rainbow. I'm using all these different examples to show you. Is the rainbow wicked?
La.
Would you wear it?
La.
See? Why?
Because what it represents.
What it represents. So now it's not even just a matter of is it wrong or right? What does it represent? Because the good things, watch. Go to Ecclesiastes. This might make it clear. The good things created from the beginning. Turn to evil? Yeah. Ecclesiastes. Third. Ecclesiastes 39 and verse 25.
Ecclesiastes chapter 39, verse 25.
Read.
For the good are good things created from the beginning.
See, for the good are good things created from the beginning. Sage, marijuana, or cannabis, whatever you want to call it. Tobacco, coca, the coca plant, right? The one they make cocaine out of. That was there in the beginning. The Bible says it. Go to Genesis. Would you use the coke plant? Who in here would use the coke plant? Or know what the coke plant's for? What is it for? What is it good for?
It's good for numbing.
It's good for numbing. So before somebody said, let's refine it into a white powder that people were going to sniff up their nose and become cokeheads and then turn it into a hard rock mixed with baking powder and then smoke it and be crackheads, it was good for oral hygiene. It was good if you had mouth problems, you would chew the leaf and it would numb the pain. It's not just for oral, it's actually anesthesia. That's where you get anesthesia from. Right? It's from that plant. Those properties of that plant, that numbing, that numbs those receptors.
Most High had everything set up right.
Con. He did. But he said he did it, he made good things for the good in the beginning. Read it again.
Ecclesiastes chapter 39,
right.
Verse 25.
Right.
For the good are good things created from the beginning.
Right. What do I want? Go ahead. There.
So evil things for sinners.
Wait, he said so he made the good for the good in the beginning. So evil things for sinners. Because what happens? Well, I gave you the coke plant, the coca plant, to be able to numb the pain if you have to do some type of surgical procedure. But your big dummies went and refined it and made it into a powder that people sniffed in their nose to numb their brains from the pains of the world. Then somebody else became even more smarter and said, let's cook this with baking soda and water and Pyrex and make crack.
Yep.
Right? I gave you the marijuana plant for its medical and medicinal properties. But somebody got real smart and said, hey, let's smoke that. And you destroy all the properties and all you got left with is I'm high.
Right.
Right? He gave us the tobacco plant. That got healing properties. Y'all know that, right? Tobacco got healing properties. It's an herb. It's an herb. It has healing properties. But then somebody said, hey, well, let's take tobacco and mix it with nicotine and cleaning products, and now we got cigarettes.
Boy.
You ain't addicted to tobacco, you're addicted to nicotine.
Man.
Right? Let's take you got methamphetamines. Right? Forget about using the herb now. Let's go get dish cleaner, Drano, baking soda. Let's get all these things and cook them. And now we got meth. Come on, man. The evil, the wicked, is cleaning products wicked?
Nah.
Well, they are when you're making meth. Right? Is bleach wicked? No, it is when you try to bathe in it and drink it. Y'all didn't see the woman. Y'all didn't see the woman that was addicted to bleach. She started drinking bleach.
Oh,
She started tipping bleach in her my strange addictions.
Is she still alive?
I don't know. She started drinking it when she was pregnant.
Oh, Lord.
And she's like, well, if my doctors didn't tell me to stop, I wouldn't.
Wow.
But that's what I'm saying. So is sage wicked? No. But why are you burning it? That's the question. What is the use that you have for it? Is it a good use? Or are you trying to conjure up smudging? Are you trying to smudge out demons out your life? You trying to smudge the demons away from you? Well, how come they keep coming back? How come they haven't left yet? How come the smudging ain't working? How come the marijuana smoking it hasn't cleared those demons away from you? How come alcohol? Alcohol comes from what? What does alcohol come from? Rum and grapes, cane, right?
Potato.
Sugar, potatoes. Is potatoes wicked? Is sugar cane wicked? Are grapes wicked? No, they're not. But now when I start drinking a nightcap, a morning rise, Irish coffee in the morning, midday scotch, right, on the rocks, afternoon cap, nightcap, wake up cap,
Everyday cap.
everyday cap. Every day I got to twist off the cap.
That's not in money.
You know when you do this? That sound, what does that sound? Those are them shooters.
Oh, man.
They make that sound when you crack that shooter. Right? When somebody pulls up to you and all you hear is like, damn, is he the nutcracker? What's going on? You just opening shooters and walking around drunk. Liquor ain't wicked. Potatoes ain't wicked. The things that make the Most High gave us these good things. Watch. He's going to give us a list. Watch. I want to go. Watch. Go to read 26.
Genesis chapter 1, verse 26.
No. Go to Genesis. You can stay in Genesis. You're right. Go to Genesis 1:29.
Yeah, it's 29. 26 and 39? 39?
No. Go back to Genesis 1. You're right. You were right. Genesis 1 and 29.
Okay. Genesis chapter 1, verse 29.
Go ahead.
And the Most High said, Behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed.
No. I gave you some herbs.
Every herb bearing seed.
No, I gave you all the herbs except for sage, because that's new. I gave you all the herbs except for cannabis, because that was found on Solomon's grave, according to some retards. I gave you all the herbs except for whatever the coca plant, that was found in Mexico. Right? That's the first place it originated. He said I did what?
Giving you every herb bearing
He
seed.
gave us all the herbs in Genesis, man. And he told us what he intended for us to use them for. Read.
Which is upon the face of all the earth.
Read.
And every tree in the which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed.
Go ahead.
To you it shall be for meat.
The herb is for what?
For meat.
So sage is for what?
For meat.
No, to burn.
For meat.
To smudge.
For meat.
I just like the way it smells.
For meat.
Now, if you understand frankincense and myrrh, it's not a herb. Don't y'all get it? Ooh.
It's heavy, man.
Ooh.
Bark and a sap.
It's a bark and a sap from a tree.
It's heavy, man. Wow.
It's not even a herb. So the Most High gave it to us to use for its intended purpose. Because why? When I light up frankincense and myrrh, I'm not killing the antioxidant properties. I'm not killing any nutrients it might have. I'm not destroying it because it was used and made to burn.
That's right.
Sage, read it again. He said, I gave it to you for what?
For meat.
Marijuana for what?
For meat.
Tobacco for what?
For meat.
Cocaine for what?
For meat.
No, to burn.
For meat.
So, yeah, don't burn sage.
Wow.
Don't burn tobacco. Don't burn marijuana. Don't burn any of that.
It's heavy.
Don't burn it. He didn't give it to you for that. That's what you want to do it with, or use it for.
It's true.
That's what you want to use it for. He gave it to you for a good purpose, and you destroy the purpose. Again, go through the properties. You know what you do? I want everybody, I dare you all, go get marijuana and get the list of properties. And then put it against something like olive leaf. And then my question is, how come you ain't smoking olive leaves? Olive leaf is more powerful than any plant, if you didn't know that. The olive, you got the olive, and you got the leaf that it grows on, the vine.
Oh, man.
Olive leaf is more pungent at destroying virus, bacteria. Listen, when Sadie was alive and he was curing AIDS and herpes, olive leaf. Show me where marijuana is curing AIDS and wiping herpes and syphilis out of people. It's not. How come you ain't smoking olives or olive leaf? How come you ain't smoking mint and patchouli? Those are more powerful than your little whack ganja. How come you ain't smoking things like that? Go look into it. There's more healing properties in olive leaf than marijuana. It's because you want to get high, Craig. It's because you ain't got nothing to do. It's Friday and you want to get high.
Wow, man.
It ain't because you want to be healed from nothing. Stop lying. Y'all be lying, man. Bro, Israel be lying their butt off. I got cataracts. Well, maybe because the smoke is burning your damn eyes out.
Glaucoma.
I got glaucoma. Maybe because the smoke is going into your eyes and burning out your damn eyes. Maybe all that drinking you're doing is burning your damn eyes out.
Wow.
Maybe all that bad eating is burning out your eyes.
Yes.
How you gonna get vitamin? Think about it. You don't eat right, but then you smoke. Nutrients and vitamins make your eyes work. Right? What's one of the best things for your eyes? Goji berries. Higher in beta carotene than carrots and all that other stuff. Them Asians over there, they've been living for 100 years to it, and their eyesight is perfect.
Wow.
Because they take goji berries and they eat those in abundance because the beta carotene for the eyes. That's a mineral. That's a nutrient. How can you get those things if you burn them?
It's true.
Frankincense and myrrh is not a herb, ladies and gentlemen. It's not an herb. Look it up.
So it can't
It's
be
a
burned.
bark and a sap.
Who is it?
It's a bark and a sap. He gave us the herbs for meat, food, oral consumption. And some you may not consume as much as others. Some you may just chew. You eat certain herbs and they'll get you they'll kill menstruation issues. Like sage, if you eat it and you have some women have heavy menstruation and real bad cramping. You can kill that with the food you eat and taking certain herbs. Right? You got problems going to the restroom. Cenopods, or you got certain other herbs. You have certain other herbs that'll help you go to the restroom. Right? And ease your bowels. But too much of them, you'll be going to the restroom and going. Right? You got herbs that'll put a woman in labor. Did you know that? You got herbs that'll strengthen up her uterus. Maca powder. That's good for a man's testosterone, but it's good for a woman's estrogen. It'll strengthen up her uterus when she's pregnant. They use that in South America to keep their women pregnant long term. Meaning going through the whole term of pregnancy. Not keeping them pregnant, you know what I mean? Right? Yeah, she's a lifetime pregnant woman. No. Making them go through the whole 42 weeks or however long it is of pregnancy. It shores up that uterus. They take these herbs, they know about these herbs, man. We don't know, so we misuse them. That's the problem. So, you want your house to smell good? Find a different alternative. Find something else. Yeah, you can use Glade plugins and all that. They're synthetic anyway, don't you know that? That ain't real peppermint you smell it. That's why it smells so good. That ain't real vanilla. Patchouli don't smell like that.
A matrix.
Yeah, that's a synthetic that they put in an oil to make it smell uniform. That's why they all smell the same. It's called quality assurance. It's all synthetic. That's synthetic. This is synthetic. The water is synthetic. It's all synthetic. All that distilled water is synthetic. It's all lab created. Your plugins, your stuff like that is synthetic. Y'all get that? So,
The water. Comment.
oh, let's go back. I rest my case.
Excellent. Prosecution rests his case.
The prosecution rests his case. No. Listen, yeah, I'm the defense, right?
Exodus chapter 30.
No, but really, I want to make sure that everybody understands that. I know we'll be in class and we'll mention the weed and this, and we say funny things behind it because we know some people deal with that, but it's a serious thing.
Yeah, it is.
It's real serious. That's why the Most High, when he told Aaron, Moses, and them to put certain things in their censer. That censer was, their little incense holder that they walked around with. But what were they invoking? Remember, everything was to invoke a spirit and put a spirit around the people and around the priest. Why did they wear certain garments? To invoke that spirit of ministering. Why did they burn the incense? To invoke the spirit of the Most High around us.
Yep.
Y'all see that? But if you want to invoke other spirits, then we understand why we die behind those spirits. They legalizing weed for a reason. They know it kills. They know what it's doing to our people. Then they got your favorite celebrity endorsing it. Mike Tyson, he got a weed spot. Jay-Z, he got a weed farm. All of they push it to us. Why? It ain't just for tax money. It's to keep you forgetting. It's to keep you slow. It's to keep you docile, but it's to keep negative around you all the time. Look at all these young kids that's dying, these rappers. All they doing is smoking weed and flashing guns. They keep death around them, death demons around us. Somebody had their hand up.
All I know about candles growing up, either you burning a candle for
somebody's death,
that, for the Beacon of Guadalupe, or the Saint,
Santa Muerte, yeah.
That's it. I don't know what else to be doing that.
But even we're burning candles, right? The menorah,
Yeah.
right? But we had the menorah for Hanukkah. We got it for the temple, right? Now we're not burning. The point is this: yeah, we're burning candles, but are we sitting there like this candle is for my dead homie that died last week? Then that candle is for my grandmama over there. Then that candle right there is for my pops that died 10 years ago. We ain't doing that.
Right.
Catholicism.
Yeah, we're not doing that. We're not burning candles for the dead. You walk into the church and you got everybody got a light of candle for their dead family member. We're not doing that. Y'all see that? That's not what the candles are for.
Absolutely.
So again, you can light candles, yes, but in what deity are you serving? Right? What deity are you trying to invoke? Y'all see that? Remember, there's a left-hand side and a right-hand side. I like that we're talking about this because when we get into Kings and we read it, y'all gonna be like, oh, okay, see, we get it. Y'all get it now, but it's really gonna come to head when we read this Kings with Elijah and what he does with these gods. Watch. But again, the candles, that doesn't represent a dead person. You see that? Or Santa Muerta or Guadalupe or any of that, or any type of obia or any type of witchcraft. Witchcraft was created by man. Y'all see that? We do it in the service of the Most High. Y'all get that?
Absolutely.
Go ahead. Where you at? Baccarat, you want to come up here? You good?
Exodus chapter 30, verse 23.
Baccarat was a spectator today.
Last precept.
He worked early today, so it's all good. Man, we finally got our truck back running after so long. It hadn't been running. So I pray to the Most High that He keeps it running because it helps out the school. So today was our first day, and a quick, short day. So yeah. Anyway.
Exodus 30, verse 23, last precept. And of sweet calamus, 150 shekels.
Right, not skunky weed, not skunky cannabis. Again, all you gotta do is look up the Calamus plant. It's a plant that grows in like watery conditions. It's almost like a water plant, like a swamp plant, almost. You got a long white stalk, and that's where you get the odor from. When you break that stalk, you get a little scent from it. So you mix, he said to mix all these things to do what? They were for, where you at?
I'm at the last precept on verse 23.
Right. So principal spices. The last time I checked, cannabis wasn't a spice. It was a herb. The last time I checked, right? Right. Science knows that. When you dry it and you do all that, you sprinkle it like oregano. Even oregano. You know oregano got more healing properties than cannabis?
Wow.
How come you ain't smoking oregano? You know the stuff you put on your pizza? Oregano oil is one of the most powerful oils. It's right next to olive oil. You know olive oil is a very powerful oil. Did y'all know that? That thing will clean you from the inside out and have your skin glowing. You can sit there, you can sit here and take this to the head with no repercussions. There's no limit on olive oil. There's no overdoing it really. It's not, you won't get high cholesterol, all that negative stuff that you get if you took canola oil and just drank it and died in the seat. That right there will heal you.
Wow. Sweet.
Everybody should add a tablespoon of olive oil to their diet. Or get you a bottle that you can just personally drink from. Every day you go to, boop, bam, boop, bam. Get you a high quality olive oil and just tip a little bit every day. And you'll see, you go to the bathroom a little bit easier. Your skin will start to glow a little bit better. Your hair, it works from the inside out. Purge out that old man and be renewed in that new man. Most High what He's doing, man.
Sweet.
And then also it's the anointing oil, right? He poured that olive oil on Aaron's beard, right? It ran down the beard, even Aaron's beard. That's the oil we pray and anoint with. You're not going to take canola oil and anoint people, right? Grapeseed oil, it wasn't made for that. Y'all see that? Most High created everything for a purpose. Go ahead.
Yes, he did. Exodus chapter 30, verse 24. And of cassia, 500 shekels.
Right.
After the shekel of the sanctuary. And of oil, olive, and hen.
Right. So you would take these spices, the cassia, the olive oil, to bring it all together. Now, what was it for? Read.
And thou shalt make it an oil of holy ointment.
Of what?
Of holy ointment.
See, this was an ointment to ointment. What does an ointment do? It heals. Why did you need this confection? Well, because remember, you had blood particles being sprinkled all over the temple. You had animals being slaughtered. Cinnamon is antiviral. It's also antibacterial. Like when you get the real cinnamon, there's two types of cinnamon. We get the cheap cinnamon. I was watching this documentary 2 days ago on cinnamon and the process. Anybody know where cinnamon comes from? Real simple, real easy. It's a tree bark.
Oh, yeah, come.
Cinnamon rolls up like that because it's thin tree bark that they shave. They cut the tree. They grow certain trees. They cut them, peel the bark off when it's moist. Then they shave it real thin. And then what happens is it starts to curl up on itself. We just get the small little cinnamon sticks, but they sell them 6 foot, 8 foot long.
Wow.
Yeah. And they have different, I think the one we get is Casa. It's called Casa cinnamon or something like that. It's called, no, not Casa, that's that. It's called, starts with a C. But there's the cheaper version that we tend to get than the real expensive, real cinnamon that comes from like Sri Lanka and those places that's the boy that you want. It's a different color. It's not as, like, we know cinnamon is this color, right? Real cinnamon is more like this color. It's lighter. That's how you know when you have real cinnamon. When you have that true cinnamon, that expensive, high quality cinnamon. It's not dark like this.
I know for a fact that cinnamon kills diabetes too.
Yeah, it regulates the blood sugar.
It does.
But think about it. Remember the cinnamon challenge that was killing people? Remember the cinnamon challenge? When you take a tablespoon of cinnamon and just try to eat it, and people were choking to death, dying, it was coming through their nose, it was killing them, giving them respiratory illness. For the good, things are created for the good.
Yep.
But to the sinner, created for evil. Y'all don't remember the cinnamon challenge? Yeah, people were dying off of that. They were dying off the cinnamon challenge. Yeah, it was blocking up their damn lungs. And they were choking to death. Because you can't take a tablespoon of cinnamon and just swallow it. It's I don't know, it's too dry. That thing will block up your airwaves.
Wow, man.
Yeah. So it was turned to evil, now cinnamon is wicked. No, it's not cinnamon, man, it's us. It's us, right? But cinnamon had the properties to kill bacteria. Right? There was bacteria in the blood of the animals and all that filth through the temple. So create this confection that you can wipe things down and cleanse them. Y'all get that? Read on.
Verse 25, second precept. An ointment comes down after the art of the apothecary.
Right, the apothecary. That's why we sell oils in the mall. We call ourselves apothecary because, we put together certain fragrances to make people smell good and make them, smell invokes certain emotions. Smell is the closest thing linked to memory, right? It's 75% of your memory, about 80% of your memory, right? The apostles that followed Christ, what did they do? They were considered apothecaries because they sold healing and anointing oils also. Go ahead.
It shall be an holy anointing oil.
Right.
Thou shalt anoint the tabernacle of the congregation.
See that? You anoint the tabernacle. You cleanse the tabernacle. You anoint the tabernacle. Go ahead.
Therewith, and the ark of the testimony.
Right, the Ark of the Covenant. Go ahead.
Verse 27, and the table, and all his vessels, and the candlestick, and his vessels, and the altar of incense.
Because you know what does oil do? Just oil, like I remember Sherrod put me onto this when they were staining the podium. And it's called stain for a reason, because when she went to go wash her hands looked like that. She couldn't get it off, but then she was like, She went and got some olive oil and put it in her hands, and it broke up that stain, and she was able to wash her hands.
Wow.
Because oil breaks up. It's, I forgot the word she used, but the oil does something to break up that compound of like blood. Think about it. Don't you know what is all your dish detergents, liquid, and all your washing detergents made from? They're 90% what?
Oil based.
They're oil based. They're oiled. Dove soap and what's the pink? What's the one soap? The blue one that they use? Dawn. That's like 90% oil. So when they use that it's weird because they'll use that to clean up. Remember when they do oil spills?
Right.
You know they use Dawn to clean up the animals. So they're using a different oil to break down another oil. This refined oil is breaking down this unrefined oil. It's just oil. That's why they tell you when you have these more modern dishwashers and washing machines, you know you literally only need a teaspoon of liquid detergent in your washing machine, or else what'll start to happen? It'll start to clog up. I was talking to a guy that worked for Samsung, and he serviced the washing machines. He said the number one problem is clogged up pipes. And he was putting me on. I was like, what you mean? He was like, because your detergents are oil-based. And people, if you follow the measurement on the little box, the cap, the cap that has 3 measurements, small,
right,
medium, large. He said, bro, you don't gotta follow that. You put half of the small and that'll cover a whole load. It's so concentrated, it's so oily. But what happens is it starts to back up the pipes in your washing machine. So he's servicing these brand new washing machines because people don't know that less is more. Your dish detergent, it's oil-based. That's why people have clogged up drains and clogged up, like you would wonder, like, wait a minute, if I'm putting soap in the sink and soap cleans things, how does it get clogged? But when that soap settles and all that stuff, it starts to get oily. And it starts to build up in your drain. You see that? So he said, okay, create an oil that's gonna break down other chemicals and wipe down the horn, wipe down the dish, wipe down the candlestick. It's gonna wipe away the bacteria and clean these things. The oil is gonna break down the dirt. That's what oil does, it breaks down dirt. Go ahead.
Verse 28.
Uh-huh.
And the altar of burnt offering with all his vessels.
Think about that, the altar of burnt offering. You wipe down this is where you burn stuff. Think about it, how do you get a grill clean? A grill. You burn it up and then you just throw some oil on it. And that hot oil, it comes off like a frying pan that got some sticky food. You heat it up, throw a little oil, and it loosens that food. And you just wash it out. It's easy. Your air fryer, it got oil that settles at the bottom. You turn it on for 5 minutes, let that oil heat up, and then now it's easier to clean. Yep. Oil helps. That's why he had us make it like that. Read.
And the laver in his foot. And thou shalt sanctify them, that they may be most holy. Whatsoever toucheth them shall be holy. Thou shalt anoint Aaron and his sons, consecrate them, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office.
Right, so not only the garments consecrated them and set them apart, this holy anointing oil that he wore set them apart. Right. There was many things that the Most High, again, why put an oil on them to consecrate? Well, smell. Oh, I remember what I'm here for. I'm supposed to be holy. I'm supposed to be sacrificing. I'm supposed to be an example. You know, when you smelt that, it was like, oh, I remember. Yeah, I gotta stay on point. You forgot every other sign. Oh, memory, right? Smell is associated with memory. I remember what I was supposed to be doing. Go ahead.
Verse 31. Thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel, saying, this shall be an holy anointing oil unto me throughout your generations.
Mm-hmm.
I put an emphasis on that because everybody think this done stopped.
Right.
Okay?
Yep.
Upon man's flesh shall it not be poured, neither shall ye make any other like it. After the composition of it, it is holy, and it shall be holy unto you. Whosoever compounded any like it, or whosoever putteth any of it upon a stranger, shall even be cut off from his people.
Mm-hmm.
And the
So
laws.
you weren't supposed to make it for personal use, basically.
Right.
It was made to service for the temple.
Come.
It wasn't for you to take home and start using it for yourself or start anointing strangers, right? I anoint you in the name of Yahweh. You weren't supposed to do that.
God.
That was specific for the temple. Go ahead.
Verse 34. And the Lord said unto Moses, take unto these sweet spices, stacked it, and onycha, and galbanum, these sweet spices with pure frankincense. Of each shall there be a like weight. And thou shalt make it a perfume, a confection after the art of the apothecary, tempered together, pure and holy. Thou shalt beat some of it very small.
Right. So it wasn't an oil. This wasn't an oil. This was the actual, the actual spices and the frankincense. Right. The frankincense is the gum, right?
Yeah, sap.
The sap, and you would beat it together. You know how they take? I forgot what they call them. Those little bowls, and they have a
Mortar
little
and pestle.
a what?
Mortar and pestle.
Mortar and pestle. See, I never knew what that was called. I always, yeah. They use it in cooking, and you beat your spices together. It's the same thing.
Wow.
You would, like when you're making chili or yeah, you right. So you beat it together. Go ahead.
Verse
Mortar
6,
and pestle.
and put of it before the testimony in the tabernacle of the congregation.
So you would beat them together, leave them in a little dish or bowl, and just boom, right there, right before the testimony, right before you went to that holy of holies. Go ahead.
Where I will meet with thee, it shall be unto you most holy. And as for the perfume which thou shalt make, ye shall not make to yourselves according to the composition thereof.
So this wasn't to perfume your houses. This was for me and you when we met. I want to smell something good. Right?
Wow.
Think about it. You come to somebody's house, and the first thing you do, damn, it's inviting. Most High wanted you to feel comfortable walking in.
Right.
He wanted it to smell good. He wanted you to feel good walking into his house.
Stop it.
Bro, come on. Like, Most High wanted things to smell like fish fry and food, because he knew how Israel was. Damn, somebody's barbecue. Right? You slip out that barbecue, man. Damn, somebody's cooking. Right? And you just, you following that, like, follow your nose. You just following that scent.
Wow, man.
Right? Most High wanted things to be comfortable for us in that aspect. Like, not unreasonable. When you walked into the house of the Lord, he wanted you to know you were in the house of the Lord.
Wow.
So it wasn't going to be dirty. It wasn't going to be unorganized. It was going to be beautiful. If you don't know, the temple was overlaid everything with damn gold. Then Solomon came and did it 10 times better with more gold. But it smelled good. It looked good. That's why we're always try to be big on the cleanliness of the school and trying to, we're still trying to get things in order and get things painted and make it look beautiful, because this is the house of the Lord, right? And it represents the Most High. We represent it. So sisters got to keep in mind, why do we have to clean after class? The school should be cleaned after every class. There shouldn't be a cleaning day. There should be, we had class, let's go wipe everything down. Wipe off the door handles, wipe off all the stuff that's been used, wipe down the podium, wipe down the desk, sweep, mop. Right after class, why? To keep disease and pestilence down. Keep that Rona from hitting these kids. Because you know how kids do. That whole nose will be running all the way down to they be eating it. Right? Salty as ever, just licking it.
Wow, man.
Right? Then they'll do one of these.
Dang, priest.
right?
Oh, yeah.
Then they'll smack another kid in the face. Boom! Boogers!
Mine do like this with it.
Yeah, they'll rub it all over their mouth. And then they'll go touch the door handles and all the toys. And we're like, you don't understand why the kids keep getting sick. Well, it started with one runny nose. Kids are not conscious, so we have to be the ones conscious to wipe down things. Make sure they wash their hands. Make sure we clean up after ourselves. You don't want to be walking in the house of the Lord and it's a roach infestation. Rats running around before you turn the lights on and roaches and rats is trying to hide. No. That's us, though. That's our level of cleanliness. If we keep things clean. Listen, I grew up in New York City, and my apartment didn't have rats and roaches. My mom was not having that. She was not having it. We moved in and had roaches. Dishes washed every night. Stove cleaned every day. Sweep and mop every day. My mom was on it. You couldn't find a dirty spot in that house. Carpet vacuum. Vacuum out the couches. Vacuum. Don't eat in the living room. Don't eat in your room. No food in the room. Eat at the kitchen table. She compartmentalized the house to where a year later there was no rats. There was no roaches. They didn't even want nothing to do with our house because there was nothing to eat. All the food, all the cereal in containers. I'm serious. My mom didn't play games. My mom didn't play games in that building. Come on, it's New York. Every building is infested with rats and roaches. They just didn't want no parts of our house. She kept it clean. She was on us to keep things clean. Right? You don't have to be infested with pestilence if you keep the things that pestilence want away.
True.
You see that? So it's about keeping clean. That's what the Most High is showing us here. Also, they say cleanliness is next to godliness. You can't find it written in the Bible, but the concept of cleanliness is what the Most High wants, is in the Bible. Y'all get that? Go ahead, read on.
Exodus chapter 30, verse 37, last precept. It shall be unto thee holy for the Most High. Verse 38.
Right, so just going back to the point of having your house smelling good, because the brother did ask that, and I know y'all are thinking like, well, we can't have nothing smelling. Well, look, you can. You can have perfumes in your house, right? He said not to make this one. And the perfume wasn't to do anything with prayer or anything like that. It was more what? Just a good smell. Right. Again, I like vanilla. I like patchouli mixed with vanilla. I like warm vanilla sugar. So if y'all are feeling generous, you know what I'm saying, and you want to hit Bath and Body and get the little plugins, I need a refill. You know what I mean? I like yeah, puree, right? I like those water lily smells type. I like things that are just mixed, two smells mixed. I like smells. We're in the smell business, but it's good when people go walk into your house and they walk in and there's an inviting smell, not overbearing, but something that's real soothing. That's why when we walk into our houses and you smell cookies, banana bread, and you're like, oh, right? You get hyped. Yeah. It's an inviting smell. Like it says, come on in. Right. Cookies, dinner.
Peanut butter cookies that was being cooked that one day?
Oh, like when we went to, we went to Dallas and my rib was cooking, she was baking cookies. Brothers was happy. They didn't want to leave to go to Dallas. Brothers wanted to sit in the house and eat cookies the whole time. And then we gotta go. But see, my rib does that. She bakes, she likes to bake. So, but when I walk in from class and she's baking something, I'm like, oh yeah, that's it right there. You know what I'm saying? It's just a good smell. It's inviting. It makes you want to be there. It's warm.
Like my house yesterday.
Yeah. What was going on?
Oh, we had a couple of guys come help me out and put the water in there. They were talking about, ooh, man, it smells good there. What you cooking, Mrs. Ghana?
You coming over? What you
She had that thing. Oh,
boiling, huh?
And look at, she had that thing kicking.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, good smells. Keep it's just showing us also, the Most High's temple. He wanted it to be a certain way, but then we should pattern our own lives after the temple, right? You want your house to be clean. I'm constantly on my kids about that, and kids will be kids. The concept is foreign. If they had their way, they'd live in a room full of dirty clothes on the floor, books and papers thrown everywhere. It's like no matter what you do for kids, you can take every toy out of their room and they'll still dirty the whole room up. It's like you ain't got no toys. How's the room dirty with all their schoolwork? All over the room. All the dirty clothes, all over the room. You got a basket in the corner, but all the dirty clothes are just spread out. What's clean? I don't know.
Wow.
right? So again,
That's how some people pick their outfits. They
Oh,
take
hell no.
they take the shirts. They get all their shirts,
And
throw
they-
them up in the air, and however they land, that's how they land. They take all their pants.
they I wore that Monday. Oh damn, I wore that yesterday. Hell no, bro. That's
Oh,
terrible.
Boy, y'all wild.
That's bad. You gotta wash your clothes, man. You gotta wash. You gotta wash your. You gotta wash your clothes. You gotta take bath. We gotta take baths and showers, and it's not wrong to smell good. I love smelling good. I like being in the presence of people that smell good. Gardenias. That's one of my favorites. You know that Victoria's Secret halo is discontinued, but that right there, man, put a cat in a trance.
Really?
Oh yeah, Victoria's Secret halo. It was intoxicating.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, enough about me. This guy's weird. Let's read on.
Exodus chapter 30, verse 38. Whosoever shall make like unto that, to smear thereto, shall even be cut off from his people.
Right. Right. Wow. WNBA star Candace Parker announces birth of her son with her wife.
Yes, I seen that the other day.
That's terrible. Because
Yeah,
I thought that she was against homosexuality.
That's what I thought too.
I thought she was a staunch proponent of I thought she was not down with that.
That's what I thought
Right?
too.
Wasn't she against it?
Yes, she was. You know, after and I was telling my wife that after her and her husband had divorced and
She had a husband?
Yes, she had a husband, and they had it was a bitter divorce. You don't remember that ex-basketball player named Sherman Williams? He played for the University of North Carolina. He came to the pro. That was her husband.
Oh wow.
They had a child together.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they had a bitter divorce, and man, she just went
She went to the left side.
straight left side. after
Bewitching
that.
of naughtiness, obscure the things that are honest, because she was against homosexuality.
Yeah, she
big time.
was.
And when I seen that she was married to a woman, I was like, wait a minute, Candace Parker?
Yeah, just
Like I watched her whole career, and I remember distinctly she was against it.
She just
But if you know anything about the WNBA, it's a lesbian league.
it is, man.
They're all lesbians, so gotta be careful. All you young women out there aspiring to be in the WNBA, you gotta know what you're getting into. Basketball ain't wicked. Basketball ain't wicked. But when you get into these certain fraternities and arenas, they got wickedness waiting.
Mm-hmm.
Next reader? Any questions before we go to the next reader? Any questions?
There's some online.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah, everybody got questions when it comes to that ganji smoke. Them delusions of ganja. Oh yeah, delusions of ganja. So let's see here. God, they say. Oh, okay, that was the one. They say it cleans the spirits out, but they also smoke peyote. Right. I think I might have done some permanent damage to my memory as well. Terrified of getting early Alzheimer's is a consequence of the folly. Yeah. So when people get married, they light a unity candle. What are your thoughts on that? Well, when people get married and they light a unity candle, well, my thoughts is this, that Adam and Eve had to light a unity candle. Let's just bring it back to the basics. They already knew they were unified. They didn't need a candle to signify it or to solidify it. Remember, what are we doing things towards? It's like saying, well, when they get married in the world, they get a marriage license. Yeah, you're right, they do. Because for them, that's what signifies marriage. Or a ring. That's what signifies marriage, but what really signifies marriage? Do you need the license to let you know that you're married to a person? Once you lay with them and make that commitment to them and the Most High? No, so a unity candle, like, you don't need that. It's unnecessary traditions of man. And again, what are you lighting it towards? Who started it? Who's telling you that you need that? Me personally, I've been to a wedding or two. I've never seen that, but I'm sure they got a lot of different traditions of men, right? You got some that they jump the broom. You got some that they think about it. In slavery, we jumped the broom to show that we was married. For what? Well, we did it to show men, right? We jumped the broom in secret, right? You got some traditions where they break the glass.
Yeah,
They step on the
break the
glass, right? Some traditions, there's so many, you know, I can only think of a few, but there's different things to signify something that it's already solidified in the eyes of the Most High. You shouldn't need these things. So
Sip the wine together.
yeah, they say, oh yeah, boom, or the thing with the cake.
Yeah. What they cut together.
We're doing it wrong.
Oh yeah. We're doing it's something like that.
Right. You have to feed yourself. Right. You know, it's all I'm saying is I'm not saying that it's wicked or anything like that. I'm just saying it's unnecessary. It's just not needed. Like my thoughts on it is that it's not needed. It's an unneeded step. You see that? So people get married. Is there such thing as Hebrew magic, such as Mazel Tov? I'm not understanding.
That's the
Mazel
Jewish-
Tov is like
That's the Jewish.
yeah. When they say Mazel Tov, it's like saying what? Mazel Tov is they do it for like the birthdays, bar mitzvahs and all that. Yeah, Mazel. It's like congratulations or something like that.
They be lifting the glass saying that.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. I'm not. Sheen Presley, restate the question. Also, should you allow horror movies to be played in your home? I heard it could bring spirits into your house. No. It only brings spirits into your house if you let it. I love the good horror flick.
Not I.
I love the good horror flick. It got to be rated R though, because then it's not really a horror flick.
I mean,
The best one that I've seen so far, truthfully, is Quiet Place, Part 1 and Part 2. Those were good. Short, sweet, to the point. Like, it kept you like on the edge of the seat. I almost crashed the car 15 times. Watch it now. I was watching, driving and watching. I was like, oh snap.
that was a horror.
Yeah,
Okay, I like that.
I like those. But no, think about it. If you believe in it, if you believe that it's going to put demons in your house, then it will.
Yeah.
But no, watching horror movies is no different than listening to rap music. If you listen to rap, are you going to be all of a sudden a drill rapper? All of a sudden you're going to start smoking weed, sagging your pants, walking around with a Glock, talking about you got ops? It's the same thing. If you listen to, you listen to gospel, all of a sudden you're going to forget, thus saith the Lord, and, be like they are in church. Nah, not all gospel music. Gospel music ain't bad. I don't subscribe to it. Like a Rob don't subscribe to it, right? We got brothers that do, right? Right? We got brothers that subscribe. You see what I'm saying? And so it's anything.
You guys walked into your house one day.
It's how you make. I agree with that.
It's anything. It's.
Yeah, 'cause I like a good horror movie myself. My cousin back there, she really, I don't know what it is about Jaws. She's so crazy about.
Jaws?
Yeah. that
Oh,
girl's
Jaws.
Mad over Jaws.
Yeah. It's like if I watch Chucky, is a Chucky dog gonna come to life in my house? Nah.
Nope.
But if you believe in it enough, you'll start to let them demons come in.
Come.
But watching a movie ain't gonna let. What do you give it? Do you give your spirit over to it? Because yes, if I give myself to enough rap, I'll become the rapper image. If I give myself if I give my daughters over to Cardi B, they'll be Cardi B reincarnated. Yes. They'll try to mimic that spirit. You see that? So it's about, some shows you gotta be, yes, you do have to have a strong spirit to watch. That way you don't start to mimic and become those things.
Yeah, like are you easily influenced?
Right, your influence. Yeah. And the people in your household, you gotta be careful of them too. Shows like, there's certain shows that some people they shouldn't watch. They're making them to where now they're giving you the in on how to attain to these certain spirits. You watch a show like Snowfall, you watching a young black kid coming up in the crack era, becoming a millionaire, and you're like, damn, I'm that young black kid. I could use my phone to sell crack, right? You watching shows like Handmaid's Tale, whew, that put hella demons on sisters, right? Because it's biblical based, it's Bible based, with a twist, negative, and you start feeling like old girl from Handmaid's Tale.
I gotta get out.
Next thing you know, you got to break away from Gilead, and we're Gilead. You know what I'm saying? It's bad. So, are you spiritually strong enough to deal with what you're consuming as media. Your family members, your kids, are they strong enough to not succumb to the influence of these things?
Yeah, and also just to add, when you have enough Bible in your brain, you're able to hold the Bible up to whatever you're watching.
Good.
You're able to hold it up to what you're
Thank
listening
you.
to. And so what that does is you're able to decipher. It's like, no, I'm not gonna let that be stained on my spirit. I'm not gonna let my spirit attach to that.
Absolutely.
And then even when you're watching these movies, like The Quiet Place, there's certain horror movies that I do like because it reminds me of the destruction. It's like it's in Esau's spirit because they know how the angels gonna come do them.
Yeah, what's coming.
So I'm like, oh man, this is interesting. Yeah, it says that here, Joel.
Exactly. Oh, man.
So I get hyped.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, Mazel Tov means congratulations.
Did I say that?
I think
No, they said good luck or congratulations. And there is talk that it is said after a Jewish spell.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. That's why they'll walk, like the Jews, they'll walk around saying mazel, 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 mazel. You ever heard that? Like they do it in shows. Mazel, 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 mazel. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt. I can't say, yeah, I know that for a fact, but I wouldn't doubt it.
I like that show, 13 Reasons Why. Yeah. I like that show, 13 Reasons Why. It was just depressing and I had to stop watching it because it was a bunch of suicide.
Yeah, think about it. You start watching people in suicide and you're going to want to try to figure out how that feels. I mean, that's how we were all introduced to everything that we deal with. Somebody else showed us.
That's right.
Everything that you deal with, everything that's negative, somebody showed it. Somebody had to bring it to you. We didn't create it. You didn't create smoking weed, doing drugs. You didn't create the spirits the lust. You didn't create it. Somebody introduced you and showed you how to do these things, and then you liked it, and then kept it going. So,
Again, it's about what are you giving yourself over to. Let's read on. Let's go back. Are we done? Is he done?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, next reader.
Shabbat Yehuda Ban Yasharallah.
I'm on Izar Shabbat Shah Yahawada Ban Yasha'Allah. I Majim Barak
Yahweh Bashem Yahshab Rakatham.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshab Rakatham.
It's firing on all cylinders.
Loud. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. These readings. Where we at?
Exodus chapter 31 and then verse 1.
Nice.
Whenever you're ready.
Exodus chapter 31, verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, See, I have called by name Bezaleel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah. And I have filled him with the Spirit of the Most High, in wisdom, and in understanding, and in knowledge, and in all manner of workmanship, to devise cunning works, to work in gold, and in silver, and in brass, and in cutting of stones, to set them, and in carving of timber, to work in all manner of workmanship. And I, behold, I have given with him Aholiab, the son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan, and in the hearts of all that are wise-hearted I have put wisdom, that they may make all that I have commanded thee.
And not just that they make it, but they make it to the specifications that I require. Whether it be the Ark of the Testimony, whether it be Aaron's garments, whether it be the temple, the lever, the brass, the 75-pound menorah of all gold. Imagine a 75-pound menorah of all solid gold. You know what I mean? Like, well, you got to make it to specifications, not to the way you feel fit, or when you're having a bad day that day, you want to change up and not do it the right way or cut corners. Go ahead. Oh,
Verse-
yeah.
Oh,
No.
no, sorry.
Verse 7, the tabernacle of the congregation, and the ark of the testimony, and the mercy seat that is thereupon, and all the furniture of the tabernacle, and the table and his furniture, and the pure candlestick with all his furniture, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offering with all his furniture, and the laver of his foot, and the clothes of service, and the holy garments for Aaron the priest, the garments of his sons, the minister in the priest's office, and the anointing oil, the sweet incense for the holy place, according to all that I have commanded thee, shall they do.
Damn, real quick. This just hit my line. It's looking like
Russia's about to hit Ukraine.
Oh yeah.
It's looking like Russia is about to hit Ukraine. Get ready.
Yesterday I just saw that they dismounted like 150,000 under the border. Troops.
Took them back or put them in?
Oh, they put them there.
Oh yeah. And they saying that the way they're moving right now, they keep moving forward. And you know, they just did a nuclear test, and Putin oversaw it. They were testing out Scud missiles without the nuclear warheads. They were testing out the Scuds and some long range missiles right there at the border. But you know, the one thing is you got to remember, America's pushing their agenda and their narrative, and there's a whole nother narrative going on over there. But I mean, to say that this dude is moving forward, so Russia might be on the loose, and get ready. Again, if social media, if your phone is where you at, you better be looking at what's going on in the world. Don't pick him up. Make him walk. Yeah, don't pick him up. Look at your phone to make sure that you know what's going on in this world, so that when them rockets start flying, you know to duck. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, read on.
Verse 12. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying,
Right?
Speak thou also unto the children of Israel, saying, Verily, my Sabbath ye shall keep, for it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that ye may know that I am the Lord that doeth sanctify you.
Right?
And ye shall keep the Sabbath therefore, for it is holy unto you. Every one that defile it shall surely be put to death.
Right. Everyone that defiles the Sabbath shall be put to death. Go ahead.
For whosoever doeth any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people.
Right. He's showing one of the ways that the Sabbath is defiled in his eyes is when you decide to go do your own work and not unify with your people as he commanded. When you want to carry them burdens in, when you want to be about your own pocket, about your own wealth, about your own well-being, that's how you defile the Sabbath in the eyes of the Most High. When you want to be about your own agenda, you got schools out there teaching that sex on the Sabbath is okay, it's lawful, there's nothing against that. The Most High said you shouldn't be trying to do your own pleasure to the point where you shouldn't even be speaking your own words. So if you can't speak your own words, how the hell are you going to be doing your own acts? You got some of you cats that hop online and want to argue. That ain't what the Sabbath is about. You hold that for Monday. You know what I'm saying? Hold your arguing for Wednesday's class. He said, don't speak your own words. Don't think your own thoughts. Don't have your own agenda. Right? So the Most High is laying it out plain and clear that I need this day for me. But really, I need this day for y'all. Don't y'all get it? Like the Sabbath is for us. It's for us. It's for us to be able to enjoy each other. Each other's company. If you wrapped up in your job for 6 days and you're wrapped up in your job and you're on the truck for 5 days and I never see you, and you're wrapped up in something and you're in the mall, and you see what I'm saying? At least on the Sabbath we could get together and not have to worry about truck, mall, family, this, that, and we could enjoy the company. You can get that little bit of rest in this one little day. I know it don't seem like a lot, and it's like, damn. But think about it. This is a precursor to the real rest. When you ain't got to worry about no truck and no mall and your employer and all that crap. You are going to be the employer coming soon. You are going to be the plug. Somebody's going to be working for you. Right? And you ain't going to have to show, how do I pay them? Nah, this is going to be that free labor. This is going to be that payback labor for my ancestors, all the things you put them through. But see, the thing is, are you going to make it to that point? Everybody want the kingdom, right? Are you doing the things to get there? Sex on the Sabbath, cats ain't going to make it. Sorry. Do my own thing on the Sabbath, cats ain't going to make it. Sorry. Sit in my closet by myself all day, people ain't going to make it. Individuals won't make it. Don't we get it? The Most High was about us coming together because we weren't used to doing that. Right? What do they say about black people? The only time we come together is New Year's and Easter. Funerals and barbecues. Most High wanted it to be more than just a funeral and a barbecue, man. But he at least gave us a weekly day to say, look, gather, come together, be with each other, care for each other, mind the things of others and not just your own BS. We selfish. We selfish and we don't care, and I'm gonna keep saying we hateful as hell. We are hateful people towards each other. You hate your brother so much, but you really hate you. No self-value, no self-love, no self-esteem. It's all a defense mechanism. All that loud talking and all that puffed up chest, and I'm the best at this, and then you ain't nothing, and da-da-da-da. That's phony. It's cap. We got to stop with the cap. Let's be real with each other, man. Let's be real with the Most High. Read on.
Verse 16. Wherefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath, to observe the Sabbath throughout their generations,
Right?
for a perpetual covenant.
Right. For a perpetual covenant, man. Remember, he said his laws is not grievous. It's not hard. 7-day Sabbath, 7th day, keep it moving. What's that?
It says throughout their generations.
Right. Through all
So I got family members that which I get it. I'm not going to even bring back up no more, but I'm just saying. I got family members that will swear on all they got that God's law been done away with. That no longer exists.
Right.
That their rap is that when Christ died, that died too. That the law died. I know the scripture they're trying to run to, but they don't understand what that scripture's talking about. He's not talking about his law. So you trying to tell me I can go and do what I want to do? I can go steal, kill.
Well, according to their logic, yes. The law is done away with. So your daughters can be whores, your sons can be homosexuals. It's okay to do drugs. Because if you wipe away one thing, you gotta throw away the baby with the bathwater.
Wow, man.
Yeah. So if we can eat pork, then we can rob and steal. If we could just pray over it, then that means I can pray over whatever I'm about to go steal and it's righteous. Right? Well, Lord, I'm about to pray over this jewelry counter because I want that watch. Smash. Right? I'm gonna pray over the person I shoot and I'm gonna make it okay. That's the logic. Just pray over it and it's fine. You see that? So I could go steal, but as long as I pray over what I stole, it's okay. That's what Christians would have us believe. That's what church and religion would have you believe, that if you just set up a prayer over it, it's fine.
Right.
Right? I dare somebody to go pray over some horse doo-doo and go eat that. I dare one of y'all.
Thank you.
I dare somebody in church to go pray over some cow dung and put that to their lips. Does it change the smell?
No, it doesn't.
Right? Ooh,
I use this for an example before.
It's hurting.
You know?
Right.
Just like, no, seriously, let's go true because, just saying that, like a person that has diabetes, right?
Right? Well, you can
So you're trying to tell me that if I take a big old giant Snickers candy bar and pray over it, my sugar level will go up?
No, it won't. According to Christians, it'll probably go down and your diabetes will go away.
Yes.
Hey,
Or that candy bar will turn into, magically, it'll turn into vegetables in your body.
hey,
It'll taste like a Snickers,
Wow.
but it'll react like some broccoli.
wow.
Because I prayed over it.
The genetic composition
Will
of the-
change. Bahasham Yahushai. Bahasham
Wow.
Jeshua. Right? Bahasham Jesus.
My goodness.
Jesus. Come on, man, we got to stop it. That's mysticism and BS. But that's what we've been fed for so long, and we tend to believe it. That's not what the Bible says, right? So let's read on.
Verse 17. It is a sign between me and the children of Israel forever.
What is the sign? Why do you say it's a sign between us? A sign of what? It's a sign of unity. It's a sign that we're connected. Abide in me, and I will abide in you. It's a sign that you abided in me, that you trust me. Think about it. The Sabbath was set up for us to have faith, partly. Right? I'm going to give you enough for Thursday. You can't go out and gather on Saturday. So I'm going to give you enough Friday, and it's going to cover Friday and Saturday, but you have to go back out Sunday. So it was a sign that we trusted in the Most High's judgment, that we trusted that he was going to give us what was needed at the time. You see that? When you go against the Sabbath, it shows that you don't have no trust. You mean to tell me that some of you Negroes out there can't hold your loins? You can't hold your damn loins for one day?
Come on, man. Say it
For
again.
one day? Come on now. You mean to tell me
Wow.
that y'all so high and mighty in the damn Bible, but you can't tame your loins for a day? Wow. That's insane. You got all the spiritual gifts, all the breakdowns, Revelations back and front. You got every precept, how to cut a brother down, but your loins take precedent over everything.
Wow.
Niggas need to stop, bruh. So if you ain't following the law of the Sabbath, you definitely ain't following the law when you have kids and when you have that boy. You have the boy 30 days, when you have the girl 60 days. You definitely ain't following, the law of uncleanness.
Right.
When you have a girl, see, a lot of them don't even know the law. They're like, what law is that?
Right.
That's in Leviticus. I believe Leviticus 21. Right? Where when you have a boy, 7 days unclean, then another, what is it?
30.
It's 30 days total. It's 30 days total. It's 7 and 21. It's 30 days total. It's 30 for the boy, 60 for the woman. I just looked it up a few days ago. Yeah. But the point is, you have to go that long without dealing with your wife. No intercourse because she was deemed unclean. It was giving her body a chance to regenerate from all the birth, all the blood, right? We can go there, watch. Go to Leviticus. We can do the math, because a lot of cats ain't never read this scripture. They breeze over this one. They got all the precepts to put a brother in check. Right? It's not 21, it's they shall take a wife that is a whore, right? Daughter of a priest. I just read it. It's in Leviticus 12. Let's see. Yeah, Leviticus 12. I'm sorry, I got my 2s and 1s mixed up.
Just swap.
Little.
That's it.
Read that. Read. Verse 4.
Leviticus chapter 12, verse 4. And she shall then continue in the blood of her purifying 3 and 30 days.
Right.
She shall not touch no hollow thing.
Oh, no. Read verse 2. Slop.
Verse 2.
Right.
Speak unto the children of Israel, saying,
Right.
if a woman have conceived seed
Right.
and born a man child,
Right.
then she shall be unclean 7 days.
So she's unclean for 7 days. But if you can't hold yourself on the Sabbath, you mean to tell me that right after your woman gives birth, the next day you right up in there? Like, what type of dude are you? What type of man are you? Like, bro, she's unclean.
Right.
Right? Give her body a chance to rejuvenate and to purge. She's still, if I'm not mistaken, they call it afterbirth because there's things that happen after birth that come out of there. Right? She's still bleeding, menstruating, placenta juices and uterus juices and contractions and all that stuff that happens. The 7 days is enough time for that to stop.
The postpartum.
What is it? Postpartum birth?
Yeah, from what the midwife was telling us.
He just had a baby, so.
Yeah, when the placenta detaches from the wall, it leaves it was like a scab was removed.
So it leaves like flesh and different.
Yeah, so it got to heal up in there.
Right. And it's purging and releasing all the blood and all the fluids that was holding the little baby. And some of you dummies is going right up in there.
Wow.
Because you ain't got no discipline. You ain't got no honor. Right? Go ahead. So 7 days she's unclean. Read.
According to the days of the separation for her infirmity,
right,
shall she be
Because
unclean.
there's blood involved. Read.
And in the 8th day the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised.
Right.
And she shall then continue in the blood of her purifying 3 and 30 days.
3 and 30 days. So that's 33 days. So it's actually 40, for a boy. 3 and 30, right? That's 33 plus 7 is 40. Right? It's good math. Right. Right? Where's Noah at? Right? What's 33 plus 7? So,
Excellent
right?
math.
So it's actually 40. I said 30, but it's 40 days that no intercourse. You weren't supposed to lay with this woman. Go ahead.
She shall touch no hollow thing.
Right.
Nor come into the sanctuary until the days of her purifying be fulfilled.
Go ahead.
But if she bear a made child,
right,
then she shall be unclean 2 weeks.
So now she's unclean for 2 weeks to give that body time to purge, heal. Go ahead.
As in her separation, and she shall continue in the blood of purifying 66 days.
Right, 3 score. Right? 20, 40, 60. Right?
Right.
And 3. 70 days. So it's 70 days. I have my math off. So it's 70 days. Right? That you weren't supposed to deal with that woman. But some of you knuckleheads is like, no.
3 scores. The score is 20,
20, 40, 20, 40, 60.
And then
plus 14. It's 66 plus 14. That's 70. It's 80 days. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's 80 and 40. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying 30 and 60. So it's 80 and 40. 40 for the boy, 80 for the girl. Right? It's double, yeah. It's double. With some of these mighty Hebrews got all the fringes in the world. Got a beard dragging like Damian Marley's dreads. Right? Got phylacteries real broad. Got the law written in their garments. Got embroidery of gold in their tunics. Can't even hold their damn loins. Talking about go have sex on the Sabbath. It's okay. So if you having sex on the Sabbath, you definitely ain't following this.
Sure ain't.
You definitely ain't following this law. Most I said it was a covenant between him and us. That it showed that we were unified in what he wanted, how to serve him. That we were going to trust him. That nothing was going to be your loins and your woman's pleasure wasn't going to be put over him. Right?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at that, it is good what he's doing because it's giving her time for her body to heal. Her body just went through something strenuous, man.
Think about it. When a woman gives birth and she's breastfeeding, her uterus is still contracting the whole time.
Right.
That's part of how she gets rid of a lot of that weight, a lot of those hormones. But that's what helps the milk to pump. It's all a sequence. The baby sucks, the uterus contracts, the milk goes out. Most High is good, but then all in that she's losing the baby weight, right? All that extra fat she accumulated from having that baby is now being fed to that baby to give that baby nutrition,
right.
Make them nice and plump, like little eggs, right? They go from being real skinny to real fat. All that breast milk, it'll get them where they at. You see that? So. They go from looking real skinny 1 week, but 2 weeks later they look overweight. Like, dude, whose baby is that? That's what my daughter was doing. She was petite. Now, I think she put like 3-4 pounds on in like 2 weeks or 3 weeks, something like that. I don't know. But she looked real filled out. It's that breast milk.
That's all right.
Right. Let's jump back. So the Sabbath, right? Keep the Sabbath holy. Remember, it was supposed to be a separate day in your psychology. That even in these times, we in slavery. Even if I had to go work for the white man, for my slave master, at least let me have my mind on the Most High. Let me have my mental on the Most High. Some of us are too engrafted in, giving our all to our oppressor, man. Most High gets it. We in this situation because we asked for it. But now you got to work your way through it. Y'all see that? So where you at?
Verse 17 from the top again.
17, right.
Exodus chapter 31, verse 17. It is a sign between me and the children of Israel forever.
Go ahead.
For in 6 days.
6 days. Read. What? Oh, there's a question online. Hold on. Let's see. Salakia, could you repeat how long for each gender a woman is unclean for? Right. So Leviticus 12. So a woman is unclean for 40 days. And a man is unclean for, when a woman has a baby that is a boy, she's unclean for 40 days. It's 7 days of unclean and then 33 days to purify. That's 40. What?
You got it wrong. You said for a girl it's 40, it's 80.
Okay, let me start over. Let me start over. When a woman gives birth to a boy, there's 7 days of her being unclean. Then there's 30 days of separation to finish that purifying. 33 days. That equals 40. So 40 days for a boy, right? When she has a girl, there's 2 weeks or 14 days of uncleanness. And then 66 days of separation on top of the 14. That equals 80. So it's 40 and 80. 40 for the man-child, 80 for the maid-child. All right? It seems like a hell of a long time, but it's not.
Yeah.
Think about it. When Joseph got Mary pregnant, he said he didn't deal with her until she gave birth. So think about it. 9 months plus another 80 days. So he went almost a year without dealing with her sexually. It's a powerful man. It ain't impossible. You niggas is arguing about should we have sex on the Sabbath or not, and you got men that could be without their women for a year. Who's really the powerful one? Who really got control? Who's really on some spiritual level? Then you got the nerve to call yourself high chief priest this, that, and the third. Bishop this and bishop that. Like, what the hell are y'all talking about? The voice of God? The voice of God said not to have sex on the Sabbath. That's what the voice in the wilderness told us not to do. Right? But the voice of God is like, oh, you could have sex on the Sabbath. It's okay. See how messed up man is? I'm sure the bishops in the wilderness weren't talking about, oh, sex on the Sabbath was lawful. They were probably going into cats because they were doing it. More than likely. Dealing with cases of men not controlling themselves and trying to come at their woman on the Sabbath day. Now we gotta go get judged by the elders. We gotta stop it.
But
Yeah.
it's the reason why they have it in here is because they were doing it.
That's why. Because they were doing it. We were used to doing this. Egypt had the 10 days. There was no Sabbath in Egypt. There was no day of rest. You just carried on. Benaiah, you had your hand.
This isn't like the sex part of the Sabbath, but when we were in Dallas, people they wouldn't buy it. They said they couldn't buy anything on the Sabbath.
Right.
Why would they?
Because they're going into the things that Esdras and Nehemiah set up for that time.
Yeah.
There was a problem when you read in Nehemiah, because I'm gonna show you something. Esdras was pulling men's beards out. He was pulling men's beards out and casting their children off. Did we do that? No. So for the time was so dire for the nation. We were so indoctrinated with the other gods stemming from the marriages that we took on of the other nations to prove a point that y'all ain't Israelites at all. Y'all ain't moving in the spirit at all. Give me that beard. Take that beard out. You're not going to misrepresent and act like because you got a beard, you're righteous. Right? So he was doing that. Now let's go to the buying part. He had to institute at that time a no buying, no selling clause because the Sabbath starts sundown Friday. It ends tonight. But what they were doing was, in order to sell wheat, in order to sell wine on the Sabbath, what did you have to do before the Sabbath? You had to prep your wheat. You had to prep your wine. You had to stomp out the wine press, right? Or you would be right there on the Sabbath stomping out your wine press, putting in that work for yourself. You would press that wine that morning, maybe like now, or early now, which is still like early in the morning is still the Sabbath, right? So they'd be pressing that wine press, cutting their crops, putting the burden on their camels, and then they'd be walking that through the temple, through the gates. He said he didn't want us to carry a burden on the Sabbath. He didn't want us to press the wine press. He didn't want us to do any of those things. So, how do I stop you from pressing the wine press? How do I make pressing the wine press null and void? Stop you from being able to sell stuff. Stop you from being able to sell what you're going to press out. So now you pressing the wine press stops because the thing that you're doing it for has been cut off. There's nobody here to buy your wine. He would have the gate to the city shut at sundown, and you could not get back in there until the Sabbath was over. So now I can't go there to buy nothing. So there was no buying and selling anyway. It wasn't about the buying and selling. It was what were you doing in preparation to go buy and sell? Well, again, that early morning or that Sabbath night, you were prepping your produce. You were prepping your goods to be bought. You see that? Remember that they when you read Nehemiah, they set up right inside the city gates. Yep. Like a flea market. You've been to Maha Flea Market. You ever been there? Maha Flea Market or any flea market? It's like a flea market. You walk in, it's just goods. But the temple is right there. Literally right there. He looked like, oh man. But the temple is right there so they set up strategically all their little stalls. You walk in to go praise the Lord and go get Sabbath ceremony, and you walk in and you like, oh damn, they got the shoes I want. Oh, you pull up real quick, right? And then you like, oh snap, they got the belt I want too over there. And then you like, damn. The next thing you know, you out there buying belts and shoes and fish and figs and wine. Didn't even make it to the temple. That's how they get us now.
As I say, the grocery stores do the same thing.
But that's how they get us now. Don't you know most flea markets are only open on the weekend? Mm-hmm. The Maha Flea Market, I remember that's one of the biggest in the world. On the weekend. Swap meet, weekend. Why?
Damn.
To distract you. The busiest days in the mall is on the weekend. To distract you from doing the worship of the Lord. The service of the Lord. Being in that temple and learning. So Nehemiah strategically destroyed one concept to destroy another. He just did it in the reverse. Don't sell nothing, so now you can't prep your consumer goods. Now your mind is not going to be prepped on, when I walk into the city, I get to buy fish. I get to buy figs. He was killing the physical act and the mental thought. Now the thought is when I go into the city, I might as well just go to the temple and do it the first thing. You see that? But let me say this about that. Is it wicked if you don't buy on the Sabbath? No. Does it say it in the law? No. I get what Nehemiah was doing. It was needed for the time. It was something that he set up in the city for the time, like a rule. Like we have rules in here, right? No guns, no drugs, right? If you walk into these doors, don't bring your gun. You walk into these doors, you can't be high. You walk into these doors, you can't have alcohol. You see that? It's a rule that he set up. When the door is shut, none of that can enter. It's the same concept. You see that? Now, think about it. Let me show you something. Do we drink in here? Yeah, we do. Feast days. Feast days. See, there's a time and place. Feast days. Yeah, when we have feasts, and we're having a feast at the school, of course. We got alcohol, not every single time, but it's not some crazy knockdown drunken session. But we got beer in the back, some hard liquor, some wine. Yeah, it's a feast. So if we have a feast at the school, we'll drink. But like right now, what's in your cup? Irish coffee? Nope. What's in your cup? No, we're not drinking alcohol, right? It's not the time. So Nehemiah set those things up to get the people back on track. He had to curb them so hard. You know how you do cold turkey? Something cold turkey, you just stop. Right? You don't like, oh, you know what, I'm gonna do that next week. He cold turkeyed them and just cut that off. Boom, because that's how dire the situation was. I mean, think about it. He sent off the women with the children. Those were Israelite children. He said, get them out of here because they ain't even speaking their own language. They speak in the language of the Ammonites, the Moabites. You see that? When will we ever cast off Israelite children? Not in this day and age. It was so dire back then that it needed to happen. You see that? So I get the buying and selling. But let's look at it let's be rational real quick. If you happen to, who sits there and stares at their gas gauge and watch it move while you drive? Like, oh, it's moving. Nobody, right? You don't stare at the gas gauge, right? You drive, you stare at the gas gauge, like, gotta wait for it to move, make that little move. No, all I know is I fill up, and then when I look at it again, it's at half tank, and I'm like, dang, I filled up yesterday, right? That's all I know is I fill up, and like a day later, it's empty, and I'm like, whoa.
You know, you can't fill it up. You just gotta watch it.
You gotta make
sure your RPM don't go past.
That's hilarious. But the point that I'm making is this: if you're not one like rock around to watch your gas gauge, it may befall you on the Sabbath that your light goes on. Right? So you're gonna say, well, you could say, well, I know my vehicle. I could drive another 30 miles before I gotta fill up. Right? My gas light's on. I could go another 25 miles. And you know, the house is only 10 miles away. But see, I don't take chances like that. Because something might happen where I might have to drive more than 30 miles. And it's the Sabbath, but I might need gas. Am I gonna wait till tomorrow in every situation? I might drive home and no, I'm not going nowhere. My rib got her car, she got gas. I'll be fine till tomorrow. Let me just go home. You see what I'm saying? So you might not get the gas. It's not wicked, but if I go get gas, it ain't wicked to buy gas on the Sabbath, right? Or if I'm starving and I need something for my blood sugar, I might feel a little woozy, and I say, hey, can somebody go grab me some peanuts at the corner store? That's wicked. No, it's not against the law. It's not a sin. It's not a sin not to buy. It's not a sin to buy. That was just for that time, and men take those instances and they say, okay, well, we want to institute that for us. Fine. But then when you institute I'm going to let you come in. Just remember, when you institute no buying on the Sabbath, that means that you're saying I'm sticking wholly to the letter of the law, the letter of what's written. That means that you better be around brothers and sisters every Sabbath. Gathering. Not at your job, right? Not at work, but with brothers and sisters in class. Reading. Because you're a letter of the law Israelite. Right? I'm sticking to what's book. Well, the book says in Leviticus 23, gather. Holy convocation. Right? Stick to that. You better not, when it's cold outside, in the middle of winter, on the Sabbath, turn that heat on, that furnace. Because that's kindling a fire. You better not, because I'm a book to the book Israelite. I'm following the law. You better not warm that baby bottle up. You better not plug that heater in. You better not, because you a letter of the law, brother. You see how it can go? Where, well, y'all is buying and selling on the Sabbath. But did you just heat up that baby bottle? Did you just turn your car on, brother?
Did you hit the light switch?
Did you just turn on the light switch? Right? Wait, you just conducted electricity. What the hell's your problem? Did you just light a candle? Woo!
It's heavy.
Yeah, we got to stop it. That's the problem. We got to stop being hypocrites. You got to stop being hypocrites, man. Again, it's not wrong if you don't want to buy on the Sabbath, but don't say I'm a sinner or wicked because I am. Because the scriptures say when you offend in one law, you offend in them all. You break one, you break them all. So don't sit here, oh, see, y'all are off and wicked because y'all are buying us because the sun is still up. Well, then you should just not be even walking around. You shouldn't be teaching. You shouldn't be doing anything that is constituted as work. Don't sweep up the mess your kids made. Don't tell them to clean. Put everything to rest. Go to your house and hit the circuit breaker. Right? But then don't light no candles. You got to sit in the dark. You see how far it can go? Y'all get that? Again, it's not wicked if you don't want to buy on the Sabbath or if you do. But for those out there like, see, y'all are off because y'all are doing that. Nah, keep that to yourself and let that be a law for you. That's what I say. If you believe in that, then keep that for you. That's your righteousness. That's you. All right? So I did a class on it too. It's called like the Sabbath do's and don'ts. And I went into all that and showed what did the Most High what was defiling the Sabbath in the eyes of the Most High. Putting the burden on the camels, putting the laden in the horses, and carrying that through the gates of the city. Everybody get that?
It was a good class.
I got a precept on that, what you're saying too.
So, if you want to go get some, if you want to buy some food on the Sabbath, it's okay. The Most High didn't say starve. Or be thirsty and die and wither away in class and then miss the whole class. What's that?
Got a precept on that.
What you got?
It's Ecclesiastes 3:1. To everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven.
And that's what it is, man. We got to know what time, what season. Again, if you can prep for the Sabbath and have all your ducks in a row, then do it. More power to you. More power to you. Right? We're not knocking you if you don't want to buy things. We had the brother Nicodemus. He was on that. Like, remember he thought, what did he think? He couldn't throw away trash on the Sabbath. So you couldn't get up to put it inside the trash basket, but you could throw it on the floor in your house. But that's where when you become a slave to the Sabbath, when you become a slave to the Sabbath, and you start to serve the Sabbath and not let the Sabbath serve you, those are the concepts that come in your head that instead of getting up and just putting the trash in the basket, the same energy I use to just drop it on the floor, it's the same thing as just walking over to the basket, putting it in the trash. It's the same thing. You got some brothers, you can't buy and sell on the Sabbath, but you can sweep on the Sabbath. So you can sweep on the Sabbath, but you can't buy and sell. You can clean things, but you can't buy and sell. My thing is this. Don't come back and say people are wicked. Either way. We're not saying that. We're not saying you're wicked because you're not buying. We're not saying you're wicked because you are buying. We're saying that if you feel that way, that's you. You get that? If a person feels like, I don't want to buy and sell on the Sabbath, we can't force you. Do your thing. We didn't force Nicodemus. He started coming to the realization like, wait a minute, okay. What I'm thinking is not making sense. You see that? So he moved a different way. Let's read on.
Can I
yeah, what you got?
It's Mark 3, verse 4. He said unto them, it is lawful to do good on the Sabbath days.
Is it lawful to do good on the Sabbath days?
Is it lawful?
Right.
Or to do evil?
Right.
To save life or to kill?
Again, are you going to watch a person die because you're in constraint to the Sabbath? Wow. Or are you going to help that person out? drive them to the hospital, get them what they need, buy them a Band-Aid. I don't know. Right, well, you know, I know you dying right here, but the sun is up, so sun goes down at 6:34. I'll be back in about 4 hours.
It's cold.
Some niggas think, bro. Like your mama falls down the steps this morning, and you gonna leave her until 6:34?
Wow, man.
What the hell's your problem? I can't lift her. I can't lift her because that's work.
That's a burden.
That's a burden, brother. What?
I actually did that.
Ah, damn.
True story.
Long time ago.
Yeah,
He didn't do it
that was
yesterday.
a long time ago.
He did it a
But she
long
wasn't-
time ago in his youth.
My mom was young though. My mom isn't like.
Wait, so she
wasn't
fell down the
super-
steps and you left her?
I mean, she could get it.
Wait. You told her like, Mom, I can't come over. It's a Saturday.
It was a Saturday morning. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Wow.
It was a Saturday morning. She fell and I started calling my name.
And you was like, nah, sis.
And I went downstairs and looked, and I was like,
It's the Sabbath, Mom. It's the Shabbat. No, you said, Mom,
but
it's
she
the.
didn't fall like she
You said, Mom, it's the Shabbat. I can't lift thou.
Before it looks really bad, she didn't fall down the whole stairs. She only fell down. She like missed like the last step.
God. But you see the point?
Yeah.
You see the point?
I mean, it's
It can become madness if you let it, right? And you really got to have a firm grasp on context.
Yep.
What happened in some things were situational and needed for the situation. Some things had to be instituted for that time, and it was necessary for that time because of the situation. It's about context.
Yep.
Right. So let's jump back.
Exodus chapter 31, verse 17, second precept.
Right.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth.
Wait, according to the moon?
The Lord.
No. How many days?
For in 6 days.
According to the moon.
For in 6 days.
A new moon, Sabbath?
For in 6 days.
Oh, okay. See, he's reminding us how to calculate the Sabbath.
Wow.
Right? He's reminding us how the Sabbath should be calculated. He said in 6 days he created the heavens and the earth. Read.
And on the seventh day he rested.
Right, so he's letting us know this is what you mimic your Sabbath, how you calculate your Sabbath.
Wow.
6 days of work, 7 days of rest. Simple as that. It's the simplicity that's in Christ. Stop being beguiled. Stop. I'm going to tell y'all. I'm going to say it. There are Israelites, brothers and sisters out there that are too smart for their own good. Knowledge puffeth up.
Wow, man.
They're too smart, and they bring you these concepts that are way over the top. And next thing you know, you try to calculate the moon phases to figure out when is the Sabbath. When the Most High said, 6 days he worked, 7 days he rested, do the same. Why do we gotta make it hard? Remember, the commandment is not grievous. It's not hard. It's not hard to be understood.
Absolutely.
You got cats that's too smart. They're too smart. There's too much knowledge puffing them up, and they're not understanding that. Wait a minute. Israel's slow. Their reading comprehension is at 5th grade. Their minds are easily distracted. What nigga wants to calculate the moon? To figure out when to not have sex and when to serve the Lord? Who wants to do that? That right there would make it like, I ain't doing that. Bruh, calculate the moon? I'm good. Listen, I'm gonna just go back to church. Sunday, oh, y'all got Sunday? Good, because the moon be changing on a Sunday every time.
It does.
Right? Most High did the same. He said, look, Friday, sundown, Saturday, sundown, 7th day. Just don't do these things. I'm gonna make it easy for you. He didn't give us the commandment to confuse us or to put us in binds and constraints and make it harder. He gave it to us to make it easy. Read on.
And was rested. Verse 18.
Right?
And he gave it to Moses when he had made an end of communing with him upon Mount Sinai. 2 tables of testimony, tables of stone, written with the finger of the Most High.
Right, and if y'all forget, well, it's written right here for y'all to look at. Go ahead. Any questions on that chapter? Read.
Chapter 32, verse 1. And when the people saw that Moses delayed to come down out of the mount, the people gathered themselves together unto Aaron.
Yeah, you know, when you read into Josephus about this, and when it's describing Mount Sinai, you know, and it describes Mount Sinai as basically it was impassable. Like the way it looked, the degree of angle of the mountain, it was like this. They were like they looked at it, it was like nobody can climb up that.
Crazy.
And if you did make it, once you get up there, all that power and all that cloud and lightning and thunder, like who can survive that? So they looking at Moses like he didn't survive. The scale of it talks about the scale of climbing Mount Sinai. It like
Steep.
It was so steep, right?
Okay.
The angle of it,
He was the first Leonidas.
right? But but this is the thing. See, the people, think about this. Most High said climb the mountain, and in our minds it's like, well, he killed him. He killed him. But think about it. They translated that to walk in the wilderness. Well, he brought us out here to die. Why do we automatically go to negative? How come we couldn't say, well, damn, you know, they took us out of Egypt and them niggas was killing us. They was beating up our backs in and making us make bricks and straw and finding our own straw and then making the brick, and we couldn't have our feast days and those different things. They didn't recognize us as a people. Guess what? Same concept today. You're not recognized as a people. You try to make bricks with no straw. Find your own straw. Bring your. Think about it. They got the post office workers. Nigga, bring your own uniform. Bring your own uniform to work. Cop, bring your own gun. Bring your own bullets. Right? Bring your own tools to the trade. They working you to death, and you're like, see, the Most High is taking me out of my pension. He's pulling me away from the white picket fence. He's pulling me away from the dog and the 2.5 kids and the minivan with the sports car. No, he's pulling you from slavery. It's the same concept that rides with us. We don't look at the good that the Most High is trying to bring us and the evil he's taking us out from. He said he's bringing us out of Sodom and Egypt. Spiritual Sodom and Egypt, right? But we look at it like it's home. Like this is home. Home is where the heart is. Right? It's like a Hallmark card to us. And we want to be here. I don't like it here, man.
Oh, no.
I don't like this life. I don't like this world.
No, sir.
I hope Russia bombs Ukraine right now.
Man.
Please. Please. Pray for it. I hope they send a nuclear missile right into Kiev or Kyiv or however the hell you want to pronounce it. The Ukrainian way or the Russian way.
Right.
I don't care. Send mortars, send bombs, send missiles, send troops, send Putin himself. Let's get it rolling. I'm ready. Ready for it to end. I feel like Smith in the Matrix. He was pissed off at being in the Matrix. He's like, it stinks. I could see the smell, the everything, right? And he rubbed it in his nose, and he put it all up in his nose. I'm like, don't y'all smell this?
Wow.
You want to grab our people and grab them by the neck and be like, don't you smell the stench of this place? The death in the air, the blood on the leaves, all that stuff, man. But it's like they don't want to smell it. They don't want to see it.
No, they don't.
Right? But it's up to us to keep pushing forward, pushing through, understanding that what? We're going to be dealing with these concepts until Christ comes. This is going to continue to repeat no matter how long we're here. It's not for us to get frustrated, upset, mad, impatient, right? But to just keep doing our job, keep being repetitive, keep pushing the same tone, the same voice. The Most High did it. He was super repetitive. He kept replaying and repeating, right? So we got to be that example. Go ahead, read.
And said unto him, up, make us gods, which shall go before us. For as for this Moses, the man that brought us up out of the land of Egypt.
Because Moses was their God. They looked at Moses as the God, not the Most High, not Christ. They looked at the man Moses as the God. They were wrong for that. Read.
We want not what is become of him.
Uh-huh.
And Aaron said unto them, break off the golden earrings.
Nah, y'all niggas is wicked. Look, the Most High is right here. It's not about man. What did he say?
Break off the golden earrings.
No, surely the Most High is with us. Have faith, brethren.
Break off the golden earrings.
Oh, he catered to their nonsense. He catered to their nonsense and gave in to the people. But remember, as a leader of the people, is so are his officers. So where was Aaron at? He was still a little bit in Egypt. He was still in that mind of Egypt. Like, wait a minute, y'all are right, right? Y'all are right. As the leader of the people, so he was the leader of the people, right under Moses. As the leader of the people is, as a matter of the city is, so is the leader. So if they on that mind state, Aaron was on that mind too. He was supposed to be the one to stand up and say, no, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna cut that off from us, and we're gonna wait and be patient. Moses is okay, but he lacked a little bit of faith. He gave in to what the people saw, and what did he do? Commanded the wrong thing. Go ahead.
Which are in the ears of your wives, of your sons, and of your daughters, and bring them unto me.
Mm-hmm.
And all the people break off the golden earrings which were in their ears, and brought them unto Aaron. And he received them at their hand, and fashioned it with a graving tool, after he had made it a molten calf. And they said, these be thy gods.
Right. These damn Canaanite guys, they love worshiping cows, man. They love the cow. You know, the cow represents what? That strength, that fertility.
Oh, I didn't ever knew that.
Oh yeah. The cow, the ox, the calf. It's all the same. Right? Remember, the angels have 4 heads. The lion, the man, the eagle, and what?
The calf.
What did the calf represent? Strength. Yeah. Same concept. They just took it and used it wrong. They used it for evil. Go ahead.
O Israel, which brought thee up out of the land of Israel, Egypt. Forgive me. Verse 5. And when Aaron saw it,
he said, this is your God that did what?
Which brought thee up out of the land of Egypt.
Wow, man.
Go ahead. I mean, let that settle in real quick.
And Aaron said that.
Let that settle in real quick, though. Like, yeah, Aaron is the one that said that. But let it settle in. What was on the minds of the people, even with all the beautiful wonders and all the plagues and all the Red Sea parting? What was on the minds of the people where they can build an idol and really believe that is what delivered them? Again, let's think about it in today's terms. We do it today. My car delivered me. My job delivered me. My money is going to deliver me. My woman. My clothing, that's going to deliver me. My gun. You got niggas idolizing guns these days. The gun is the biggest idol right now. It's the biggest idol among young people. It's guns. It's guns. Go. All you got to do is watch the news. Get out of Houston real quick and watch Philly and New York. Bro, you got people stealing guns off of people. I was watching one video. The chick was inside. She was retarded anyway. But she was inside the grocery store on the phone with stuff all in her hand like this and had a gun on the back of her hip and some dirty little spandex and a little bonnet, head wrap, whatever. And she on the phone acting cool. And all he did was one dude distracted her and the other dude just pushed her and grabbed the gun out of her hip and left. Didn't shoot her, didn't rob her for her purse or anything. They wanted the gun. That's the access. That's the tool of the trade. The gun is the way to get everything now. That's the way. I don't know if y'all pay attention to people's hips. You have to pay attention to people's hips when they walk into a room. A lot of people are walking around with concealed weapons. We went to Brenda's Taqueria, that feast day. I don't know if y'all noticed it. This was what feast day was it? Tabernacles. It was one of the nights we went out as family night. And I look at, people wonder why I look at men and women up and down. It's not because I'm trying to be staring at somebody's booty or anything like looking at a man's butt. But the scriptures say that you're supposed to observe and be circumspect. So anybody that comes near me, I look at them from foot to head to foot. And I'm looking for things that are bulging. I'm looking for things in their hands. I'm looking for anything I can see that may be a harm or a threat, right? You had the one instance where the dude was calling the cop into his house, right? And he stood like this, and he was like, and the cop got close enough, and he just blazed him. It's all on the body cam. He just shot him right in the damn face. Damn. How could you not see that this dude had a big ass gun on his hip or on his side? If I'm walking towards you, that's the first thing I'm looking at is the thing I can't see. Yeah. So I like to make sure I'm looking. I'm watching people when they walk, and when that bulge move a certain way. Oh, he got one on him. When they hold their little bags too close to their chest. The guys,
those little bags,
the little bags that you know, the bags that the little messenger bags, not a man purse, right? The messenger style, the satchels, right? The modified satchels. But a lot of guys, listen, I got my wallet, passport, and a phone in here. You could put a 22 in this. You could put a 9 in this. You know, a lot of brothers that come through the mall, and they be having that heat on them, and you would never know. And they would never know. They got flip-flops on, tight-ass pants, and a bunch of tattoos on their face. But when it's time, they will reach for that thing. A lot of women walking around, conceal weapons. This is Texas. You can just walk around with a gun now.
Okay.
Yeah. Right? Mississippi, you can just walk around with a gun. Right? And then even in the states that you can't, cats don't care. New York, it's a zero tolerance on guns, and they got the most guns. They got the most gun death right now. And there's zero tolerance. They got cops out there getting shot. So again, we got to understand what times we're in. We got to see what is the thing that's being used to. It's always been that sword, but what's really that thing is on top right now. That's what the young children are idolizing. When they in their Instagram, I'm about to go live. Y'all see the one where the dude went live and shot himself on Instagram Live? Yeah. He didn't know how to use that safety. You know how to use that safety. They're going live and flashing the guns, and then you see the whole screen go out. Like, dang, you shot the phone. Wow. What, like around? Yeah, man, Philly. Go look at the Philadelphia news. It's going down in Philly. That's like the worst city right now. Philly and New York, the Bronx. Those are the two worst places on the East Coast to be. It's bad. Cops getting killed, kids getting killed, random stray bullets, robberies. They're robbing people at corner stores on camera. On camera. They know they don't care.
Sure don't.
They're robbing people at the gas pump. They don't care. They want to get whatever they want to get. So where we at? We on?
You know, also on that, like, I think about all these people that are doing these robberies and killings, but you never hear about anybody getting caught.
Thank you.
Hell nah. The cops are not in the business of catching people. Hell nah. That's not their business to catch you.
Thank you.
It's not their business to catch. If they're there and they happen to ran up on you while you're doing your act, they'll shoot you. But they're not doing no real police work. Come on.
You know what? I'm gonna say this, what you just said, because I had just told my wife this the other day. I said, you know, it's amazing to me, all of the road rage that's going on, all the shooting people out there, and nobody sees a license plate or nothing.
Oh. Suspect on the loose. Blah, blah, blah. Skip. There was one, I watched another one in Philly. The dude parked. And the other cat came and what do you call it? When you park next to somebody?
Parallel?
No, he side parked. How do I not know this? I'm from New York. Huh?
Double park.
Double parked.
Oh,
How do I not know this? This is like a New York thing. We double park on everything. He double parked right next to his car. So old boy that parked is trying to get out. So he's like, yo, I'm trying to get out. They end up arguing. The dude that double parked pushed old boy, swung on him, knocked him down. What did he do? Right in the hip. Walked up to the car, shot him right in the jaw. Wow. Right in the face. Right in the face. And he drove off, but he couldn't go nowhere because he was shot in the face. He hops out, climbs into somebody else's car, they drive him to the thing. The funniest part about it, they got it all on camera. Both license plate. They said the suspect is still on the loose.
Wow.
I'm like, damn, because they're not looking for people. They're not looking for people. They're not in that business. They want the violence to happen in our cities. They want us to kill each other. That's part of the plan. If they could exterminate each other, then we don't have to be on the line for killing them.
Yeah, because why would a governor write in a order that you don't need a permit to carry a gun? Yes, he wants you to shoot.
He wants you to be able to carry. Just like in Mississippi, that's one of the worst places to live ever. Ever. Take the guns away and it's still one of the worst places ever to live. That is literally the crotch of America. Texas is the armpit, right? It's hot, muddy, dirty, musty, and stink. Floods, it sucks. But then you add the guns in. I was listening to, who was it? The rapper Project Pat. He said, bro, it don't matter what part of Mississippi you from. It's all garbage. Huh? Project Pat.
No, that was Memphis.
Memphis. Oh, he's from Memphis. Who? That's Memphis.
Yeah, he was talking about Memphis.
That's what I'm thinking about. It's Memphis.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's talking about Memphis, but that's what I'm referring to. I don't know why I said Mississippi. Mississippi sucks.
But Memphis, Alabama, and Mississippi.
Yeah, it's all that little four
So
corner
it's like
type of.
A lot of the people in Memphis is from Alabama and Mississippi.
Right. They're trying to move around, but in those places, I know in Memphis you can carry a gun. You don't need no license. That's why the rappers out there, Young Dolph, he got killed. All these rapper beefing and shooting each other. You can just go buy a gun as long as you ain't got no felony. As long as you don't know, you go put it in your mama's name. That's what they doing. Put it in their little kid's name. Buying them illegally. Getting them put together. They putting together plastic guns. Like, it's not a game. And nobody's being held accountable. So you just got to see. It's on us to bring the accountability back through the wisdom and through holding to the law. What?
You know, I was driving down BeachNet like sometime last week, and it hit me when I was driving. I was like, man, this place is a third world country. I just got that feeling. When I was driving, like the same feeling that I got just being in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Like anything can happen at any minute.
Anytime.
At any time, I was like, this is a third world country now. Like right where we're at, right off of BeachNet and the Beltway.
Yeah.
It reminded me so much of a third world country. Traffic.
Dirt, congestion, smell.
Like you see the people, you know,
wiping the window. Yeah.
I forgot what they're called, but
panhandlers.
You see, and then when you see the people walking around, especially Israelites, it don't matter what tribe, when you see them walking around, you just see the lack of I mean, just by how they dress, you could just see it. It's like, damn, you know?
There's no care, there's no
care. Right there by the HEB.
I know what you're talking about.
Right
where
there.
we used to street speak, escorts. Yeah.
And I was gonna say too, man, because you were saying that they're not in the business of catching people. Right there on escorts where we street speak at, there's an 18-year-old that went missing. But she was actually prostituting herself. And they had like a dude from the NAACP that was over there talking.
Yep.
And they were saying like, how come nobody's catching the person that drove the car that she hopped into? Like, everybody knows she's missing. There's flyers up of her missing, and the car with the license plate that was caught on video of her walking into.
That car is missing.
No, it's not missing. It's rolling through the area. And nobody's.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it rolls through the area. People see it all the time.
But it's not in their
but
budget.
There's nothing happening.
It's not on their agenda.
What's messed up is she was 18 and yes, she was prostituting, but you had like a lot of people that was like on the show, like on the news, like asking like if you like help her.
Because who cares about a missing prostitute? Let's be real.
Well, it's like her friend.
There's no dignity.
Her friend was like, she got 2 younger siblings.
Okay.
And she was like, she's the one that takes care of these 2 younger siblings.
Wow. Yeah.
At 18.
Yeah.
She takes care of like her little brother and her little sister. So yeah.
It's a lot going on, man.
Yep.
The one that's a kicker for me right now, the little girl that got shot in the head. The dude got robbed and then he fired his gun at the robbers and then she got hit like a block away, sitting in the car. That's like, I'm like, yo, that for me, like I know it's all the Most High, but I'm just like, it keeps putting you in that mind that at any moment, when the Most High say when.
And that dude that got robbed that was shooting.
Yeah.
He's facing 25 years now.
But they put manslaughter on him? Or
they put
just
something
firing
on him, but he
firing
just bought it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. $100,000 wrong.
Yeah, he feels bad. I mean, he went on the record like feeling real remorseful and real bad.
I seen it. Yeah, I saw it.
You know, but carelessness, and at any moment, anybody could be in that crossfire. You know, let's read on.
And Exodus chapter 32 and verse 5. And when Aaron saw it, he built an altar before it. And Aaron made proclamation and said, tomorrow is the feast of the Lord.
You gonna worship devils and then go hop into a feast? What's up, Doc?
Read verse 4 again. I want y'all to see something about Aaron at this point.
Exodus chapter 32 and verse 4. And he received them at their hand and fashioned it with a graving tool.
He did what?
Fashioned it with a graving tool.
It says he fashioned it with a graving tool. Mm-hmm. Right? Now check this out. Look where his mindset is. Get Wisdom of Solomon 15 verse 9.
Oh yeah, they fashioned the wood. Is that it?
That's part of it. But when you read Wisdom of Solomon 15, the whole chapter is talking about men making graven images.
Yeah.
All right. So check this out. This is Aaron's mindset right here.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 15, verse 9. Notwithstanding, his care is not that he shall have much labor.
So he had to do much labor when he fashioned it with a graving tool. Much labor. Now I'm bringing this part out because he's gonna say something stupid later.
Right, because you got to gather the gold.
Right.
You got to melt it down in the hot cauldrons or whatever. Build a fire hot enough to melt it.
Right.
Then you got to let it cool.
Right.
So it's moldable.
Yeah.
Then you got to have the tools to be able to do that.
Yeah, but he used a graving tool, which means he wanted it to look exactly like a bull.
Yeah.
In every sense.
Graving tool. Right.
Like a Merrill Lynch bull.
Yeah.
I've seen that. You know what I mean? Balls and all. You want to make
stock market bull.
A little detail, right?
Yep.
What's that? Yeah, Dan? Oh, okay. Go ahead. Read.
Nor that his life is short.
Right. He didn't think, damn, this is going to take time out of my life. Go ahead.
But striveth to excel goldsmiths and
he strove to do better than the Egyptian cats.
Wow.
Or even the men that the Most High had that were gold workers. Because when you read in the chapter before, said he had wise-hearted men that knew how to fashion silver and gold.
Right. So this ain't like those ones you see on the History Channel where they dig up the little, it's an animal shape. Nah, this is like he put detailed artistry into this. You understand?
He made the damn bull have fur on it.
Yeah, he didn't just lump the gold together and be like, ooh.
Like,
right?
Yeah.
Nah,
he went in.
Yeah, he went and engraved it and everything. Read on.
And silversmiths.
Right.
And endeavored to do like the workers in brass, and counted it his glory
so
to make.
Why did he make that bull?
Counted it glory.
No, read it again.
From top?
No, right there, where you're at.
Oh. And counted it his glory.
His glory. He wasn't doing it to honor the gods of Egypt or nothing. He was doing it for his glory. Y'all see that? Yeah. That's where Aaron's mind went to. It wasn't about, let's worship the gods of Egypt alone. No, I made this.
And you know what's cool about that? The Most High already gave Aaron his glory.
That's true.
When he put that garment on him.
Yep.
When he put that garment on him, when he consecrated him and his sons to do his work, he should have looked at that as the glory. And I mean, I'm going to say it. I'm going to sound like a broken record. Right? The Most High gives us our glory, but we want to take the glory of America. What America says is glorious for us to do.
Yep.
The Most High gave us a glory. He gave us the priesthood, the kings and priests of the earth. And for us, that's not glorious enough.
He told the sisters, your hair is your glory. What do sisters do?
Cut it off.
Go bleach it.
Cut off the side, put wig in it, blonde.
Straighten it out, blonde it up.
Front lace.
Yeah.
Yep.
Don't you know the women in the past that did that, like in Paul's day? The women that bleached their hair and blonded it up and wore wigs, those were prostitutes. That was like the glowing neon sign that this is a prostitute.
It still is.
It still is. They tell you that a man that, in that time, a man or a woman that bleached their hair, they were a temple hoe.
Yeah.
A temple hoe.
Now you add that with the fact that a lot of these sisters want to get a butterfly tattoo right above their butt crack, and that's the symbol that you're a whore in Japan. So you just say international hoe.
No, the new one. The new butterfly is the BBL.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's a BBL. They don't even get tattoos no more. They get a BBL.
Yeah.
That's the new hoe symbol. Just is.
The one that sinks down in their leg.
Well, I mean, it looks good when they first get it, but then like they take 2 steps and it falls. Yeah.
Oh, that's messed up, man.
2 steps and it just drops. If it ain't held in with like a corset or a stomacher, right? Some type of tight spandex, that thing will just drop down to your ankles.
Yep.
It'd be a BB Brazilian butt drop. Anyway,
BBD?
That's what he's saying. He said that he counted it his glory to make counterfeit things, fake things.
Ooh.
wow.
Now see that? So again, the new God is not a cow no more. We know enough not to go worship a golden cow, but what is it now? It's the Brazilian butt lift, right? It's the brother with the got his schlong increased medically, right? It's the brother that wears the gray sweatpants, right? That's your new gods now.
No, they didn't have to do that. They don't get to that point. It's the one that can take out a stack of money and spell things with it.
Right?
Or rub it down his arm like
Yeah.
this and he's just
Drape it.
drape it across or make phone booths out of it. It's that. They don't even get to the they don't even need that part no more. Like it don't matter what your size is. As long as you got rubber bands to make them dance.
As long as it's counterfeit.
Yeah.
As long as it's fake, has no life in it. Why? Because then there's nothing to check you. There's no one to say, what the hell are you doing? That's why you make a golden cow, man.
No accountability.
Yeah, like if every time you worship a man in the scriptures, right, or an angel, what the angel do?
Get up.
Get up.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Don't
Worship
worship
the Most
me.
High only. Yahweh said it. Get up. Worship the Most High. Right. But when you worship a golden cow, what happens?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
No correction. No check.
No blessing.
Right.
You just deceived. You just left hanging.
There it is. And that's what our people want, man. No accountability. That's why they want to throw away the Bible now. The Bible is the mirror, man. Remember? The looking glass.
Yep.
It checks you. As soon as you open it up, I don't care what page you're on, you start not feeling good enough. Like you instantly like, what's wrong with me?
And in the beginning,
Yeah.
the Lord created heaven and earth. Damn, I don't belong here.
Right?
Oh my God, I'm so wicked. That's hilarious.
Yeah, but when you make a golden cow, when you got you a $1 bill, $100 bill, it don't check you. You don't look into Benjamin Franklin's face and be like, oh, I feel so blessed. Nah, you get pride. Got me a Benjamin Franklin. It's all about the Benjamins, baby. Start Harlem shaking like an idiot and everything, right? There's no check. But that's why he made this, was because it's not gonna check us. We don't want nothing to do with that voice on top of the mountain. Because that checks us. We want this golden cow that shuts the hell up and lets us do what we want.
It's called.
Yep.
Y'all see that?
You want the
and
crit-
we
you
would
want-
rather have that does nothing, doesn't bless us, like he said. We'd rather have that do nothing than the Most High, who actually blesses us, come back and check us.
And that's with all the things that they fat. Your little Christmas tree, your little Easter egg hunts, your little fireworks, all that stuff, man. All the things you can make a God, it's going to, all it does, it doesn't even appease you. It just lets you fall into your own mind. That's really it. You just get given over to that, and you get to just follow your own thoughts. It goes back to that pride.
That would happen too.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was it. I want you to see Aaron's mindset, that he didn't just throw the gold in the fire and it came out and he just kind of, molded it up into something that might look like a cow. He engraved this to look like a beautiful statue. You see that?
God.
Let's go back.
Yeah, jump back. Exodus 32:4.
Exodus chapter 32 and verse 4. And he received them at their hand and fashioned it with a graving tool. After he had made it a molten calf. And they said, These be thy gods, O Israel, which brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. And when Aaron saw it, he built an altar before it. And Aaron made proclamation and said, "Tomorrow is the feast of the Lord." And they rose up early in the morning and offered burnt offerings and brought peace offerings. And the people sat down to eat and to drink and rose up to play. And the Lord said unto Moses, Go, get thee down, for thy people, which thou broughtest out of the land of Egypt, they have corrupted themselves. They have turned aside quickly out of the way which I commanded them. They have made them a molten calf, and have worshipped it, and have sacrificed thereunto, and said, These be thy gods, O Israel, which have brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. And
What's that?
No, I'm just, what he just read there, and the Lord said to Moses, Go, get thee down for 5 people. He sound like he didn't want to claim him no more.
Yep. He was like, that's your homies. That's your people. Go get them. Go get them. You their God. It's like that. It's like when you have 2 parents,
Right.
and they got a kid and the kid's doing bad, and the mom's like, that's your son.
Right.
You're like, well, that's you. But when he's doing good,
Right.
he's your son. Right? The Most High got a sense of humor. It just shows you, man, the Most High got a sense of humor.
You do.
Right? And again, it's all practical. It's just a sense of humor, man. The Most High, he makes it relatable. Right?
He does.
But not excusing Moses from the responsibility also of having to go down and deal with the people. Go ahead, good point. Read.
verse 9. And the Lord said unto Moses, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Now therefore, let me alone, that my wrath may wax hot against them, and that I may consume them. And I will make of thee a great nation. And Moses besought the Lord, his God, and said, Lord, why doth thy wrath wax hot against thy people, which thou hast brought forth out of the land of Egypt with great power?
Now we're gonna really get a close examination of why Moses was chosen to lead the people over Korah, David. Remember them?
Right.
We're going to read about them further, but we're getting a reason. We're seeing the reasons why the Most High chose Moses over any man at the time. Because, be honest, if you was Moses at that time, and the Most High said, "I'm gonna wipe everybody out and raise you up," you'd have been like, "Bring it on." I'm tired of them niggas anyway. I can, and you would do it in this way. You know what, Lord? You're right. I can raise up better children than them. You wouldn't do it like, yeah, wipe them niggas out, they're all wicked. You would look at yourself and pedestalize yourself and say, you know what? I can raise great children. I can be a great leader to the ones that want to hear. My children will hear me. So let's do it. That's how we think.
Wow.
That's how we think. You wouldn't be so callous and cold to be like, yeah, wipe them out. Most I look at you like, nigga, what's your problem? But you would try to soothe it and ease it on, like, yeah, you know what? Most High thinks I can do it.
Lord, if it be thy will.
Lord, if it be thy will. Yeah. Then, you know what? Yeah, if you insist, because you will be there to guide me and my children will hear my voice and all that, you would appease yourself and pedestalize yourself. But we're going to see that Moses, he had to step back and say, wait a minute. Hold on, don't be so hot at them. Why? Remember, it's not that the Most High needed some type of reminder from little old Moses,
right?
But it was really an integrity check on Moses. This discourse is happening to show you what type of man Moses was. Don't get it mixed up that the Most High needed a reminder.
Oh no.
Or he needed to be second guessed, or he didn't know what the hell he was doing.
Right.
This is to show you Moses and why he was chosen. Y'all get that?
Right.
I know it'll be in a lot of people's minds as you read this, and if you're familiar.
Right.
You're like, well, he put the Most High in check?
Nope.
He counseled the Lord? Brother,
Nope.
hell no.
Nope.
Hell no. It says, who is the Lord's counselor? Job asked that, right? Or it was in Job. He said, who can counsel the Lord? Who's his counselor? He don't need no counselor.
No, right.
He don't need no advisor.
No.
Right? This was to show us the type of men and women that we should aspire to be, not letting the frustration of our peers settle in, right? He that is overtaken in a fault, him that is spiritual, restoring the spirit of meekness. Our people were overtaken in a fault at this time. Moses could have been like, you know what? They off as hell. I'm up here doing this. I'm carrying these heavy tables. I climbed this high mountain. You know what, Lord? Yep. Let me go down there and pick one woman out of all of them, right? Let me get my wives and let's do it. But that's not what Moses was on. That wasn't his character. That's why he was qualified to lead the people. Y'all get it? Who made you a leader? Right? Remember his own brethren questioned him?
Yes.
Who made you a leader and a prince over us? Well, now we see why it was the Most High.
He went up Noah on that one. Because when the Most High said, listen, I'm going to wipe off everybody off the face of the earth.
Noah didn't
Make a boat.
Yep.
Noah was like,
hell yeah. Yep. He didn't question.
Yeah, it wasn't
He said like that, Lord.
It wasn't no back and forth.
Yeah.
You going to kill your people?
Yeah.
Nah,
Even Abraham,
I'm
right?
Pope.
Even Abraham was like, wait a minute. Well, what about if there's a few righteous down there? Can we go make sure? Right? Noah was like, shoot, hey, he's right. Where's the hammer? What type of nails you want me to use? Right? Where are the specs? Right? He was ready.
Wanted like yacht style?
Right. You wanted manpower or motor power? What you want? It's true though. You know, not that Noah was a wicked man or off in any way. It's just you're seeing the different attributes and characteristics of these different men. Because what Noah did wasn't wrong. He just followed instruction. He just went at the job.
Exactly.
Right? Moses had to do this discourse, but it was checking Moses. Hebrews 5, right? Hebrews 5:1. Every high priest that's taken among men ordained to sacrifice for men. Right? Who can have compassion on the ignorant and them that are out of the way? This was seeing where was Moses' compassion. You see that? Where was his integrity? Was it for the people or was it for himself? He was chosen because he wasn't about himself. Right? When you read in Hebrews.
It's a symbol of Yahweh Shai on the cross, man. Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's why I said about Yahweh Shai, he will raise up a prophet like unto
Moses.
you.
Yeah.
Like unto Moses.
Yep.
Because Moses had that same heart Yahweh Shai. I'll die for these people. I'll even stand up to the Most High and look at the niggerish answer he gave the Most High. Wait. Thy people, don't try to push this off on me.
Right.
Thy people.
You gonna kill thy people? Well, you brought them out of Egypt. Yeah, remember, the Most High didn't need no discourse to convince him.
Right.
This was to show us how Moses really, like his real heart. Remember, he's there. It's him and the Lord. It's him and the Most High. It's him and Yahweh Shai. Right? At any moment, he could have revealed his true self, but this is his true self. His true self was towards the people. So go ahead, read it on. Finish it.
And with the mighty hand. That's it.
That was it for your reading?
Concert.
Well, where'd you at?
32 verse 1.
Okay, let's get the next one. Any questions? Next reader. Taste and see that the Lord is good. Y'all never thought Sabbath class could be so fun, huh?
Oh, I love it. Love it.
Michael, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Ban Yasharallah.
Michael, Shabbat Tashah, Yahawada, Ban Yasha'Allah. Hey, Michael, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shabbarakatham.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shabbarakatham.
Another thing that made me enjoy something else because I came up under that Christian church, man, 50 years. And when I was talking
You went to church for 50 years?
Yeah, I was in a Christian church for 50 years. I even got so-called christened as a baby, right?
Wow.
And I learned to coming to that Christian church. They taught me that the Most High was just tenderoni with bouquets of roses. Okay?
Every day was
And
Valentine's.
now I done learned that not the Most High, not no tenderoni with bouquets of roses. Okay? Now he's a merciful God, but he don't play. And that ain't what they gave me up in there.
That's not what
They
they
gave the concept they gave me was, I go do this, and the Lord forgive me.
Yeah.
He's a merciful, good God.
He's a pushover.
So that gave me even more incentive to go do my thing, to go do what I want, because, oh, God, forgive me. I'm foolish and how ignorant I was.
And he will. You know, they just gave you the one side.
Thank you.
He will. He is merciful.
Yes.
He is forgiving sins, and he is all. God is love.
Right.
He is all that. But
going out willingly just doing it, you know?
Right,
just
right.
going out willingly doing it because, you know, well, the Lord have mercy on me, he'll forgive me. That's garbage, man.
And the thing that he's leaving out too is that, you know, we were told that you had to be so serious, you couldn't laugh and you couldn't, you know, and coming to these Sabbath classes like this morning, I was reminded that I feel so good being able to come among the brethren.
Yeah.
And we have fun by learning.
remember,
God's word.
he said because you didn't want to serve with joyfulness and gladness of heart, you got to serve your enemies. We're supposed to, yes, we take what we do serious because it is serious, but at the same time, serious doesn't mean because you take something serious, you can't find the humor or the silver lining in things. You know, this is supposed to be fun. The word of the Lord is supposed to lighten you up.
Oh, absolutely.
It's supposed to bring joy to you, right? It's supposed to bring the gravity of things also.
Yes.
There's a time and place for all things, right? We're not just overly laughing and having fun, right? Because that's not what it's about. It's about balance. It's about having that joy. A lot of us, that's why a lot of people don't touch the Bible. I said it last, was it last? Did I say it today? I didn't come up, Bill. That was all today.
Yeah, you said it today. You said it today.
Are you serious?
Yeah, cause
that was all today. Taste and see that the Lord is good.
Oh yeah.
That was today.
Yes.
I thought it was yesterday.
Because you went back like this and pushed back.
Right.
I'll be listening, brother.
But that wasn't last night.
Nope. Just what you said.
I felt like I said that yesterday. I wasn't even here last
Said
night.
that today, bro. I was up
But
there.
that's my point.
Yeah.
When you're having fun, time flies, right?
Uh-huh.
But the point is, a lot of people don't even want to touch the Bible because, yes, it is death and brimstone. It is, thus saith the Lord. It is, the Most High is serious, right? But the way we've been given the word, and it's like if you just move the wrong way, you're dead. The Lord is not merciful. There's no joy. Nobody was ever happy. Everybody was just walking around upset, mad. Yes, Lord. No, Lord. Robotic. That's not what it was.
That's what we turned it into.
Right. That's religion. The Most High don't want no servant that's doing that.
If you don't think the Most High has a sense of humor, look how people die, man.
Yep.
George Washington Carver invented the blood transfusion.
Couldn't
Bled to
get-
death on the hospital
Couldn't
steps.
couldn't get one.
Black.
Yep.
What's his name? Captain Screw, DJ Screw.
DJ Screw.
Died because his heart slowed down too much.
Remember, he's the one that slowed down music.
Yes.
Slowed down the rap. Yep.
Man, that's true. I didn't even know that.
Isn't it ironic?
Wow.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
If you don't think the Most High got a sense of humor, this dude put a whole nation on lean, which slows your heart down. He made his living off of slowing down the music to push the lean.
Yep.
And the Most High slowed his damn heart down and killed his ass.
The Most High said it. He said he'll
Captain
laugh.
screwed him.
He said he'll laugh at your calamities.
Dang.
Wow.
He said he'll laugh at your calamity. Most High got a sense of humor, man. He got irony. He got a sense of humor. He's serious. He got sorrow. He got pity. He got compassion.
Pharaoh was drowning babies, throwing babies in the Nile River. How did Pharaoh die?
Yep.
Right back in the
Right back in the sea.
Drowned. His damn chariot wheel still at the bottom down there. They found it.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah, they found that golden chariot wheel still down there. Like, okay, you want to throw babies in the water? Okay, I got you. And he'll wait just to make it poetic. That's what I love. You know what I mean? He'll wait just so you can see the poetry and how he killed you. It's so beautiful, man. But where we at?
Yeah. Where we at?
Look at Exodus chapter 32 and verse 12. Wherefore should the Egyptians speak and say, for mischief did he bring them out, to slay them in the mountains, and consume them from the face of the earth? Turn from thy fierce wrath, and repent of this evil against thy people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, thy servants, to whom thou swearest by thine own self, and saidest unto them, I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, and all this land that I have spoken of will I give unto your seed.
Y'all got to see what kind of genius Moses was. This conversation he's having with the Most High is called humanizing. It's like when somebody's kid gets kidnapped, they always make sure they say the kid's name over and over again.
Yep.
Why? Because it makes that kid human in the kidnapper's eyes.
Yep.
So they don't just see it as a thing, right? Or like you saw in Silence of the Lambs, if any of y'all watched that, she kept saying her daughter's name because
He kept calling
a
it
serial killer.
It's
that's
an
it.
It puts the lotion in the basket.
Right. So to humanize him, she kept saying her name.
Yeah.
Right? What is Moses doing here? Wait, you said this people, thy people. These are your people, man. I gotta make these people human to you because you treat them like they are this, not as thine. You know
And then he's bringing up significant events and other people to make that whole situation. He's trying to invoke that compassion of the Most High.
There you go.
Remember the Egyptians? We don't want them to look at you wrong, right? Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, what you did for them, and we don't want to make what you did for them go void, right?
My.
Yeah. Remember, Moses wasn't some shabby dude.
Wow.
Moses was capping, talking about he can't talk good and all that stuff. He was a general in the army. He was giving war speeches. He was put in war rooms. He knew what the hell he was talking about. He was well educated. Educated enough to know, okay, it's time for me to put this down and become who I really am supposed to be. He was an educated man. Don't get it twisted that he was just some dirty Hebrew Cinderella in Pharaoh's dungeon. He wasn't. Go ahead.
And they shall inherit it forever. And the Lord repented of the evil which he thought to do unto his people. And Moses turned and went down from the mount, and the 2 tables of the testimony were in his hand. The tables were written on both their sides. On the one side and on the other were they written. And the tables were the word of God, and the writing was the writing of God, graven upon the tables. And when Joshua heard the noise of the people as they shouted, he said unto Moses, there is a noise of war in the camp. And he said, it is not the voice of them that shout for mastery, neither is it the voice of them that cry for being overcome, but the noise of them that sing do I hear. And it came to pass, as soon as he came nigh unto the camp, that he saw the calf and the dancing. And Moses' anger waxed hot, and he cast the tables out of his hands and brake them beneath the mount. And he took the calf which they had made and burnt it in the fire, and ground it to powder, and strawed it upon the water, and made the children of Israel drink of it. And Moses said unto Aaron, What did this people unto thee, that thou hast brought so great a sin upon them? And Aaron said, Let not thy anger of my Lord wax hot. Thou knowest the people, that they are set on mischief.
Sound like Saul. Sound like a Saul instance.
Definitely sounds like Saul.
The people made me do it. You know they're mischievous, but you were the one with the engraving tool. You were the one with the precision goldsmithing. You were the one melting down earrings and nose rings and gathering. You were the one. You were the head. Go ahead.
For they said unto me, make us gods, which shall go before us. For as for this Moses, the man that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we wot not what is become of him. And I said unto them, whosoever have any gold, let them break it off. So they gave it to me. Then I cast it into the fire, and there came out this calf.
I didn't engrave it. I just threw everything in, and the cow hopped out. Bro, Aaron gotta stop it. It came out mooing, Lord. Bro, that's crazy. But again, when you want to try to avoid the accountability, you'll make up anything. It's never you. It's not me. It's not them. It's me. Or it's not me. It's them. I just gathered the gold and threw it in the fire, and a cow just came out. Yeah. How does that sound? That's like your child is trying to explain why he wrote on the walls his whole name. Well, no, it wasn't me. Well, it's your whole name. How you write it? Well, I was just holding the pencil, and then it appeared there. What? Like, come on, man. You gotta do better than that, Aaron.
And remember, he made that calf to his glory, to glorify himself.
Yep, verse
I'll say
4.
that.
I'm sorry.
Nah. So we gotta see it's a stupid excuse, man. The worshiping of idols, it made people stupid. It literally decreases your damn IQ.
Con.
Nah, what you gonna say?
No, I think Zechariah. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
I have a question.
What was that?
So right here, he just already, you just said he's not being accountable because we just read it for his glory. So he's like, oh, never mind, don't look at me type stuff.
Yeah, now he's passing the buck. Now it's, it didn't have nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
They gave me their earrings. I threw it in this fire, and the fire made it.
Basically.
This calf walked out of its own volition.
Basically.
Also, second question, I don't want to take it too back, but was Moses talking to Yahushua?
No. Oh, up there.
You talking about in the mountain? Yeah.
Okay, guys.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Verse 25. And when Moses saw that the people were naked, for Aaron had made them naked unto their shame among their enemies, then Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, who is on the Lord's side?
Ooh, there it goes.
Let him come unto me.
Who's double-minded? Who's riding the fence? Who's looking back for Egypt? Right? Who's on the Lord's side? Who's trying to stand for righteousness? See, these are the things that continue to repeat itself. That's why people get destroyed the way they do. Most High is always drawing that line in the sand. What's up?
Does when he says he made them naked unto their shame, were they actually naked, or they were just their shameful part?
No, they weren't naked.
Okay.
That would be unlawful. They were shamed. Naked, when you look up that definition of naked, it means to be shamed, to be shameful.
Right.
Yeah.
During Genesis with
right, when it said Adam and Eve, them being naked,
right.
We go to this precept to show that they weren't naked physically, but they were shameful for their actions. They were shamed for their actions. They were naked. They were without the covering. Think about it. You take away that action, or you make that action be known.
Yeah.
You take away the cover, or what people use to cover up.
Gotcha.
Right. So yeah, it's a mind state.
Right.
Go ahead. Everybody clear on that, right?
Definitely.
Right. Go ahead.
And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together unto him. And he said unto them, thus saith the Lord God of Israel, put every man his sword by his side. and go in and out from the gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moses.
Yeah, Levites were cold, man. The Levites were cold, but they was not having no type of respecter of persons. It wasn't like, oh, we drank a beer last week, so I'm going to save you. Hell no. It was, oh, you standing over there, you got to go.
And I was going to say, I love the scripture because, in the Matthews where it talks about, I came not to bring peace on earth, but I came to bring a sword.
Right.
And right after that, it said he came to set a man in variance with his mother, his father, his brother, his sister. You know, this story is cold because in these times, that's what we're doing spiritually. You have to sever your brother, your father, your mother, your sister. Why? Because they're worshiping Molech spiritually.
Their influence. You're severing their influence.
Yep. Yeah, you got to sever that influence. Why? Because if you don't, look at what happened here. I'm sure there was a couple of them that was like, y'all tripping. I'm not. But they all went and did it, so they all paid the price. They got influenced by the crowd.
Yep.
So you got to see in these times that it's a must that you do make that separation because they will have you where you back influence with Molech because that's what they're doing. That's why they literally could see Moses came back. They thought Moses was dead. But here he is back. The chariot is still up there. They could still see it, but they're still choosing to worship this cow. So they're literally choosing Satan. It's like our people now.
And they was making it look fun.
Exactly.
It was so fun. They thought they was at war. They were like, nah, these niggas are singing and dancing.
God.
But doesn't our people make serving Satan look fun?
God.
Smoking the blunt look fun? Running through the street, they make it look fun. Like, man, you could have a good time with this. Look.
Like I'm not living because I'm in the truth. I'm not living.
Yeah, yep. Because you serve the Lord, you live a boring life and it's no fun and we never do anything and we never have a good time. That's how the world tries to make us feel if you let them. See, the Most High was about cutting away the cancer that was going to spread. Also, he was also about what? If I got to go kill my brother, think about how heavy that is. I got to go kill my own brethren. All these other tribes, right? And probably some Levites. But now, instead of me having to go kill them the next time, let me stay on top of them. Let me continue to be a guide to the blind. Let me suffer not no sin on. What did it say? Suffer not your brother to sin. What did it say? Mm-hmm. You should, suffer not sin. Right, Leviticus 19:17, right? Instead of sitting back and letting my brother sin, now I got to go kill him for that sin. Let me guide him out of that. Let me guide him out of that sin. Because think about it. Who wants to go kill their people? We all just came out of Egypt together. Now I got to go kill you? You know they were apprehensive. They were probably looking at each other like, you go first.
That's going to stick in your head, man.
That's going, yeah.
You know what I mean? When the cat knows you, he knows you by name. It's one thing to kill an enemy.
Yeah.
You don't even know your name, but this person is screaming your name right before they go out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Don't do it. Come on. Come on, lock around. Don't do it. Shadak, no! Right?
You go back like fat like this, man. Don't do this.
Right?
He dies.
Probably worked with a cat, all that. But the point was to take, like, it was no different than killing those animals. That guilt was supposed to, that godly sorrow was supposed to work in two ways. It was supposed to make you see a man doing wrong and want to teach him and have compassion, right? And then make you not want to be in that position to be killed. What's that?
Does this precept in Matthew 24, 39, and 40 go with what y'all talking about?
Go there. Matthew 24 and what?
39 and 40.
No, sis, you're off.
40 and 40.
No, sis, you're off. No.
Matthew chapter 24, verse 40.
Read it.
Then shall two be in the field. The one shall be taken, and the other left.
No, well, that's talking about something else. That's in the end. Watch. Matthew 24, right? And what?
Verse 40.
Right. Watch.
Yeah, that whole chapter is about when Yahushua
Try to come back, right?
So, you know, what this was in Exodus was the Most High, Yahushua wasn't gonna do the dirty work for you.
Yep.
He's gonna make you do the dirty work. You're gonna put in your own work around here, homie.
Yep. Accountability.
Yeah, like you gonna have this man screaming your name before you cut his head off.
Yep.
You're gonna have this person before you run them through. They're gonna be yelling and stick that image right in your brain.
Yep.
So next time you think about making a golden cow, you're gonna taste that nice tart taste that Moses made you drink that stuff. You're gonna taste that, and you're gonna see that.
And your bloody knife.
Right?
And your bloody knife that you had to kill a brother with.
Yeah, you're gonna relive that whole experience before you sin again.
Yeah. This right here is the church's fake rapture.
Yep.
Like where people float into the sky, one person is left on earth, the other one goes up to God. That's the fake rapture. Yeah.
Rapture ain't even in the Bible.
Yeah.
No way.
No way at all.
Yeah, what that's talking about in Matthew 24 is actually happening now. And I told y'all this before, but think about it. Where's your family at? They here with you? Nope. So you got plucked right out of your family.
Yep.
Boom. Here you go. Truth is for you. You're elect. Meaning I chose you. Your family don't get it. The rest were blinded. You see that? You be going back to your family like, look, y'all gotta stop doing Christmas. Huh? They look at you like you just dropped off from Mars. Why? Because it ain't for them. The rest were blinded. You got elect. That rapture is already happening. You ain't gonna float off into a chariot or something like that. You already got picked. 1 from the city, 2 from the field. Y'all see that?
Right.
But a good scripture, a good precept that goes with that one is Jeremiah 3:14. That goes with the one in this 2 in the field. The one will be taken of the left. And just like with our own, just describing how, you know, how we're taken from our family, we're chosen from our family and put in the truth. Anybody got that?
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
Jeremiah chapter 3, verse 14. Turn, O backsliding children, saith the Lord, for I am married unto you, and I will take you one of a city.
One of a city.
And 2 of a family.
2 of a family. So not everybody gonna be righteous. Wasn't everybody chosen? Yeah, the family was chosen. You might have thought that you had a good upbringing, you had good family members, but the Most High chose you. Because the other family members didn't want to hear or listen. We still try to make them listen. We still try to get them to listen. But they don't want to be listened. Most High chose us.
Yes, sir.
Read on.
And I will bring you to Zion.
Zion. You can use that representing the truth. We're gonna be brought to Zion literally, but we're brought to Zion in the mind now.
God.
We're brought to Zion in our spirit. When we gather together, we are Israel. We are the nation. The nation started. The nation. It's almost like in. I'm using a movie reference. I don't know if anybody's seen it, but Thor Ragnarok. Odin was telling Thor that, you know, what was the name of the place that they lived? Asgard. It was like Asgard isn't the place, it's the people. We're Israel.
Right.
We're Zion.
Before was.
God. So the Lord plucked you from your family and brought you to Zion. He brought you amongst your people. He brought you amongst like-minded individuals that's going to help you continue on the path that He wants you to be on.
So that, like in the midst of Babylon, so where's that? In the midst of Babylon, and then what is it? Does that go with what y'all just talked about, Matthew and Jeremiah with kingdoms within? The kingdoms within?
Yeah, where Yahushua said, the kingdom of heaven is within you.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Go back.
Poetic.
Exodus chapter 32 and verse 28. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moses. And there fell of the people that day about 3,000 men. For Moses had said, consecrate yourselves today to the Lord, even every man upon his son, and upon his brother, that he may bestow upon you a blessing this day. And it came to pass on the morrow that Moses said unto the people, ye have sinned a great sin, and now I will go up unto the Lord. Peradventure I shall make an atonement for your sin. And Moses returned unto the Lord and said, oh, this people have sinned a great sin, and have made them gods of gold. Yet now, if thou wilt forgive their sin, and if not, blot me, I pray thee, out of thy book which thou hast written.
Dang.
Wow.
And the Lord said unto Moses, whosoever hath sinned against me, him will I blot out of my book. Therefore now go, lead the people unto the place of which I have spoken unto thee. Behold, mine angel shall go before thee. Nevertheless, in the day when I visit, I will visit their sin upon them. And the Lord plagued the people because they made the calf which Aaron made. Book of Exodus chapter 33 and verse 1. And the Lord said unto Moses, depart, and go up hence, thou and the people which thou hast brought up out of the land of Egypt, unto the land which I swear unto Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, saying, unto thy seed will I give it to thee.
And you gotta see something about how he plagued the people. That's what's funny. What did Moses do with the golden calf?
Put it in the water.
Does it down.
Crushed it up.
Crushed it up to dust, yeah.
And he made them drink it. Right? What's the problem with drinking gold slobber?
The gold inside.
The gold in it cuts little cuts into your liver.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he made them drink them little gold flakes, cut their livers all up. Your own wickedness shall correct you. You want a golden calf? Okay. You're gonna make that golden calf a party. You're gonna make you one with that golden calf.
Wow, man.
Nice.
Moses was cold, man, but the Most High had him doing these things. You understand? It wasn't a light thing to be a priest. It wasn't a light thing to be a leader of the people. You had to execute the judgments too. You understand? No matter how much you cared about them, that's why he told Esdras, what, you love these people more than me? Moses had to answer the same question. I don't love these people more than you. I'll make them drink that golden calf. Y'all see that? You gotta look at the little nuances that are in the scriptures that are showing you what happened, but without telling you exactly what happened. Oh yeah.
Look at Exodus chapter 33 and verse 2. And I will send an angel before thee, and I will drive out the Canaanite, the Amorite, and the Hittite, and the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite, unto a land flowing with milk and honey. For I will not go up in the midst of thee, for thou art a stiff-necked people, lest I consume thee in the way. And when the people heard these evil tidings, they mourned, and no man did put on him his ornaments.
Let's go. Guys didn't want to get dressed. Was that it? Any questions? Next reading.
Yashikar, Shabbat Yashikar, Ban Yashala.
Yashikar, Shabbat Shah, Yashikar, Bun, Yashala. I Michael. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai, Brakatham.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai, Brakathah. Yashikar, Bun, Yashikar. Bun, Yashikar, Bun, Benjamin. Benjamin up in here, man. Feel like we neglected up in here. Acting sausage up in here.
No word, I'm shy.
Right?
Can't let y'all rise up, man, because then the whole place will be filled with coleslaw.
Wow. Wow.
Coleslaw and ketchup.
Ketchup is one of the greatest feats ever given to man.
See that?
So, hey, that's how most Americans cook their meatloaf. That's how most Judah cooks their meatloaf, right?
When Moses came down, he had coleslaw and ketchup.
Yep. Coleslaw and ketchup in one hand, oxtail and jerk chicken in the other.
Pizza, right?
God.
Hot sauce on it. Hot sauce. Right? What's the difference between ketchup and hot sauce? None.
Yeah, it's
None.
spicy.
Nah, bro.
Other
Anyway,
than-
let's not have this debate. Let's not have this debate.
No contention on the Sabbath.
Nah, bro. Nope, none of that. We're all brothers here. Ketchup loving or not.
So we're at Exodus chapter 33 and verse 5. Exodus chapter 33 verse 5. But the Lord had said unto Moses, saying to the children of Israel, Ye are a stiff-necked people. I will come up into the midst of thee in a moment, and consume thee. Therefore now put off thy ornaments from thee, that I may know what to do unto thee. And the children of Israel stripped themselves of the ornaments by the Mount Horeb. Verse 7. And Moses took the tabernacle and pitched it without the camp, afar off from the camp, and called it the tabernacle of the congregation. And it came to pass that everyone which sought the Lord went out unto the tabernacle of the congregation, which was without the camp. And it came to pass, when Moses went out unto the tabernacle, that all the people rose up and stood, every man at his tent door, and looked after Moses until he was gone into the tabernacle. And it came to pass, as Moses entered into the tabernacle, the cloudy pillar descended and stood at the door of the tabernacle. And the Lord talked with Moses. And all the people saw the cloudy pillar stand at the tabernacle door. And all the people rose up and worshipped, every man in his tent door. The Lord spake unto Moses face to face, as a man speaketh unto his friend. And he turned again into the camp.
Israelite cap. Israelite cap. Like, now you want to worship? Why? Because you see the pillar and all that stuff? Bro, the Most High stay giving us signs. You had a whole garment lighting up. You heard voices and things from the mountain. You had a whole mountain on fire while y'all was down there making your own fire with a calf, but all of a sudden now, all to do what?
Show face.
No. All to repeat the same offenses. All to go back on your word. All to fall right back into the same sin that you repented from. And all of a sudden you see the light. The light bulb done went off. It's crazy. It's a repeating cycle with our people. I see that now, brother. You're right. You know what? The Lord showed me. He showed me, man. He got me. And then you go back 6 months later, the Most High eases up off you.
No, next week.
Right? That was too much time, 6 months?
Yeah, it was way too much time.
Next week, the Most High ease up and you right back to your antics. All to repent all over again, and repent all over again, and repent all over again. True righteousness, that you don't have to keep repenting like the scriptures say. You figure it out and you keep moving forward. You got to get better at not repeating and having to pave the road to repentance every week. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
Verse 11, last precept. But his servant Joshua, the son of Nun, a young man, departed not out of the tabernacle. And Moses said unto the Lord, See, thou sayest unto me, Bring up this people, and thou hast not let me know whom thou wilt send with me. Yet thou hast said, I know thee by name, and thou hast also found grace in my sight. Now therefore I pray thee, if I have found grace in thy sight, show me now thy way, that I may know thee, that I may find grace in thy sight, and consider that this nation is thy people. And he said, My presence shall go with thee, and I will give thee rest. And he said unto him, If thy presence go not with me, carry us not up hence. For wherewith shall it be known here that I and thy people have found grace in thy sight? Is it not in that thou goest with us? So shall we be separated, I and thy people, from all the people that are upon the face of the earth? And the Lord said unto Moses, I will do this thing also that thou hast spoken, for thou hast found grace in my sight, and I know thee by name. And he said, I beseech thee, show me thy glory. And he said, I will make all my goodness pass before thee, and I will proclaim the name of the Lord before thee, and will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and will show mercy on whom I will show mercy. Verse 20. And he said, Thou canst not see my face.
Read verse 11.
Verse 11. And the Lord spake unto Moses face to face.
Read verse 20.
Verse 20. And he said, Thou canst not see my face.
Y'all get it yet? Y'all get it yet? The Bible says that Moses spoke to the Lord face to face, but then he came back and said, You can't see my face. Because he wasn't directly looking at the Most High. He said, You can't see my face and live. Right? So obviously, by proxy, Moses was dealing with an angel, or he was dealing with Yahushai, or he was dealing with some representation or glory of the Most High. Okay? The Bible don't contradict. The Bible is not confusion. We just, our interpretation, a lot of the times what we've been taught is wrong. Most of the time. Alright, so you can't see my face or you'll die. It's too much. It's too much power. Go ahead.
Thou canst not see my face, for there shall no man see me and live. And the Lord said, Behold, there is a place by me.
And check this out. Everyone knew this concept. Samson's parents knew that. Wait, you gonna see God and how you gonna live? Remember when they seen the angel? They said, we seen God and live. No, you didn't. It was an angel. Because they knew they couldn't see the Most High, omnipotent, all power, all majesty, all glory, and live. You get a little piece of that. I'm gonna give you a little inkling. You see that? I'm gonna give you Yahushai that looketh like the Father to make y'all even get a little glimpse. But other than that, that's all you get. I'm gonna give you voices from the sky. I'm gonna give you visions. I'm gonna give you all these different things. But you're not gonna see the true power. Go ahead.
Behold, there is a place by me, and thou shalt stand upon a rock. Verse 22. And it shall come to pass, when my glory passes by, that I will put thee in a cliff of the rock, and will cover thee with my hand while I pass by. And I will take away mine hand, and thou shalt see my back parts, but my face shall not be seen. Excellent.
Yeah, you gonna see my part of my back. You gonna see my back. You know what I'm saying? Wow. Bro, Most High is wild, bro. Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 34 and verse 1. And the Lord said unto Moses, Hew thee 2 tables of stone like unto the first, and I will write upon these tables the words that were in the first tables which thou breakest. And be ready in the morning, and come up in the morning unto Mount Sinai, and present thyself there to me in the top of the mount. And no man shall come up with thee, neither let any man be seen throughout all the mount. Neither let the flocks nor herds teem before that mount. Verse 4. And he hewed 2 tables of stone like unto the first. And Moses rose up early in the morning, and went up unto the Mount Sinai, as the Lord had commanded him, and took in his hand the 2 tables of stone. And the Lord descended in the cloud, and stood with him there, and proclaimed the name of the Lord. And the Lord passed by before him, and proclaimed, The Lord, the Most High Power, merciful and gracious.
What verse are you at?
Verse 6.
Right, so even check this out. And the Lord passed by before him, and proclaimed the Lord. See how that word Lord is used?
Right.
You see how it's capitalized? The Lord? That's the Most High. Right? When you see and the Lord, look at verse 6 and look at and the Lord. It's lowercase the, but uppercase L. Who's that? Who's that Lord?
Yahushua?
That's Yahushai. Right? He didn't proclaim himself. Right? The Lord said to my Lord. So, and the Lord, Yahushai, passed by before him and proclaimed the Most High. Y'all see that? The Lord, capitalized. Go ahead.
The Most High Power, merciful and gracious, long-suffering, and abundant in goodness and truth, keeping mercy for thousands, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin, and that will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children and upon the children's children unto the 3rd and to the 4th generation. And Moses made haste and bowed his head toward the earth and worshipped. And he said, If now I have found grace in thy sight, O Lord, then my Lord, I pray thee, go among us. For it is a stiff-necked people, and pardon our iniquity and our sins.
See that? Here it goes again. If I found grace in your sight, Most High, let Yahushai go before us. You see how it's written? Right. It's not that the Lords are 2 different Lords. But see, they use that word. We say loose translation of the word. But you got to understand in the context how it's speaking. Y'all see that? Right. So if I found grace in your sight, Most High, send Yahushai before us. Send that Lord. Go ahead.
I pray thee, go among us, for it is a stiff-necked people, and pardon our iniquity and our sin, and take us for thine inheritance.
Right. Was that it?
That's it. My turn.
Read.
And he said, Behold, I make a covenant before all thy people. I will do marvels, such as have not been done in all the earth, nor in any nation, and all the people among which thou art shall see the work of the Lord. For it is a terrible thing that I will do with thee. Observe thou that which I command thee this day. Behold, I drive out before thee the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Take heed to thyself, lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land whither thou goest, lest it be for a snare in the midst of thee.
Wait, read that part one more time. Take what?
Take heed to thyself.
Better watch yourself.
Lest thou make a covenant.
At least you start linking up. with the people that you're mingled amongst. Go ahead.
With the inhabitants of the land whither thou goest.
Take heed before you start calling yourself an American.
Wow.
Take heed before you start being proud to be an American.
Man.
Take heed before you start calling yourself Jamaican and Puerto Rican again. And following holidays and Christmas and New Year's and Easter. Take heed, because it's going to be what?
Lest it be a snare in the midst of thee.
See that? It's going to be a snare.
The word is mist.
In the midst, in the middle of you. And it's going to surround you. These snares. Go ahead.
But ye shall destroy their altars, break their images.
How do we destroy the snares? We break down what's going to snare us, not cater to it, not add to it, not become a part of it. Destroy it. Destroy the concept of it in your mind. Break down those altars that are in your mind. It ain't physical altars, man. It's the altars that we put up in our brains. Go ahead.
Break their images.
Their what?
Their images.
That white Jesus. Better break it down. That image of what you thought a black woman was, better break that down. The image of what you thought a real man was, sis, it ain't the 666, 6-pack, 6 figures, and 6 feet tall. That ain't no man. That ain't the image of a man. You better break down, brother, what you thought a woman was, breast and booty. That ain't the image of a woman. That ain't what a woman is. That's a light woman. If she ain't got nothing to back that up, spiritually. Y'all are terrible. Right?
That's what I was thinking spiritually.
Right, spiritually. Right? The images that they've given us, the image of yourself, the self-image of the black man first of all, that's destroyed daily. With every newscast, with every YouTube video, with every news feed, with every magazine, with every publication, they destroy the black image. The black man's image. Why? Because if I can destroy your image, and everything else follows. If I could make you out to be a predator, a killer. I see one video. These kids were in the mall. Black dude, white dude. They're around, they had a crowd of friends, their homeboys or whatever, and the white dude was like running up on the black dude, like in his face, and they were like both like, well, F you, da 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 da. The white dude pushed the black kid. Black kid pushed him back. White boy swung. They start to tussle. The cops come. The white boy is over the black dude, punching on him. The cops come, grab the white boy off, throw him to the side. And both the cops jump on the little black boy, knee on his back, knee on his head, cuff him up while the white boy is just standing there. Why? Because because little black boys are the Incredible Hulk. Yep. Little black boys are apex predators. This is what I teach my son all the time. When we ride in the car, and I'm like, bro, they don't look at you as the cute little light-skinned, curly-haired, sweet little 8-year-old. Yep. To them, you're a grown man with superhuman muscles, superhuman strength. Yep. You're 18 feet tall. You can lift cars. You can kill them with a look. That's how they look at our sons and our daughters, as a threat. Wow. So imagine how they look at a grown man. If they look at our sons and daughters as threats, imagine how they look at a man that's really 6 feet tall, a black man, a man like Shema Allah, his size, a man like Amma One, his size. They're like, what the? They're intimidated off the top. Right. But they just destroy the image and distort our image amongst themselves to keep their people in constant fear and to keep themselves in justification of the way they deal with us. Right. They jumped on that little black boy, and even the white girl said it. She said, yeah, it's because he's black. You can hit the little white girl that was filming. She was like, yeah, it's because he's black. It's because he's black that they're cuffing and on his neck and arresting him. And the white boy just got to sit back and watch. Like, damn, I was fighting too. Where's my cuffs? They didn't pay him no mind. Because the white image is pure, right? It's holy. That good Christian white boy with the Justin Bieber haircut. He's pure, he's soft, he's innocent, right? But they're the most damn chaotic. They're the most, bro, they're savages. They're the ones putting cats in microwaves. They're the ones shooting up schools. They're the ones pedophiles and sexual predators. They're the ones bombing up America. That ain't black folks.
Nope.
We ain't the Dylan Kleboats of the world and the Timothy McVeighs and the Unabombers. That's white boys.
Yes, it is.
But your image has been destroyed, black man. Black woman, your image has been destroyed. So when you pop up, talking a certain way and moving a certain way, oh, she's a hoe. Oh, she's a thot. When you got the long nails and the weave and this and that and that, oh, you hate yourself. They destroy that image, but then we help it, is the point. We don't help the image to be better, right? When you run around with 50 different sexual partners and 18 baby daddies and a truckload of kids that's bad as hell, you feed the image that they don't believe in family. They don't believe in love. They do everything for their pleasure. We add to the fuel. We fuel the fire. So what image are we trying to portray? What do we want? Like, it's wild, man. Our people sit there and talk about March for Freedom and March for Justice and believe in single families. Those same ones talking about freedom and justice will sit there and push for single parent households and push that a man don't need a woman and a woman don't need a man. They'll push homosexuality. What do we want? You want the beast or not? What do we want is the question, and how do we think we're going to achieve? Well, you can't be double-sided on this one. We see what happened to the ones that wanted the beast, right? Most High said kill them. So what do we want? What are we trying to portray? We got to come back and rebuild our image as men, as women, as children, as black the nuclear family wasn't just any family. That was us. We were the nuclear family of America. We were the ones that had the family structure, the husband, the wife, the 4 or 5 kids, 6, 7 kids, household in order. That was us. When they destroyed that, bro, America went all the way in the toilet. Don't y'all realize that? As we further go down into the toilet, so does the whole nation. So does the land that we're in. We're the blessing. We're the prize. We're the kings. We're the queens. We're all these different things that make anything glorious to be around.
Salt of the earth.
We the salt of the earth, right? But when the salt lost its flavor, what the hell's the point?
It's true.
It's no good. It's no better than dirt, sand. Right? We got to get back. We got to get back to being what the Most High intended for us. We got to repair our image, the way we carry ourselves, the way we dress, the way we think, the way we react to perverse situations, the way we deal with each other. That got to change, man. It got to change. The respect level for each other has to come up. Hey, look at that. Y'all don't respect each other. Y'all call each other niggas, so why should we not? Why should we not be able to call you a nigga if y'all greet each other? What's up, nigga?
Just like that.
Just like that. What's up, bitch? That's how women talk to each other. Pardon my language. But am I lying? Like, what's up, bitch? Like, that's how y'all talk.
What's up, ho?
What's up, ho?
It's like that teacher that got in trouble for saying nigga.
Okay.
Because he was like, well, that's how they talk.
That's how they talk to each other. So why am I exempt? And why should they be exempt if that's how we carry ourselves? If the image of a black woman is a hoe and the image of a black man is a nigga and a thug and a pimp and a hustler, then why should they respect us? Why? Why? Why would they even look at your kids as anything valuable? As anything to be watched out for? Why would they have regard for you, your children, your mama, your grandmama? Y'all call each other hoes and niggas. That's how you look at yourself, so I'm going to look at you just the same way. I get it. But as soon as we start doing the shalom, brother. Peace, brother. What's up, brother? As soon as we start recognizing that we're brothers. Shalom, sis. How you doing, sis? Right? Now, what's up, girl? What's up, ho? What's up, thought? As soon as we get those type of vocabularies out of us and the way we deal with each other on that negative aspect out of us, and they start seeing that, it's scary. It's scary for them. As soon as they start seeing men and women agreeing with their husband in righteousness, not just agreeing to go sell crack and she's the driver and he's the getaway guy. No, not that agreement. Agreeing in righteousness.
Okay.
And children up under their parents being taught. As soon as they see that, it gets spooky for them. They're like, ooh, wait, hold up. What's going on here? Right? They start getting worried. I know they be tripping out when they see him rolling with his family and his rib. They like, what is going on here? Because the brother got his kids in order. They're good kids, right? And I know when he rolls with his family, if they go places, they looking like, damn, okay. If they in order like that, and when they grow up and they have a family and they keep doing that, what the hell's gonna happen? It's scary. It starts to destroy that image that they want to put on us. That a woman can't be in order with a man. That a black woman just is hopeless. Black women, y'all ain't hopeless. You act like you're hopeless because of what you want to follow and what you let them feed you and what they tell you is the right way to do things. We're not hopeless, man. We just got to attach ourselves back to the right things. We got to get back to the Most High. Bottom line. His laws, his righteousness. Stop trying to establish your own. Y'all see that? What's that?
Two things. Examples. We're in the mall, me and Stock were in the mall this past week, and that Elam chick and that Judah brother.
Yeah.
Elam and Judah. Oh, okay.
All right. So,
I like what you were saying because you definitely give me more clarification from my spirit of what it is that I'm doing. And what I mean by that is this Elamite, this other nation was looking at me like, wow, you're such a good person, right? And in my mind, like real quick, I was like, no, I'm not a salesperson. This is what we do. But how he was just speaking on, like, no, there's a standard. We move in wisdom. We move uprightly. We have good etiquette in speech and everything like that. So this lady was just so in awe, like, oh my God, what's wrong with this guy, right? That was the first example. The second example, you know, my boy got out of hand in school. I showed up to the school and, you know, talked to the teacher, talked to him, put him to the side, let him know, like, not spoke with the teacher. That's not allowed in my house at all. So, you know, I had to come and show my face. And she just, it was a Judite sister too, that was a teacher. She comes out the door in front of Moab, in front of a Chinese lady, the Chinese receptionist and everything like that, because the Chinese receptionist had to escort me to the classroom and so on and so forth. And the sister, she reached out, she's like, thank you for your partnership, it's so amazing, like, I can't believe you followed these instructions, and oh my God. And I'm walking back out of, leaving, and Moab was just like, who has the power in the house, you or the mom? I was like, no, it's just a balance, you know what I mean? Like, it's both, but, you know, this is not allowed in the house. Like, oh my God, it's crazy. I can't believe y'all believe that?
Can't believe you guys can agree.
Y'all believe that?
That's what she was saying. Like, I can't believe that you guys aren't, like, you're not in there beating her ass, getting her drunk, getting her high, and beating, abusing your children. That was short form for that.
God.
Yeah, that's what they expect of you. They expect you to walk up, be abusive, kick your kids through the windows, punch your wife in the mouth, kick her down the steps, kick the pregnant baby out of her belly, all that. That's what they want. That's what they expect. That's what they've been taught of us. Bro, you line white people up or any of these nations. You line up Chinese people, you line up Arabs, you line them up and say, what's your thought on black people? And you put them in front of a one-on-one session or with nobody there and they answer that question, it's going to be negative.
Yep.
It's going to be negative. It's not going to be, oh, they're a loving people. They're going to be recollecting BET, Uncut. They're going to recollect the MTV Awards. They're going to go through all the hateful instances when the baby punched Delilah's brother in the face and when Kanye West wilded out and punched someone in the face and when this artist, that's what they equate us as. These mental cases. These people that go on social media and spaz out. Because that's what they push. We got to destroy the image. Go ahead, read on.
Acts chapter 34, verse 13, last precept. And cut down their groves. 14. For thou shalt worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. Least thou make a covenant.
Yes.
Excuse me. Lest thou shalt make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go a whoring after their gods, and do sacrifice unto their gods. And one call thee, and thou eat of his sacrifice, and thou take of their daughters unto thy sons, and their daughters go a whoring after their gods, and make thy sons go a whoring after their gods. And thou shalt make thee no molten gods. The feast of unleavened bread shalt thou keep. 7 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread. As I commanded thee, in the time of the month Abib. For in the month Abib thou camest out from Egypt. All that openeth that matrix is mine, and every firstling among thy cattle, whether ox or sheep, that is met.
See, the Most High was going to establish the priesthood with all the first males of the nation, the firstborn of the nation. So whatever tribe, it didn't matter. If it was your firstborn son, you had to give him up. He said, he's mine. They were going to be the priests. That was the first setup. Go ahead.
Verse 20.
What's that?
Was this kind of like Luke?
Huh?
It's kind of like Luke's wife. She was the first. It was the first son. She was actually barren. I'm just saying. But when she had Samuel, right?
Well, no. Remember, that was her making a vow that if she had a son, she would give him to the Lord.
Okay. All right.
Right, but the Most High was letting Moses know to let the people know when they had a son, he's mine. Priesthood, tabernacle, consecrate. Right, there was no Levite priesthood set up yet.
I was about to ask, is it going to be all of like everybody's son?
Yeah, the firstborn of all the nation.
But you answered it because you said there wasn't a Levite.
Right, the priesthood wasn't set up amongst the Levites yet. Somebody tell them children to stop. Who is that? That gotta be Mama Shop. You knock on the door or something, trying to get let in. That guy is too smart for his own good, bro. It's telling you. Too smart. Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 34 and verse 20. But the firstling of an ass thou shalt redeem with a lamb. And if thou redeem him not, then shalt thou break his neck. All the firstborn of thy sons thou shalt redeem, and none shall appear before me empty.
So when you did give up your sons, you could redeem them. You could basically you could buy them back. Y'all see that? To redeem means to buy back. You get that? Go ahead.
6 days thou shalt work, but on the 7th day thou shalt rest. In airing
Where you at?
In airing
time.
In airing time, and in harvest thou shalt. Oh, I know airing like when
the corn. Yeah, the ears of corn. Yeah.
And in harvest thou shalt rest.
So no matter what, if it's the Sabbath, didn't matter if you have to get that corn, you have to wait. Rest. Go ahead.
And thou shalt observe the feast of weeks, of the first fruit of wheat harvest, and the feast of ingathering at the year's end.
Right. And how do we observe that? When we brought the first of our fruits and wheat and harvest to the tabernacle, to the temple. We gave that offering to the Most High. That was another feast day. Go ahead.
Thrice in the year shall all your men, children, appear before the Lord God.
What feasts are those? What 3 feasts? Passover, Tabernacles, Baccarat, what is it? Passover, Tabernacles, and what? What's the third one? Is it first fruits? I said Passover. It is the first fruit. Is it first fruits? And first fruits. There it is. 24.
Verse 24. For I will cast out the nations before thee,
Mine or yours?
and enlarge thy borders. Neither shall any man desire thy land, when thou shalt go up to appear before the Lord thy God thrice in the year. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leaven, neither shall the sacrifice of the feast of the Passover be left unto the morning.
So what is he doing? Going back over the things that he already stated. We already read the law of the Passover in Exodus 12. So what is the Most High doing? Reiterating, reminding, being a broken record. All these things they already agreed to. All these things he already said. He's just reminding us. These are just various laws. Go ahead.
26. The first of the first fruit of thy land thou shalt bring unto the house of the Lord thy God.
Mm-hmm.
Thou shalt not
seethe,
boil a kid in his mother's milk.
Right. Go ahead.
And the Lord said unto Moses, write thou these words, for after the tenor of these words I have made a covenant with thee and with Israel. And he was with thee, and he was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights. He did neither eat bread nor drink water.
Right, so Moses fasted 40 days and 40 nights. Where you at? 30 what?
I'm at 34 and 28.
Right, he said after the tenor. All right, after the tenor. Right, go ahead.
And he wrote upon the tablets, the tables, the words of the covenant, the 10 Commandments. And it came to pass, when Moses came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 tables of the testimony in Moses' hand, when he came down from the mount, that Moses wist not that the skin of his face shone while he talked with him. And Aaron and all the children of Israel saw Moses. Behold, the skin of his face shone, and they were afraid to come nigh him.
Right, think about it. Moses was up there fasting 40 days, 40 nights. You would think he's going to look withered. He's going to be skinny. He's going to be looking depressed, anguished. But it said the skin of his face shone. It was shining. Wisdom, like the scriptures say, wisdom causeth a man's face to shine. Wisdom lifted up him that is at a low degree and causeth him to sit amongst kings. That wisdom that Moses was getting for 40 days and 40 nights. Watch, go there real quick. 2nd Esdras. Because a lot of people think that for 40 days and 40 nights he just got 10 commandments and that was it. 10 commandments wasn't going to make Moses shine to the point that it was scared to come next to him. Right? What we want? 2nd Esdras, is it 14? and 3.
2nd Ezra chapter 14 verse 3.
Right?
Then said he unto me, in the bush I did manifestly reveal myself unto Moses.
Right. Go ahead.
And talked with him when my people served in Egypt. And I sent him and led my people out of Egypt and brought him up to the mount of Sinai, where I held him by me a long season.
That long season was 40 days and 40 nights. Read.
And told him many wondrous things.
Right.
And shewed him the secrets of the times.
Show Moses the secrets of the times. Read.
And the end.
And the what?
And the end.
Moses saw the what?
And
Moses saw the end of Israel, meaning what? He saw us getting into the kingdom. He saw that all the things we were going through. He saw the times. He saw us going through all that, the BS we going through now.
Right.
But he also saw the end. Go ahead.
And commanded him, saying, These words shalt thou declare, and these shalt thou hide.
Right. So this is what got Moses, this is what got Moses' face to shine. Was the fact that he seen Israel, he seen us naked. Y'all see that? So Moses wasn't just given 10 commandments and that was it. He was given the entirety of the law, but he was also shown the times, the secrets of the times. He was shown the beginning, the middle, and the end. Y'all see that? Very important. Go ahead.
I keep reading?
No, that's it on that for that. Go back to Exodus.
Exodus chapter 34 and verse 31. And Moses called unto them, and Aaron and all the rulers of the congregation returned unto him. And Moses talked with them. And afterwards all the children of Israel came nigh, and he gave them in commandments all that the Lord had spoken with him in Mount Sinai. Until Moses had done speaking with them, he put a veil on his face. But when Moses went in before the Lord to speak with him, he took the veil off until he came out. And he came out and spake unto the children of Israel that which he was commanded. Verse 35. And the children of Israel saw the face of Moses, that the skin of Moses' face shone. And Moses put the veil upon his face again, until he went in to speak with him. So from there,
1 Kings 18.
1 Kings 18.
It's a good story. This is going to kind of put together all the things we've been talking about this idolatry. Do I read or do you?
No, I got 2 verses.
I'll read. I'll read. 1 Kings chapter 18 and verse 1.
Oh. Is there going to be another read? Let's come to last reading. I thought that one was going to read. Let's second to last reading.
Why did you do that? He was here. Why did you start reading before? Look, did you read? Come on. Yeah, he was here. Why didn't y'all read?
I thought he was going to get second to last reading.
Oh, gotcha.
So right before I finished, he went out.
Come on. We got 2 more readers. Okay. Benaiah Shabbat Tashah, Yahawah, Banya Shala, I might Barak.
Yahawah Ba'ashem, Yahawah Shabbat
Yahawah Ba'ashem, Yahawah Shabbat. Yeah, this is a real good story. This is one of my favorites.
Yeah,
This is one of my favorites, man. Elijah was a...
yes, it was.
He's calm.
When you look at it, he's like the coldest prophet, man.
He was.
God was no joke. He was no joke. A lot of drama. Novella. Go ahead, read where you at.
1 Kings chapter 18
Yeah, 1 Kings 18 and 1.
to 29.
1 Kings chapter 18 verse 1. And it came to pass after many days that the word of the Lord came to Elijah in the 3rd year, saying, Go, show thyself unto Ahab, and I will send rain upon the earth. And Elijah went to show himself unto Ahab, and there was a sore famine in Samaria. And Ahab called Obadiah, which was the governor of his house. Now Obadiah feared the Lord greatly. For it was so, when Jezebel cut off the prophets of the Lord, that Obadiah took 100 prophets.
So remember, Obadiah, the prophet, was in the time of kings. I know we read the Bible and we're like, well, Obadiah is all the way after Ezekiel, right by Matthew, but it was the same time frame. That's why it's important to get a chronological Bible. And when you get a chronological Bible, or even, you don't need the whole Bible, but even a little small map of what king, time frame, what prophets, some of the prophets overlapped with each other. They were consecutive, but some overlapped. So you would have Isaiah, Obadiah with Ezekiel, or Obadiah with Isaiah, but you see Obadiah with Elijah. You see that? And then, who was the king at the time? Who was that, Ahab? Ahab was the king, right?
Yep, Ahab.
Ahab was the king. So it's important to know context. Who's the king? Who was the prophet? Minor prophet? That's important to know. What captivity were we about to go into, coming out of? Or were we free? It's important. Context is very important. Go ahead.
And hid them by 50 in a cave, and fed them with bread and water. And Ahab said unto Obadiah.
Right, because you had Jezebel, Ahab's wife, who set this decree out to kill all the righteous men. Right. Kill all the prophets. So Obadiah, what does Obadiah mean? Servant of the Lord. Obadiah means servant of the Lord. Right? He, righteous man, he hid 50 men. He was trying to preserve some of that righteousness. Yeah. Go ahead.
Go. And Ahab said unto Obadiah, Go into the land, unto all fountains of water, and unto all brooks. Peradventure we may find grass to save the horses and mules alive, that we lose not all the beasts. So they divided the land between them to pass throughout it. Ahab went one way by himself, and Obadiah went another way by himself. And as Obadiah was in the way, behold, Elijah met him, and he knew him, and fell on his face, and said, Art thou that my lord Elijah? Mm-hmm. And he said, and he answered him, I am.
No, he was like, nah, nigga, we equals, right? You ain't nothing. I'm a prophet too. Listen, Obadiah bowed to Elijah, right? Out of respect, out of brotherhood, out of his works. He knew of his works. Y'all see that? He didn't, oh, well, I'm a prophet too, respect me. Right? He knew of his works and, what the Most High was doing according to Elijah. Go ahead.
Go, tell thy Lord, behold, Elijah is here. And he said, What have I sinned, that thou wouldest deliver thy servant into the hand of Ahab to slay me? As the Lord thy God liveth, there is no nation or kingdom whither my Lord hath not sent to seek thee. And when they said, He is not there, he took an oath of the kingdom and nation, that they found thee not. And now thou sayest, Go, tell thy Lord, behold, Elijah is here. And it shall come to pass, as soon as I am gone from thee, that the Spirit of the Lord shall carry thee whither I know not. And so when I come and tell Ahab, and he cannot find thee, he shall slay me. But I, thy servant, fear the Lord from my youth. Was it not told my Lord what I did when Jezebel slew the prophets of the Lord?
So, Obadiah is kind of like, wait a minute, you want me to go back to Ahab and put myself in harm's way? Because that's what Elijah was telling him. He said, look, go back to your Lord. Go back to Ahab and tell him that I'm here. But Obadiah is like, but listen, the Spirit of the Lord goes wherever it wants. By the time I tell him you're here, you're going to be gone, and then he's going to be mad at me.
He's going to kill me.
He's going to kill me. What have I done? What sin have I committed? Like, they didn't tell you that I was saving the prophets, right? He was trying to, you know what I'm saying? Like, He was a little nervous there. But he said, look, I did fear the Lord from my youth up, right? He's trying to plead his case not to have to go back to Ahab. Why? Because this dude's wife, Jezebel, she was garbage. And this guy Ahab was a simpleton. He was a simp. He didn't put her in correction. He didn't put her in subjection. And what? He let her run all over him to the extent that she was killing prophets. Come on, bro. What type of dude was Ahab? And what does Ahab mean? Ahab means love, right? Ahab means love. Where was his love for his people? He loved his wife more. Right? Go ahead.
How I hid 100 men of the Lord's prophets by 50 in a cave, and fed them with bread and water. And now thou sayest, go tell thy Lord, behold, Elijah is here, and he shall slay me. And Elijah said, as the Lord of hosts liveth, before whom I stand, I will surely show myself unto you today. So the guy went to meet Ahab and told him. And Ahab went to meet Elijah.
You see how we dealt? Let your yea be yea and your nay be nay. Don't worry, brother. I'll show myself. And then Obadiah didn't sit there like, swear to God. Put that on your mama and them. He's like, okay. And he went and did what Elijah commanded him. And Elijah held his promise. He kept his word. Our word was our bond at that time. Right? That's all we really had. All you really had was your word. Y'all see that? That's all we had. So we weren't in the business of lying to one another. We weren't in the business of making vows and not keeping them. We held our vow. We kept our vows, man. And we didn't have to swear on my mama's back and on her grave and on my unborn children just to get a man to do what he was going to say. He just did it. We got to stop. We got to get back to this. Doing what we say we're going to do. Go ahead.
Verse 17. And it came to pass, when Ahab saw Elijah, that Ahab said unto him, art thou he that troubleth Israel? And he answered, I have not troubled Israel,
right,
but thou and thy father's house, in that you have forsaken the commandments of the Lord, and thou hast followed Baalim.
Balaam.
Yep. Now therefore send and gather to me all Israel unto Mount Carmel, and the prophets of Baal 450, and the prophets of the groves 400, which eat at Jezebel's table.
Right, so he said, you know what? Let me show you something. Go ahead and gather 850 of Baal's prophets at the Mount Carmel. Right, go ahead.
So, verse 20. So Ahab sent unto all the children of Israel, and gathered the prophets together unto Mount Carmel. And Elijah came unto all the people, and said, How long halt ye between two opinions?
How long are you going to be lukewarm? He said, how long are you going to be halted between two opinions? Because what was the problem with the people? But who do we serve? Well, we're constrained because Ahab is the king and he serves Baal. But we know the law and the commandment, have no other gods before us. So Elijah's putting the people in check. How long are you going to sit between two opinions? Choose ye this day life or death. Let your yea be yea, your nay be nay. You can't be hot or lukewarm. You either got to be hot or cold, or the Lord will spew out of his mouth. But what do our people want to do? They want to ride the fence. Right? They want to ride the fence on things. You know, you'll ask them, so what do you think about homosexuality according to the Bible? Well, you know, I ain't about that life, but it's okay if they want to do it. But the Bible says not to do it. Well, you know, I don't believe in that Bible thing. So what you believe? I believe in the Quran. It's like you want to be between two opinions, but you don't want to make, our people don't want to make a stand for anything. They don't want to make a distinct stand because you don't want to, what? You don't want to lose friends. You don't want to deal with hard talk, right? You don't want to have to answer for your answer. It's like a politician. Politicians don't stand for nothing. They'll jump between two ideas and have you thinking like, see, he's a Democrat. And then when you ask him about homosexuality, he's like, well, you know, you know, and he'll give you an answer to cater to both sides because he's in the middle. That's what politicians do. They ride the middle. And you'll be thinking like, yeah, see, he's Joe Biden, the man for the people. He's from, right. What people? Anyone that they can cater to in the moment. Go ahead.
If the Lord be God, follow him.
Right.
But if Baal, then follow him.
He said, make a stand, bro. If you believe in the Lord, follow him. Just like Moses. If y'all believe in the Lord, then guess what? Stand over here. All you other nincompoops, stand over there. Now, if you believe that your God can save you, then you stand over there. Now, go ahead and get them, Levites. Their God is going to save them. Go ahead.
And the people answered him not a word.
Whew.
Then said Elijah unto the people, I, even I only, remain a prophet of the Lord, but Baal's prophets are 450 men.
It's just me. I don't need nobody to help out. But was it just Elijah?
Yeah.
Nah. It wasn't just Elijah. Elijah had angels around him. Elijah had chariots around him. They couldn't see him laughing. Really? Elijah had angels and chariots and the Spirit of the Lord. Even Obadiah said, you go where the Spirit leads you. So Elijah was dealing with the Spirit on a high level, high level of spiritual power and spiritual insight that Elijah was rolling with. Go ahead.
Verse 23. Let them therefore give us 2 bullocks, and let them choose 1 bullock for themselves, and cut it in pieces, and lay it on wood, and put no fire under it. And I would dress the other bullock, and lay it on wood, and put no fire under it.
So let's build 2 altars. Let's get 2 bulls. You can pick your bull. Home court advantage. Right? We'll make 2 altars. Cut it up. Align it the way it needs to be aligned. Because remember, the burnt offering, everything was aligned a certain way. You line up your thing to your God, I line up my sacrifice to the Most High. We ain't gonna light it. Go ahead.
Verse 24. And call ye on the name of your gods, and I will call on the name of the Lord.
Yep.
And the God that answereth by fire, let him be God. And all the people answered and said, It is well spoken. And Elijah said unto the prophet.
They said, Amen. Amen. Let's do it. They agreed. Go ahead.
Verse 25. And Elijah said unto the prophets of Baal, Choose you 1 bullock for yourselves, and dress it first, for ye are many, and call on the name of your God, but put no fire under it. And they took the bullock which was given them, and they dressed it, and called on the name of Baal from morning even until noon.
Wait, for how long?
From morning even until noon.
Go ahead. So they was done. They had no vocal cords after a while. But it was 850 men. Imagine how loud that had to have been. Oh, Baal, however they were calling, I don't know. Go ahead, chanting.
Saying, O Baal, hear us. But there was no voice, nor any that answered, and they leaped upon the altar which was made. And it came to pass at noon that Elijah mocked them and said, Cry aloud, for he is a God. Either he is talking, or he is pursuing, or he is in a journey.
Oh, real quick, I'm sorry. The brother had asked a question about the matrix. What does the word matrix mean in this text? It means to open. Right? Right, the word matrix means to open. The matrix was representation of the birth canal. But it means to open. I'm sorry, I missed that question. There are people saying that they saw an airplane frozen in space literally within the Matrix online. Well, the Matrix, the movie, is one thing, and the Matrix in the Bible is another. It just means to open.
Yeah.
When you look at that, the opening. Because where were animal, remember it said all things that pass through the Matrix, or the opening, the birth canal, right? Cattle and man. That's what that was talking about. Right. So the term new doesn't necessarily mean an intimate meaning between two people. Not always. Like when the scriptures say Adam knew his wife Eve, that was intimate. When the men of Sodom said, "Let us bring out those men so we can know them," they were trying to get intimate. But not in every single instance of the word "new" mean an intimate knowing. But what were you referring back to though? I missed that. We could probably answer it better. Let me know what you were referring back to in that new scripture. But go ahead, read on. I just want to, yeah.
Verse 27.
Uh-huh.
And it came to pass at noon that Elijah mocked them and said, "Cry aloud,
Keep crying, keep yelling, keep screaming. Read.
for he is a God. Either he is talking, or he is pursuing, or he is in a journey."
Let's go, man.
Your God is busy. He's busy. Listen, either he's talking to somebody else, or he's pursuing something else, or he's on a journey. That nigga busy. He can't answer y'all's call.
Making a mockery out of it.
But my God is omnipotent. He could be pursuing in a journey, talking to somebody else, and still hear my prayers. Because he's omnipotent. He's all power. Elijah was a cold dude, man. Imagine you standing up to 850 idiots. Like Thalam said, you worshiping idols, it makes your damn IQ go down. And look at the IQ of these men. They sitting there yelling from noon to evening, morning to evening. And ain't nothing happening, and you still think, let me keep yelling? Let me keep chanting? What's up? You want to say something? Go ahead.
Like it ever happened?
Like it ever happened before? Thank you. Like we said it, right? You make your little idol. It never did anything. It didn't answer you. It didn't bless you. It didn't even curse you. What cursed you was you thought that it was going to give you power. What cursed you was yourself. Go ahead, read.
Or peradventure he sleepeth.
Oh! Whoa, wait, what?
Messed up, man.
Wait, what? He said what?
Or peradventure he sleepeth.
So your God needs a Gatorade and some rest? He needs a timeout? So your God's Sabbath is actual sleep. What's the scripture where it says the Most High? It's in Isaiah. Check this out. That's super funny. What's the one? It says the Most High. It's in the later Isaiah's. Watch. I'm gonna find it. I gotta find this one because this goes right good with it. It says something about the Most High. He never loses his might. Y'all know which one I'm talking about? He doesn't get weary. Yeah. Is it Jeremiah or Isaiah?
It's Isaiah.
Isaiah 40? Okay, yep. Read. Somebody get that for me. Isaiah 40 and verse 28. He said he's asleep. That's cold. But he said he mocked them. See, we were good mockers. We were good at everything, man.
Still are.
We were good mockers, and we still are. Isaiah chapter 40 and verse 28. Read.
Isaiah chapter 40, verse 28.
Go ahead.
Thou hast not known.
No, read it again.
Hast thou not known?
Hast thou not known? Read.
Hast thou not heard?
Read.
That the everlasting power,
The real God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, go ahead.
the Lord, the creator of the ends of the earth, fainteth not?
No, he got to sleep.
Fainteth not?
No, he gets tired.
Fainteth not?
Man, get that man an orange slice.
Fainteth not?
Go ahead.
Neither is weary.
Read.
There is no searching of his understanding.
Read on.
He giveth power to the faint.
Wait, what does he do?
He giveth power to the faint.
See, the Most High, he's the socket. He ain't even the plug. He's the electric company. Giving power to the socket, giving power to the plug. Go ahead.
And to them that have no might, he increaseth strength.
Read.
Even the youth shall faint.
Go ahead.
And be weary.
Right?
And the young men shall utterly fall.
Right, so if you thought that he was talking about old and young, even the youth get weary. Read on.
But they that wait upon the Lord
Read on.
shall renew their strength.
They shall do what?
shall renew their
They'll
strength.
run out of strength.
Shall renew their strength.
They'll run out of joy.
Shall renew their
They
strength.
run out of peace.
Shall renew their strength.
Go ahead. They run out of wisdom.
They shall mount up with wings as eagles.
Go ahead.
They shall run
Read.
and not be weary.
See, you tired, you better come to the Lord. You faint, you better come to the Lord. This right here, he's saying, look, those that wait on him. He says you'll be renewed and refreshed daily. Why are you tired? Why are you weary? Why can't you get rest? Why can't you find peace? Why can't you find joy? Who are you waiting for? Well, just like these 850 men waiting on Baal, them niggas was tired. Can you imagine screaming at the top of your lungs for 18 hours? Just for a man to come and clown y'all? That makes you even more tired. They was mad as hell. To the point, watch, when we get back to the story, y'all gonna be like, what? These dudes is nuts. Read on.
And they shall walk and not faint.
Jump back to Kings. I gotta write that down.
Or peradventure he's sleeping and must be awake.
What verse are you at?
27.
So you mean to tell me all that crying didn't wake up your God? All that yelling didn't wake up your power? Oh, because he can't hear you, right? He can't see you, right? Well, because he can't. He ain't got ears. Go ahead.
Verse 28. And they cried aloud and cut themselves.
They did what?
And cut themselves.
Well, surely since he don't hear us, let's just start bleeding everywhere. Right? Let's cut ourselves and beat ourselves with chains and whips. These idiots start cutting themselves, man.
Sacrifice.
They start sacrificing themselves. Think about that. Tom said it. Your IQ goes in the tank when you serve these other gods. That's what the Muslims do now. They walk around the cobblestone, self-whipping, self-mutilation. That's what. Listen, you got a lot of Christian sects, a sect of Christians that they believe in that in whipping each other and whipping themselves. That the only way to purge from sin is to whip yourself till you bleed, beat yourself, cut yourself, and they got Bible verses. They got scriptures.
Bearing the marks of Christ in your flesh.
Basically, bearing about Christ in the flesh, the death of Christ. Come on now, that's not what the Most High called us to. Watch, Elijah's going to prove it. That you want to serve these guys, this is what it'll have you doing, bleeding out on the floor. You be bleeding out at your job. You be bleeding out in front of that Christmas tree, bleeding out on them holidays.
They definitely bleed out.
Bleeding out in front of some woman that don't give a damn about you. Bleeding out for those kids that forsake you and don't honor you. Because you want to serve the wrong thing. Read.
And they cut themselves after their manner with knives and lances, till the blood gushed out upon them. And it came to pass, when midday was past.
What verse are you at?
29.
The last verse.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
And it came to pass, when midday was past, and they prophesied until the time of the offering of the evening sacrifice, that there was neither voice nor any to answer, nor any that regarded.
Yeah, nobody gave a damn. There was no voice from the cloud. There was no angel that appeared out the sky like, yeah, you know what? I got y'all. 850 servants, y'all are right. Nothing came to their defense. There was no talking donkey. There was no burning bush. There was no angel. There was no Gabriel. There was no Raphael. There was none of the things that the Most High sent us. He didn't part no Red Sea. He didn't send no plagues. Not even a fly landed on that damn meat. Not even a fly landed on that meat. Why? Because no one regarded, man. Even the flies didn't want that sacrifice. Why are we fighting over that? Why are we fighting over Baal's sacrifice? Why are we giving ourselves to that spiritually? The flies don't even want it. Read on. I don't want to read. No. Is it my turn? What verse?
30.
Right, verse 30. This is going to make me laugh, man, because it's funny. And Elijah said unto all the people, come near unto me. And all the people came near unto him. And he repaired the altar of the Lord that was broken down. because they going crazy. They broke the altar, right? So he repaired it. And Elijah took 12 stones. This is very cold. This is cold. Why is this cold? Well, he took 12 stones according to the number of the tribes of the sons of Jacob. Remember at this time what was going on. What was happening at this time? Ephraim's envy against Judah. The nations were split, divided, at war. So for him to be like, nah, look, 12 stones, we unified. That had to put the people in check. But it took some bravery. But Elijah wasn't no punk. He wasn't no punk, man. Like he said, like Balaam said it earlier, it was a hard thing to be a prophet or a priest of the Lord, because you had to stand up against ignorance. And you had to stand for something and stand your ground. And really stand your ground. And do what the Most High said to do. So he took 12 stones representing the 12 tribes, to whom the word of the Lord came, saying, Israel shall be thy name. And with the stones he built an altar in the name of the Lord. And he made a trench about the altar as great as would contain 2 measures of seed. Somebody can look that up, the measure of seed. I'm not sure. Where's that? Obviously, it was significant enough that it held a great amount of water. He basically built the altar and built a moat around the altar. Dug out a trench around the altar. Right? What does it say? Oh, this is my own. I'm at Kings. I just want to see what this measure is. 1 Kings 18 and 32. The measure, 2 measures. A measure of flour or grain probably equal to 1/3 of ephah. It's not going to give us the actual measure. But obviously it held some significance. I'll read on. And he put the wood in order and cut the bullocks in pieces and laid him on the wood and said, fill 4 barrels with water and pour it on the burnt sacrifice and on the wood. Now we know. Go try to light you some wet firewood. Good luck.
Ain't happening.
Good luck. It ain't happening.
Ain't happening.
It is not happening. Wet wood does not catch fire. Right? And he said, do it a second time. So go ahead and fill up the 4th barrel, drench it again. Right? And he did it a second time. And he said, do it a 3rd time. And he did it a 3rd time. And the water ran about the altar and filled the trench also with water. And it came to pass at the time of the offering of the sacrifice. So he let it sit. Drench, get soggy mud, soggy meat. Try to cook soggy meat, wet meat. What does it do? It boils. Right? Then Elijah the prophet came near and said, Lord, power of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, let it be known this day that thou art the power in Israel, and that I am thy servant, and that I have done all these things at thy word. See, the Most High gave Elijah commandment to do this. He wasn't just making a spectacle just to look cool.
Right.
See that? It wasn't for him to look cool and take the glory on himself like Aaron. See, this is the opposite of Aaron. Hear me, O Lord, hear me, that this people may know that thou art the Lord power, that thou hast turned their heart back again. Then the fire of the Lord fell and consumed the burnt sacrifice.
Wow.
And the wood. And the stones. And the dust. And licked up the water that was in the trench. Bruh. Most High took the dirt with him. That lightning and fire was so good it took the dirt out the place. I mean, what else do you need?
Got like a burnt mark.
It is black. It looked black, like a black stain. Right? 39. And when the people saw it, they fell on their faces and they said, the Lord, he is the power. The Lord, he is the power. Now I gotta read this. Because talking about doing the hard thing, what we talked about. And Elijah said unto them, take the prophets of Baal, let not one of them escape. And they took them, and Elijah brought them down to the brook of Kishon and slew them there.
Dang.
So if you thought that Elijah was some punk, nah. If you thought Samuel was some punk, nah. Remember Samuel had to kill Agag? So he hacked him in pieces? Right? Right. Let's go to Mark. Man, boy, oh boy, I tell you. Foolishness is bound in the heart of a child. Boy, oh boy. Mark. So everybody understand that? Very good. I mean, bro, if you ain't got a chance to jump into Kings, me and Lackarat, who was it? Was it me and Lackarat last night? Me and Zion. We was up late till like 3. We were just rapping, man. We was rapping about Kings and, you know, just a few different things, but yeah, real good books, real good stories. Where were we? Mark 9:1.
Sir.
Sir.
Yeah. One thing I yet to realize, I realize when you read this is that the scripture says the Most High can raise up stones to serve Him.
Yep.
But it shows that the compassion He has for His people to even give us miracles, keeps on giving us miracles to show how much He actually loves us. And He keeps on pouring and pouring and pouring and pouring into us. You know, that's what I'm just, you have to see but actually we'll just read.
You're right.
You know, because He didn't have to do that, but He did it just for our sakes.
Yeah.
You know?
You talking about the instance with Elijah?
God, yes, sir.
Well, think about this. Let me give you a flip side to that. It said the Jews require a sign, but then it comes back and says a rebellious and stiff-necked nation require a sign. So why did He have to keep giving us signs?
Because we were rebellious.
Yeah. So yes, He did have compassion in our rebellion.
Right.
He did have compassion on us, but our rebellion kept going. You see that? It was because we were rebellious and hard-headed.
Right.
So I'm going to keep making all these things more potent. But you know what the trick is on that? Imagine when you saw a lightning bolt shoot out the sky and destroy everything in the vicinity, even the water. You know how much accountability that you were held to?
That's true.
Ooh. So when you sin and you remember that lightning bolt come out, it made your sin even more whack. Yeah. It made you even more whack of a person. It just did. Because you were able to see that. You know how black Judas was? Of a person when he saw Yahushua perform miracles and then still sold him out? It made him even more whack. It made him more accountable for what he was getting ready to do. So sometimes you better not want to see those signs.
Yeah.
Because that sign is a setup for you to now be more accountable.
Because I was listening to the scriptures this past week. I was just listening to them. And even with Aaron and his sons,
right?
It says that they went up to the mountain. They actually had the feast right there by Yahushua. They were eating. Remember, if we haven't gone that far yet, but I was listening to the whole scriptures. And they said they all went up to the mountain.
They all ended up going up to see. Yeah,
they were. And then he said they actually had a feast up there.
Yep.
You know, and they saw all this that was going on.
Accountability.
And then he came down.
Why did they got burnt?
Then they did the incense.
Why do you think they got burnt? So why do you think the Most High had no mercy on them?
Right.
So think about us. Think about us. That's why He says your iniquity deserveth more than He gives. Right? Because it does. Because He makes us accountable daily in our lives. He gives us the miracles, the signs, the wonders. We like to diss them all and act like it ain't happened. Like, oh, that ain't the Lord. No, that happened by chance.
Oh,
that was a miracle of the work. That was Mother Nature. You like to put it on Mother Nature and karma. That was just karma. Nah, bro, that was the Most High trying to show you the signs to make you accountable for your next action.
Right.
You know what I mean? But you're still right. Why does He do that? To give us grace, to give us mercy. Mm-hmm. Not to destroy us, right? Not to kill us.
Right.
So you're right. I'm just giving the adding to what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah.
Because also in Romans,
right?
When you listen, when you just sit here and listen to Romans even talks about how He gives you, when you wake up, we actually go outside and you can see all these miracles in front of your face.
Yeah,
you know,
to the ones
no
that
one
are
considers
blind.
that. Right.
To the ones that ain't blind.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. We can. You just think about the concept of air.
Right.
If you thought about the concept of air the correct way, oxygen the correct way, nobody should be an atheist.
That's true.
If we all thought about the concept of H2O, because you got H2O and you got carbon. One to give you life and one to kill you. You don't even know what you're breathing in.
That's true.
Let this room fill with carbon, we all dead. But you have faith and belief that the Most High keeps pumping H2O into the air.
Right.
Right? Who's doing it? Who created trees to be able to filter that carbon that you breathe out, to pump out oxygen for you to breathe in? See what I'm saying?
Right.
Ignorant are all men by nature.
Right.
And don't see the good things that the Most High created for man. You see that?
Con.
Let's read on. Let's get up out of here. Let's go to Mark. Mark 9:1. And he said unto them, Verily I say unto you, that there be some of them that shall stand here, which shall not taste of death till they have seen the kingdom of the Most High come with power. Right? Spirit, this is spiritually. Think about it. We all gonna die. Right? Yahushua didn't know, wasn't sitting here saying like, oh, you was never gonna die till the kingdom come, you was gonna live forever. But that righteous spirit, he said righteousness is immortal. Right? After 6 days, Yahushua taketh with him Peter and James and John, and leadeth them up into a high mountain apart by themselves. And he was transfigured before them. He took 3, because in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses let all things be established. You see that? And his raiment became shining, exceeding white as snow, so as no fuller on earth can white them. Y'all see that? They were so white, it couldn't get no more white.
Wow.
And there appeared unto them Elijah, with Moses. And they were talking with Yahushua. These men saw that. They saw that. They were like, wait a minute. You want us to make y'all a tabernacle? Get some food ready? Right? And Peter answered and said to Yahushua, Master, is it good for us to be here? He's like, wait a minute. Hold up. There's levels to this, right? Are we even privy for this convo? You got Elijah and Moses. We don't want to hear this. We don't want to be accountable for this one. Think about what they was about to hear, the heavy conversation in the spirit. Like I would want to excuse myself too. Like, yo, I'll go over here in the corner and keep watch. Right? I'll keep watch. It is good for us to be here, and he said, and let us make 3 tabernacles, one for thee, one for Moses, one for Elias. For he was not what to say, for they were sore afraid. And there was a cloud that overshadowed them. What was the cloud? A chariot. Sitting on the top. Right? And a voice came out of the cloud, saying, This is my beloved son, hear him. And suddenly when they had looked round about, they saw no man anymore, save Yahushua only with themselves. As they came down from the mountain, he charged them that they should tell no man what things they had seen till the Son of Man were risen from the dead. Wow. And they kept that saying with themselves, questioning one with another what the raising from the dead should mean. That's it?
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why they cut the story, because you got to read it to get the full piece. Let's go to Esther, chapter 30. Any questions on that before we go to Esther? I know we're winding down. I know. We got turned up, then we got turned down, then we got turned up again, and then yeah. I mean, bro, these readings, the Sabbath is where we get a lot of the information, and we're able to put a lot of the extra precepts and take the time. So, I know it'd be wrong sitting there, backs start hurting, and knees and all these different things. Trust me, my back's hurting right now. My back is hurting right now. My legs is cramping. But what else is there to do, man? Esther chapter 13, right? Damn. Okay. So Esther chapter 13. So we know that we're reading Esther and somebody's in the Apocrypha. Yeah. We're reading Esther and
the editions, right?
Yeah, we're at the additions. So some of the additions that we're going to read, they're going to be repeating the actual story, like last week, right? So next time we get to this, we're going to do a better job of inserting the additions within the story of the Bible. Y'all see that? Yeah. Esther chapter 13 is page 55 in the Red Apocrypha. The copy of the letters was this. The great king Artaxerxes writeth these things to the princes and governors that are under him from India to Ethiopia. So now we're getting the idea of the letters that were sent out. To India, from India to Ethiopia concerning the killing of the Jews. We're going to get a little insight on what was written. In 107 and 20 provinces, after that I became lord over many. I think we're going to get a little insight. After that I became lord over many nations and had dominion over the whole world. Not lifted up with presumption of my authority, but carrying myself always with equity and mildness. Who is this? Okay. I propose to settle my subjects continually in a quiet life, and making my kingdom peaceable, and open for passage to the utmost coast, to renew peace, which is desired of all men. Now, when I asked my counselors how this might be brought to pass, Haman, that excelled in wisdom among us, and was approved for his constant goodwill and steadfast fidelity, and had the honor of the second place in the kingdom, declared unto us that in all nations throughout the world there was scattered a certain malicious people. So the king is explaining why he wrote his letters. He was going off the counsel of Haman.
Right.
Haman, in the king's eyes, was looked at as a man of fidelity. He was looked at as a wise counselor. So he's taking his word. He's like, there's some wicked people throughout the earth. But what was Haman going off of? Who remembers? What was he mad at?
That Mordecai got his buddies killed, actually.
That and what else?
That the nation of Israel was against the nation of Edom.
Well, Haman was mad that Mordecai wouldn't bow to him.
Oh, yeah.
That was like the main thing. Like, you ain't gonna bow to me?
Right.
Okay, I'm gonna get all your people killed. You see, you were right. But then you gotta add that piece because it shows how a man's personal, I'm gonna take this personal, could get a whole people killed. Haman was taking things personal. I don't like you, so I'm gonna get all your family and lineage throughout the whole known world killed. Bro, what type of man were you? But that's how Esau be thinking. For the violence against thy brother Jacob.
That's them right now.
That's them right now. You see that? So the king is letting us know where his thoughts came from according to the destruction of Israel. Well, it came from Haman. This was a trusted advisor, a trusted counselor that misused his power. Y'all get this? Right. I'll read verse 4 one more time. Declare unto us that all nations throughout the world there were scattered a certain malicious people that had laws contrary to all nations. That was true. And continually despised the commandments of kings. That was true also. But he manipulated that. So as the uniting of our kingdoms honorably intended by us cannot go forward. So Haman's case was, as long as these Jews are living contrary to what we believe, there can't be unity. See, Artaxerxes was trying to push unity, this unified nation. But the mind of Haman was that the Jews will never unify because they don't follow the kings. They don't follow the king's commandment. Right. Y'all see that? Right. Verse 5, seeing then we understand that this people alone is continually in opposition unto all men, differing in the strange manner of their laws, and evil affected to our state, working all the mischief they can, that our kingdom may not be firmly established. See, this was true, but the way it was looked at was wrong. Because we are opposed. You know, like I told my kids yesterday, I had to talk with them. I'm like, listen, there's nothing wrong with being different. The Most High said you were going to be different, right? Ain't that one of the things that he wanted from us?
That's right.
To be above? You're not wrong with being different.
Kill your treasure.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with not walking to the course of this earth and the God of this earth and the prince of the air, the power of the air. There's nothing wrong with that. And that's what we got to continually show our children, that it's okay to be what the Most High said you can be. It's okay to be righteous. It's okay to be a standout in the right way. It's okay. We got to keep pushing that to our kids, because if not, they're gonna fall into that peer pressure, right? But you got to see how they're using this against us, like it was some evil thing to not follow the king, like it was some evil thing to have our own laws, right? 6. Therefore, have we commanded that all they that are signified in writing unto you by Haman, who is ordained over the affairs and is next to us, shall all, with their wives and children, be utterly destroyed by sword of their enemies, without all mercy and pity. I will send on you a fierce nation, fierce countenance that will not regard the man of old or the person of young. Right? He just said it. Kill women, children, husbands, young and old. No pity, no mercy. Sword of the enemy. Without mercy, without pity. The 14th day of the 12th month of Adar of this present year. That they who of old and now also are malicious may in one day with violence go into the grave, and so ever hereafter cause our affairs to be well settled and without trouble. So that was the mind state why this decree was sent out. Damn Esau, bro. Esau, bro. Esau. Can't be on our neck. One man, bro, can just have a decree sent out to kill a whole nation of people.
Wow.
I mean, don't y'all think they can't do that today?
Absolutely.
They can definitely do that today. Any questions on that?
Wasn't the whole chapter 13?
That was the whole thing, right? Or no?
To 18
That wasn't it?
for Esther?
Oh, yeah, there's more.
Oh, is there? Oh, there is more. Did I close my own? I'm sorry. It goes longer than that. You're right.
Yeah,
Read.
that space makes you think that's in the chapter.
Right. Oh, we see. Yep, my bad. I'll read verse 8. Then Mordecai thought upon all the works of the Lord and made his prayer unto him, saying, O Lord, the King Almighty, for the whole world is in thy power, and if thou hast appointed, this is a good prayer, and if thou hast appointed to save Israel, there is no man that can gainsay thee. For thou hast made heaven and earth, and all the wondrous things under the heaven. Thou art Lord of all things, and there is no man that can resist thee, which art the Lord. Thou knowest all things, and thou knowest, Lord, that it was neither in contempt nor pride, nor for any desire of glory, that I did not bow down to a proud Haman. You don't got it in there?
Yeah, but where y'all at?
It's on verse 78. It's a carry on. I mean, not verse 78. Go to page 78, and it's going to be right there at the top of
I don't have the real.
No, it's not the red one. You got the same one you got.
Yeah, he has the same one we got.
Page 78.
Page 78, top left.
It's 56 in the red book.
Okay.
You there? So what verse is it that is in y'all's book, Lagarab?
Verse 13 now.
Verse 13. Oh, okay, verse 13. Okay.
I see it.
Right. Verse 13, for I could have been content with good will for the salvation of Israel to kiss the soles of his feet. But I did this that I might not prefer the glory of man above the glory of the Most High. What does this sound like? Who does this sound like?
I was shy.
No. What man? Moses.
Oh.
Remember? It said through faith, Moses, he gave up the king's table. Basically, he gave up the glory of Egypt, the riches, the fame, to serve the Most High, to serve his people. This is Mordecai.
Okay.
Same thing. He's like, listen, I could have been in salvation to Haman, but I gave all that up to be subject to the Lord. You see that?
Gotcha.
Verse 14, but I did this that I might not prefer the glory of man above the glory of God. Neither will I worship any but thee, O Yahweh. Neither will I do it in pride. And now, O Lord, power and King, spare thy people, for their eyes are upon us to bring us to naught. Yea, they desire to destroy the inheritance that have been thine from the beginning. And it's funny because when we were reading in Exodus, remember when Moses was saying, look, remember, take us as your inheritance, bring us in. Remember that? Yeah. And it's funny how it lines up because this is really not part of the reading like that. 16. Despise not the portion which thou hast delivered out of Egypt for thine own self. Like, what does this sound like? What Moses was on. Right? Hear my prayer and be merciful unto thine inheritance. Okay. Turn our sorrow into joy that we may live, O Yahweh, and praise thy name, and destroy not the mouths of them that praise thee, O Lord. All Israel in like manner cried most earnestly unto the Lord because their death was before their eyes. Right? And then we'll read 14 next week. So remember, it's a little scattered because it's being pulled out of the Bible and just thrown in. Right.
You got additions there?
Yeah, the additions. Any questions?
No.
Right, so let me jump on mine real quick. So know someone in the Bible sense. Some Bible translations, such as King James, translate the Hebrew word is no, even in sexual context, giving rise to lines like and Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived. This is how it is interpreted within the college course according to history text. Whether it be female or male, usually makes when two powerful men come together, I'm not understanding. Whether it be female or male, usually makes when two powerful men come together, it transfers information. I don't know.
Nothing wrong with you.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. Just restate it. But when the Bible, you pulled it, like in Adam and Eve, when it said that Adam knew his wife and she conceived, what was it letting you know that they did when he knew her? Let you know that he laid with her. He already knew her before they had babies, right? Now, are we saying that in every context of the word knew that it was sexual? Well, if it said David knew Jonathan, that wasn't sexual.
God.
That wasn't sexual. Right? Because David wasn't a homosexual, neither was Jonathan.
Sure.
But the men in Sodom that wanted to know the men that came to Sodom, that was sexual. Because they wanted to get to know them in a filthy way. Context. It's about context. In the context of the Bible, David ain't gay. You see that? In the context of the Bible, Jonathan ain't gay. But in the context of the Bible, the men of Sodom were. You see that? So it's context. I'm just trying to figure, is there a scripture besides the Adam and Eve, the Sodom and Gomorrah that you're referring to so I can try to get my mind around what you're saying? Whether it be female or male, usually makes when two powerful men come together to transfer information. Did he add something else? Yeah, Sean, just make it try to make it plain. Let me look up something real quick. In the meantime, any other questions? Watch. See, when you read it, check this out. I'm gonna just read it real quick. Genesis 4:1, and Adam knew his wife and she conceived. Genesis 4:17, and Cain knew his wife and she conceived. Genesis 4:25, and Adam knew his wife again. Why would he have to know her again? So we know that the knowing is not him getting to know her. He knew her intimately. That's in that context, right? Watch, Jacob, well, let's see this. For Jacob knew not Rachel, but stole it, and knew it. Right, and then know is also to know things, to know information. Right, that word know or knew, I knew something, I know something. It's about information, informational. Let's see here, coming to, for he knew not that she was the daughter-in-law. I'm trying to find, knew her again, no more. Right, Genesis 42:8. Remember when Joseph was the king of Egypt? Right? Remember when Joseph was the king of Egypt and the brothers came to get the wheat because of the famine? And Joseph knew his brethren, but they knew him not. What did that mean? Well, the brethren were in the mind that Joseph died. So when they see this king, they're not realizing that that's their brother. But when Joseph sees them, he knew, oh, that's Benjamin. Oh, that's Levi. Oh, that's Judah. He knew them. They didn't know him. You see that? He had grown up, probably had a different look, had a different voice. But he knew it was them. They didn't know it was him. Plus, he spoke a different language. Yep. Right? So that's another context of the word knew. It's not always sexual. Right? So I hope I'm answering you the question. Watch. Exodus 1:8. Now there rose up a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph. Well, remember, Joseph was dead 400 years. So we know that couldn't be sexual. But what does it mean that he knew not Joseph? Meaning he didn't recognize Joseph as a king 400 years ago. So what did he do? He didn't recognize the people as anything to be recognized. So they put us in slavery. You see that? So that word knew. Just giving some examples. I mean, hopefully that helps. But no one knew that he was the angel of the Lord, right? Father of the Lord, right? So, I mean, everybody gets that, right? Watch. 1 Samuel 2:12. Now the sons of Eli were the sons of Belial. They knew not the Lord. Meaning they didn't shoot. It wasn't they didn't know the Lord, they chose not to acknowledge the Lord's ways. Because Eli was their father, which was a priest, the high priest, which taught his sons. They chose to be the sons of Baal, and be the sons of a devil. Right? And why? Because of the things that they were doing. Shara, is that bleach?
Yes.
My strange addiction? No.
Yeah.
You ain't drinking that, are you? I'm joking. I know you're not. I know you're not. Right. So, I mean, Sean Presley. Hopefully I answered that. I don't know. Hopefully I did. Yeah. Just different examples. The scripture, it's about context. It's about context. What else? Anything in here? Y'all hot? Y'all ready to go home? I know. It's all good. Oh, Shara. Oh, what's that?
Zechariah 14:14. Where it's talking about the wealth and the gold. Is that describing Judah?
Zechariah 14:14?
Yeah.
Okay, let's find Zechariah. Read it. One of y'all.
Zechariah chapter 14:14.
Right.
And Judah also shall fight at Jerusalem, and the wealth of all the heathen round about shall be gathered together.
Wait, so you're saying, what was your question again?
Is it talking about Judah, or is it making a statement that that's what's going to happen?
And Judah shall fight at Jerusalem. No, this is prophecy. Yeah, it shall come to pass in that day that the great tumult from the Lord shall be among them, and they shall lay hold on everyone in the hand of his neighbor, and his hand shall rise up against the hand of his neighbor. And Judah, Judah, the people, they're gonna fight at Jerusalem. This is prophecy. When we go into like end time prophecy, this is gonna happen. This is gonna happen. So yes, it's talking about the people fighting in the land. Right? And the wealth of all the heathen round about shall be gathered together. This goes with Isaiah 60, Isaiah 14, right? And a few other Isaiahs, where it talks about the end and the heathen gathering and our gates being open and them bringing in their wealth. Yeah. What?
And also at verse 8,
Right.
where it's talking about the living waters, is that saying that the scriptures are going to go, where are they going? Is it saying some of it's going towards the north?
Well, what's the living water?
So the scriptures, right?
Right, the wisdom, the word, right? So it's Isaiah. What is this? Isaiah, where it says the law shall go forth from Jerusalem. What is that? Isaiah 3? Let me look. I got it. Or Isaiah 2. I got a bad memory. Let me see. Y'all know that. Man, come on. I was like, yeah, that's Isaiah 5. And it's not. It's Isaiah 2. Right?
5 upside down.
Let's see here. Is it 2? It says the law shall go forth from Zion.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, what?
In the Zechariah verse 8, when it says, "And it shall be in that day that living water shall go forth out of Zion," I think that's talking about Christ. Because he's gonna be in Jerusalem at this time. Because when you read verse 9, it
Right.
says, "And the Lord shall be king over all the earth."
Right.
So the living waters is gonna be Christ in Jerusalem. I mean,
Go
he has
out.
all the wisdom.
Half of them towards the former sea and half of them towards the hinder sea. And in summer and in winter shall it be. And the Lord shall be king over all the earth.
Yeah, that second part I don't understand, like where.
Right,
What
towards the
half of
former
it?
sea and, okay, it's obviously speaking in parable form. What does the sea represent? Right. The sea represents the people, not in every scripture, but it's coded in parables, right? But yes, okay, if you want to say Christ, but it's still, what does that water represent? What does that living water represent? The wisdom, the knowledge, the law, right? The law, let me get it real quick. It says that the law shall go forth from Zion. Law. Isaiah 2. Oh, it's Isaiah 2 and 3. Weird.
That's it.
You didn't say a lot. You said 2, but you didn't.
I said 2 and 3.
Oh, you didn't hear that 3 part. And I read it, but I missed it. You should have, a little bit louder, mate. Right. Read Isaiah 2 and 2.
Isaiah chapter 2, verse 2.
Go ahead.
And it shall come to pass in the last days that the mount of the Lord's house shall be established in the top of the mountains.
Right? Like, even when it talks about mountains, it's talking about referring to people.
Right.
One people above another. You see that? Now, every time when it says mountains, is it talking about people? No. But you gotta search through those parables and understand the way it's talking. One mountain is gonna be established. We're gonna be a mountain people established over the other mountains. Go ahead.
And shall be exalted above the hills.
Right.
And all nations shall flow unto it.
Right. All the other nations or mountains are going to flow to this higher, elevated people. Go ahead, which is us, Israel. Read.
And many people shall go and say, "Come ye, and let us go up to the mountains of the Lord."
Right. Let's go to the children of Israel. Let's go to that mountain. Go ahead.
To the house of the power of Jacob.
Right. Read.
And he will teach us of his ways.
Watch. Check this out. He will do what?
And he will teach us of his ways.
Read.
And we will walk in his paths.
Right. Now, you see that little punctuation? What is that going to do? The next sentence is going to explain the first sentence. Read.
For out of Zion shall go forth the law.
Or the living water. Right? Go ahead.
And the word of the Lord from Jerusalem.
Right. Remember when Yahushua met the woman at the well? And he said, draw me some water. And she said, what you got to do with this well? He said, if you knew who you had in front of you would be giving me water, but he said, I give you water that you'll never thirst. I got living water. She said, what is this living water? Right? It's that wisdom. It's that knowledge. It's the law. It's the understanding. Yes, it represents Yahweh Shai, but we don't want to say, oh, that's just Christ flowing like water. People will get a misunderstanding and say, oh, well, Christ is water? Well, yeah, he represents that water. He was the water in between the tabernacle and the people at the door of the tabernacle. He was that water. He was the representation. That rivers of, right. What does it say? He that believeth on me, as the scripture has said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. That's just wisdom. Wisdom, knowledge, understanding. What gives us that? The law. So it always comes back to, remember, it's just speaking in parable form. So, what you got?
Michael was quoting Isaiah.
Right. They were, yeah, Michael, because Michael was quoting Isaiah. Yep, Micah 4:2. Right? Is it?
Yeah, it's for 1,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Yep. Michael was quoting Isaiah. Yahweh Shai quoted a few of them. But yeah, that living water is the wisdom, the knowledge, the understanding. It's when our kingdom is established, what does it say? Well, we're going to put the whole earth in order according to the laws of the Bible. That's what's going to happen. It's not going to be. Remember, why do we have to put the whole earth in order? Well, because you're still going to have Chinese people, Japanese people, Indian people, Middle Eastern people. They're going to still be on this earth. White people are still going to be on the earth. They're going to be in slavery. But you're going to have other nations that are going to be free to go back to their lands. Right? But they can't be Muslims. They can't do Christmas. They can't eat dogs and cats and rats and bats. They got to eat what's lawful. Right? The nation and kingdom that will not bow before me, bring them here and I will slay them utterly before thee. Right? That's going to be from the time the kingdom is established until forever and ever and ever. It's not going to be like bring them before me once and if they bow, good. And then later down the line they don't have to bow. Remember, in that same Zechariah, what did it talk about? Talked about the nation that don't want to come up and reverence the king during Passover. What would happen? Yep. Said he would cut off their water. He would cut off their rain. You see that? They would starve to death. You see? So it was all about that the nations were going to serve and observe the law. Once it was once our kingdom is established, the law will go forth throughout the world. The whole world is going to be righteous, and if not, you just get dead. You just get dead. I say it so easily, right? You just get dead. What else? Good question. Benaiah.
In Matthew chapter 3, verse 9,
Right.
It says, and think not to say within yourselves, we have Abraham to our father.
Right.
For I say unto you that God is able of these stones to raise up children unto Abraham.
Right. Matthew 3:9. On the marks.
What are the stones?
3 and 9. God is able to be stones. Oh, just regular rocks. It was nothing significant. What he was showing is that the Most High is so great that he can raise up stones, like the 12 stones that Elijah lined up on that altar. Those they had no real significance other than he put 12 to represent the 12 tribes to show them that in his mind, in the eyes of the Lord, that the children were supposed to be all together, right? But these stones, he was just saying that I'll raise up rocks, right? This was from where?
John the Baptist.
Right, but then even Yahweh Shai said it to not Yahweh Shai, the Most High said it to Moses, right? He gave Moses two instances. He said, move out the way, let me kill him, I'll raise up the nation in your seed. Then he came back and said, move out the way, let me kill him, I'll raise up stones to worship me. Those stones had no significance. It was like, I'll raise up the earth. I'll make something come forth from the earth to worship me. That's how powerful I am. So the stones were just rocks. Nothing of significance, no symbolism there. Yeah. Yep.
And in Matthew chapter 9, verse 15.
Right.
It said, and Yahushua said unto them, can the children of the bride chamber mourn, as long as the bridegroom is with them?
Right?
But the days will come when the bridegroom shall be taken from them, and then shall they fast.
Right, because they were, why do we and the Pharisees fast off? Why do we and the Pharisees fast off, but the disciples fast not? Right. Let me get back to you on that one.
Can I get it?
You got it?
Yeah.
What you got?
I just read it.
Okay, go ahead.
So what it was talking about was it was talking about John the Baptist. It was talking about John the Baptist. His servants, they were fasting. But Yahweh's servants, they weren't fasting. So he was saying why they need to fast right now. Like I'm here, I'm not gone yet. But he was saying after I do die, that's when they'll fast. That's when they'll mourn. There's no need for them to mourn right now because I'm here.
The disciples of John.
Oh,
Right,
John died.
but John had passed.
Right.
So because John had passed, they weren't fasting, they weren't mourning. So that's why he was saying when the bridegroom was taken away, that's when they'll fast. Because they'll be mourning, of course, when Yahushua passes.
Right.
Yeah.
Remember you had, we do and the Pharisees fast off. They were always trying to look for ways to make themselves look more righteous than Yahushua and the apostles. So they thought it was about fasting. Well, we fast a lot, right? But he's letting them know, look, they don't need to fast right now. They don't need to do all that. When I'm gone, this is the time to be filled. This is the time to eat and gather instruction. They'll fast later. They'll do that after I'm gone. Yeah.
There's one online. Is it okay to say Psalms 92 any other day? In my Bible, it says Psalms, song for the Sabbath.
Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely say Psalms 92 any day you want. Right? Yeah, it might say it. And you're probably reading the commentary up at the top where it kind of gives you a little inkling of what the chapter is about. Right? Yeah, a psalm or song for the Sabbath day. Well, you can say Psalm 92 anytime. It's a prayer. Right? If it's good for edification at the time, it's good. Yeah. Don't let it's just giving you a little idea of what the intent of the author was. But that's why we make sure we do say it every Sabbath. But it ain't wrong if we say it tomorrow or Monday or Tuesday. No. What else? What?
Oh, Mac, you put his hand.
Oh, sis.
This is the tabernacle of the congregation.
The tabernacle was just, it was the building of worship that the Most High had Moses construct, right? For the people to go in, present themselves to the priests. You had the Holy of Holies, or the behind the veil. There was an area where the Ark of the Covenant and the mercy seat, and that's where Moses would go, and it said he would meet with the Lord. Not everybody can go back there, right? Like a common person like I wouldn't be able to go back there. That was for Moses and the priests to go back there, get their instructions, right? But that tabernacle was a house. That was just like this. This is the tabernacle of the Lord. Just a house, right? And the tabernacle was able to be broken down in a day and put back together in a day. It was able to be moved because we were moving 40 years in the wilderness. So we were able to deconstruct it and carry it with us on our journeys. So we always had, what do we need? A physical representation of everything, right? So we had this physical representation of a house of worship of the Lord. But did you need that? No, right? We're the tabernacles of the Lord. We're all walking tabernacles, right? So we didn't need that, but the Most High gave it to us as that representation, right?
And then as we hit the reading, we'll go through it. We'll go through the construction of it, the different aspects, how it looked, right? It was ram skins dyed red and blue and purples. It had nice drapes and gold ornaments and golden, what do they call it?
Or
for the drapes,
um,
the golden rods and all those different things. The curtains, yeah. And the tabernacle, the way we got that built was all the people came and gave offerings, right? Everybody gave of their most precious things, the gold, the silver. Everybody donated. The women, the men, the women, it said that they spun the spindle to make the drapes, make all the cloth and all that different stuff. It was the women. It was the men too, right? Everybody had a hand in building it. But we'll go through it. We'll go through that as we continue the reading. Because there's a lot of details in that also. Wow. Kind of water. What else?
Yeah.
Huh? Oh, yeah. What's that?
In Matthew chapter 8, verse 11, it says,
Matthew, what's out, huh? That's good. What does it say?
And I say unto you that many shall come from the east and west, and shall sit down with Abraham and Isaac and Jacob
Right.
in the kingdom of heaven.
Right?
Is it literal?
Yeah. That is literal. That is literal. Remember, go to Isaiah. That is literal. Go to Isaiah 60. Why does it say we're going to come from the east and the west? Because we're scattered in the four corners, right? And yes, the beautiful thing about the kingdom is you're going to see your forefathers. Some of us are going to be privy enough to sit with Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, David, right? And all these great men. Isaiah 60, right? You're going to be able to sit around with your forefathers, man. It's crazy. Remember, the dead in Christ should rise first. So if David's body is still in that ground and his spirit is with the Lord, he's going to be regenerated back into this earth. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, all those forefathers. That's the beautiful part about it, man. Imagine sitting with your forefathers, right? Your real forefathers, not Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, not those guys. But your real forefathers, right? Isaiah 60, it says, where's that? More people count shall cover the ground with earth. She they shall bring gold into, where's that? Right, Isaiah 60 and verse 4.
Isaiah chapter 60 and verse 4.
Right.
Lift up thine eyes round about, and see, all they gather themselves together.
Go ahead.
And come to thee.
Right.
Thy sons shall come from far.
Right, they're going to come from the east, the west, the north, the south. Go ahead.
And thy daughters shall be nursed at thy side.
Read on.
Then thou shalt see and flow together, and thine heart shall fear.
Go ahead.
And be enlarged.
Go ahead.
Because the abundance of the sea shall be converted.
Right, see, the sea here is the people. The abundance of the people shall be converted. Read.
Unto thee.
Right.
The forces of the Gentiles shall come unto thee.
Go ahead. Does that mean they're going to become Israelites? No. What that means is they're going to bow down. They're going to recognize. Read.
The multitude of the camels, the multitude of camels
right.
shall cover thee.
Go ahead.
The dromedaries of Midian
right.
and Ephah.
Go ahead.
All they from Sheba shall come.
Go ahead.
They shall bring gold and incense, and they shall show forth the praises of the Lord.
Another one. There was another one. Is that what it is? Where it says, what does it say? Read it. There was another one that I was thinking of. It wasn't that one, but that goes also. That goes also, just showing that our sons and daughters are going to be brought far, right?
But there was another one where it said they would be on camels and swift beasts. Which one you got? Which one you got, I'm on? Is that?
I think I wrote it wrong.
Oh,
It's,
it's all good. Yeah. What was that there? Let's see. I mean, you get the point, but I want to get this one too. But yeah, that's literal. That's talking about us being brought back together from the four corners of the earth, and you're gonna sit with your forefathers. That's part of, part of what we fight for, right? Part of what we're fighting for is those things. What's that? What you got?
Let me read it for you. Let's just see what you say about it. Zephaniah 3:19
Okay.
says, "Behold, at that time I will undo all that afflict thee,
Right.
and I will save her that halted, and gather her that was driven out.
Right.
And I will get them praise and fame in every land where they have been put to shame.
Right.
And at that time I will bring you again, even in the time that I gathered you. For I will make you a name and a praise among all people of the earth.
Right.
And I will turn back your captivity before your eyes, saith the Lord."
Go ahead. Was that it?
That was it.
Yeah, it goes with it. It's not specific to the point, but it does go with it. It's still the same idea that in that day, what does it say? The Most High is going to regather us, and instead of us being spick, spooks, niggas, hoes, and wetbacks, we're going to be the glory of the earth. They're going to change their tone according to us, according to what the Most High wants. So yes, that goes. Man.
Yeah. Also Jeremiah 29:14, the same thing.
Is that the same thing you just read?
Yes, come.
No, you don't have. Don't read that. Yeah, if it's gonna be the same thing. It was. Gosh.
66 to me.
Is it? Is that what it is?
When you look for
Isaiah 66. Ah, yeah. That is it. That is it. Isaiah 66 and verse 19.
Isaiah chapter 66, verse 19. "And I will set them aside among them, and I will send those that escape of them unto the nations.
Right.
To Tarshish,
Right.
Pul,
Right.
and Pud,
Right.
that draw the bow, and Tubal, and Javan,
Right.
to the isles afar off,
Right.
that have not heard my fame,
Go ahead.
neither have seen my glory.
Read.
And they shall declare my glory among the Gentiles.
Go ahead.
And they shall bring all your brethren for an offering unto the Lord of all the nations upon horses."
Right. Out of all the nations, and in these end times, they're gonna be ready to give us back. they're gonna look at us as a way to appease the wrath of the Most High. Please don't kill us. Look, we brought them back. We didn't know.
No harm,
our
no
ancestors, right? No harm, no foul. We're sorry, Salakia, right? It said they're gonna bring us as an offering, a peace offering, right? Out of all nations. It said in the last scripture, east and west, but this is gonna be north, east, south, west. Go ahead.
"And upon mules,
Read.
and upon swift
They're
beasts,
gonna be trucking us in, man. Read on.
to my holy mountain Jerusalem,
Right, back to the people. Go ahead.
saith the Lord,
Right.
as the children of Israel bring offering in a clean vessel into the house of the Lord."
Right. You see that? Watch. Read on.
"And I will also take of them,"
I will take a who?
take of them,
Right. All of Israel. Go ahead.
"for priests,
For what?
for priests,
For what?
for priests,
You're all gonna be the priests of the Lord. Read on.
and for Levites,
Right. We're all gonna be as the Levitical priesthood. Read.
saith the Lord.
Read.
For as the new heavens,
When is this gonna happen?
for as the new heavens,
Read on.
and the earth,
Yeah, this is when everything is destroyed and rebuilt. Read.
which I will make,
Go ahead.
shall remain before me,
Go ahead.
saith the Lord.
Right. You see that? Watch. Check this out. But even in the kingdom, when it's reestablished, what are we going to be doing? Read.
So shall your seed and your name remain.
Read on.
And it shall come to pass that from a new moon to another.
We're going to know
Forgive
the
me.
real new moon.
Let me read it again.
Read.
And it shall come to pass that from one new moon to another.
Go ahead.
And from one Sabbath.
Wait, we're going to have the Sabbath in the kingdom? Yes. We're going to have the Sabbath in the kingdom. Read.
To another.
Read.
Shall all flesh come to worship before me.
All flesh. So all the nations got to observe that Sabbath. If not, dead. Dead. Bless you. Y'all see that? Right. This is cold, man. When you read this Isaiah, bro. Read 24.
Wow.
Saith the Lord. Verse 24. And they shall go forth.
Right.
And look upon the carcasses of the men that have transgressed against me.
Let the bodies hit the floor. Caskets going to be getting dropped. And you're going to be able to go out and see them carcasses as a memorial. Read.
For their worm shall not die.
Read.
Neither shall their fire be quenched.
Go ahead.
And they shall be an abhorring unto all flesh.
Man, that's a cold way to end it, to end your letter. That's a cold way to end your book. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, the end, right? Fin, right? So, yeah. I mean, you know, to answer your question, yeah, that's literal. They're going to be bringing us in, delivering us up for a peace offering, bringing us back together, right? It's going to be a lot of things happening. The nations are going to be bringing us. The chariots are going to be bringing us. There's going to be a lot happening that day. Your best movie couldn't orchestrate or depict what was going to happen. You got to put all the movies together, all your brain power together to really get a grasp on that day and that time. Yeah,
It's the real end game.
Yep, it's the real Independence Day. What else we got? I go all night.
So, I don't know the scripture, but it's how in the end days, after judgment, our what's it called? Like, we're not gonna have those carnal spirits on us anymore, right? Like,
Right. You talking about
look away or something?
does it say in the twinkling, that one in the twinkling of an eye? Right.
So, is that just for Israel or is that for everybody?
That's for us. Yeah, that's Israel. Those powers are for us. Remember, there's nobody else trying to attain to the perfection of the law but us. So that twinkling, that sparkle, that boom, twinkle me, that's Yahweh Shai bringing us to the completeness in the spirit, right? I believe you're talking about what, Corinthians? In the twinkling of an eye. Let's see here. Is it? Let's see. Could be wrong. Where it says the immortal shall put on immortality. You talking about that? Is it that?
First Corinthians 15:52.
Yeah, I think, yeah, it's 50-52. Yeah, it's all the same thing. But I'll read it real quick.
It's 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 52.
Right.
In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye,
Right.
at the last trumpet,
Go ahead.
for the trumpet shall sound,
Right.
and the dead shall be raised incorruptible,
Right.
and we shall be changed.
Right. What are we going to be changed into? Well, it's going to tell us. Read.
For this corruptible,
What's corruptible about us? Well, Paul said it. In my flesh, there is no good thing.
Right.
Read.
must put on incorruption.
Right. Incorruption. Right. Immortality, but righteousness. Go ahead. 54.
And this mortal must put on immortality.
Oh, read that. Yeah. Read 53 again.
So when For this corruptible must put on incorruption,
Right.
and this mortal must put on immortality.
Right. What makes us mortal? It's the flesh. What makes us immortal? The righteous spirit. It says righteousness is immortal in Wisdom of Solomon 1. And I believe 17. Right? It says righteousness is immortal. Oh. Go ahead.
Verse 54. So when this corruptible shall have put on incorruption.
Go ahead.
And this mortal shall have put on immortality.
Go ahead.
Then shall be brought to pass the saying that is written.
Right.
Death is swallowed up in victory.
Right. Because now we're going to be able to fulfill and not have to, what brings us death? What causes us to die?
Transgression of the law.
Transgression of the law, sin.
Yep.
Right? So we don't got to worry about sin. So what was your question again?
Is that the practice Israel?
That's us. Oh yeah, that's us Israel.
Oh, man.
Man, that nation's going to die off. They're going to be dying. They're not going to have immortal life, immortality. You're not going to have that. Remember, it said Esau's going to be wiped out. How though? If they're going to think about this. It says they're going to serve slavery, but then they're not going to live forever. They're going to be wiped out, because what's going to happen is after a while they're going to, like what a species does, it gets extinct through time. Right? We're going to outlive them. You see that? We're going to outlive them. Because some of us are going to have that immortal life, and some of us are going to be living long lives. Right? But that's for Israel. That's for us. That's for the nation of Israel.
Salvation is unto the Jews.
Yeah, salvation is for the Jews. This is part of the kingdom on our end. Their end of the kingdom, the nations, is slavery, bondage, and the things they've done to us. Yeah. Yep. Good question.
They're gonna be rounded up too.
You said what?
They're gonna be rounded up, put in the pit.
Yeah, some of them are gonna be put directly into that fire, that fiery hell, right? They're gonna be burning with Babylon.
Damn.
Some of them are gonna be gathered in chariots and be dropped right over here. Where's Putin at? Well, an angel got him. Right? Where's the dude who runs Israel right now? Yahoo.
Yahoo.
Right? Where's Yahoo at? Yahoo. Right? Where's he at? Get him. Try to hide in this bunker. Nope. Drop his ass over here. Right? And then some of them is gonna be like, oh, where's Boris? You know, Boris is the one that runs Britain. Where is he? Or is it Britain?
I don't know.
Or England or whatever. Boris, the dude that got the sloppy hair, he got the bedhead all the time. The one they trying to fire because he was having parties. And, yeah, like, man, bring him here. He make a good slave. Make a good court gesture. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm gonna have all types of singing Edomites in my halls, playing the harp and singing. Right? All types of just singers.
Adele.
Yep. Oh, bro, she's mine. Y'all can't have that one. Brother's trying to fight. No, he's not. Anyway, we gotta make it there first, right? We over there trying to pick out our entertainment for the night. But I know if I make it, I'm gonna be having a concert every night at my house. Y'all seen Adele's last concert where she performed in Hollywood, in California on the hill, and it overlooked the whole Los Angeles? Nightly. That's what she's gonna be doing, singing until her voice falls out. Yep. Putting me to sleep, man. Putting me to sleep. I'm gonna make them reenact movies with no stunt devils and no cables and boards, cliffhanger. Y'all gonna be climbing the mountains. Y'all wanna be the last samurai? Let's do it. You wanna be Troy? Let's do it. You wanna be Gladiator? Let's go.
I gotta have Paul Walker do that scene when he was running up the car.
Yeah.
He was falling off the cliff.
You're gonna be reenacting Fast and Furious. You're gonna be doing all that. Oh, it's gonna be that. It's gonna be. Hey, you wanna be moved? I'm on real entertainment.
Like, oh shit.
Like, yeah. Like he said, that didn't work. That was green screen, huh? Ooh, so that part was CGI. Now we know. Bring it the next Edomite. Right, let him try. Do it again. Nah,
Make it work.
I ain't gonna be that bad. Gonna be bad though. That's it. We gotta make it first. I know we be joking and I ain't joking, but we definitely gotta make it. But what else?
Oh my goodness.
Y'all are
Y'all
fun,
out of
man.
line, boy.
Y'all out of line. Is that it? All right. I mind you, Mapunya Padam, we made it.
Oh, yes, sir. All praises.
9 o'clock. Wow. I promise I wasn't trying to go this long. Come on, even thought one bowed out. Even thought one bowed out on us, man. Come on. I wasn't trying to go this long, man.
That's all right. Ain't nobody worried about it. I ain't.
Nah.
And my back hurting, so I know I ain't worried about it.
That's interesting. Read. Okay, you go here. Yep, read.
Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai.
Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael and the righteous angels.
Send Michael and the righteous angels
to watch over.
to watch over,
Bless.
bless,
Heal.
protect,
and make strong the people of Israel.
and make strong the people of Israel.
Send unto us much wisdom.
Send unto us much wisdom,
Much knowledge.
much knowledge,
Much understanding.
much understanding,
Much patience.
much patience,
Much faith.
much faith,
Much brotherhood.
much brotherhood,
And much love.
and much love,
Spiritual powers.
spiritual powers,
And forgive all of our sins.
and forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahweh Shai come quickly,
For in thee is our hope.
for in thee is our hope,
Always and forever.
always and forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hashem Yahweh Shai,
Hawa'ah. Nathanawa. Hatawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh,
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai,
Hawa'ah. Nathanawa. A war. Lara'ah.
Lara'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh,
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai,
Hawa'ah. Nathanawa. Ha'ayah.
Ha'ayah.
Korah.
Lakora'ah,
Ha'aim.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh,
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai,
Hawa'ah.
Nathanawa.
Shaman.
Zayah,
Lamashah. Yasha'Allah.
Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And if you want to be anointed, we'll do that after class. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahweh.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahweh,
And to sing praises unto thy name.
and to sing praises unto thy name,
O Most High.
O Most High,
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning,
And thy faithfulness every night.
and thy faithfulness every night,
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
upon an instrument of 10 strings,
And upon a psaltery.
and upon a psaltery,
And upon a solemn heart with, and upon the heart with a solemn sound.
upon the harp with a solemn sound.
For thou,
For thou,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
hast made me glad through thy works.
hast made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy works.
how great are thy works,
And thy thoughts are very deep.
and thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not,
Neither do a fool understand this.
neither do the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass,
When the wicked spring as the grass,
and when all the works of iniquity do flourish,
and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou,
But thou,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
art most high forevermore.
are most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies,
For lo thy enemies,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
for lo thy enemies shall perish.
for lo thy enemies shall perish.
All the works of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn shall thou exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. My eye also shall see. My desire my enemies. And my ear shall hear. My desire the wicked. That rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh shall flourish in the courts of the Most High. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing. To show that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock. And there is no unrighteousness in him. This is Psalms 133 in Hebrew. Shayar, Hamalawat, Ladawad, Anah, Ma, Tawab, Wama, Na'ayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gum, Bachad, Kashaman, Hatawab, Al, Harash, Yarad, Al, Hasekwan, Zekwan, Aharan, Shayarad, Al, Panya, Madawatua, Katal, Karaman, Shayarad, Al, Hararia, Tazawan, Kaya, Shum, Tazawa, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayam, I, Hahawalam, Aman.
Psalm chapter 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Bahasham Yahushai. The water. Yad. Aman.
Circle up. Call it.
Men of Israel, I'm Adiel. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Barakatham. Kum Yisrael.
Yagya Matah, hands down. Turn to face the sisters. Call it.
Salute out the daughters of Zion. Men of Israel, I'm Adiel. Barak.
Yahweh Shemaratan, Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. Yagya Matah, dismissed. Shalom to everybody online. Shalom. We will see y'all back here on Wednesday.
You got the flag?
Shalom, shalom.
Yeah.